Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. Everyone. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the Coin Bureau Live, the second edition. Thank you all so much for joining us, and that was an amazing welcome, so thank you. Just to let you know, we do have more space this year, so this room will be for the panel discussions. We'll have the networking room across the hall. 2 bars are open. We have the sponsors in the room as well, the Edinburgh Suite. So please make sure to go over there. We have free Coin Bureau swag for everyone. So yeah, go and grab yourself a t-shirt, enjoy, and I'm gonna leave you with Guy. So yeah, thank you, bye.
Macy, everyone. All of this she has done. Thank you so much, Macy. You came! You came! I woke up this morning and I looked at my phone as I always do, and I went, oh, Gary! Good Lord. But here we all are. Guys, welcome. Welcome to Coin Bureau Live 2023, the second edition, bigger and better, and nuts to the bull market. Nuts to the bear market, I should say. The bull market is still to come. Gosh, it's been just over a year since we did the first Coin Bureau Live event. And after that event, we did a kind of team debrief. And we all said, so, are we going to do this again or what? And it was a unanimous yes, because it was such a huge success. We had such a great time. And then everything happened. Then 2022 happened. And then 2023 happened. And then just earlier this week, the SEC happened. So, I want to thank you all so much for coming today, not just because it's great to have you here, it's great to see the crypto and Coin Bureau communities in one place, but I appreciate just how difficult it is out there in crypto at the moment. Now, I'm not going to say that crypto's going through some sort of dark times or anything like that, because as I think most of us know, crypto has seen a lot worse than this, okay? This is nothing. That said, it's tricky. It's tricky out there at the moment. 2 of the biggest exchanges in the world have been targeted by the SEC. There could be more coming. Everything is down. Everything is down bad. But you know what? That does not affect the fundamentals. That does not affect the fact that there are amazing projects still out there, still building an engaged and passionate community. The tourists may be gone, but the hardcore remain. And that's why I'm so pleased to see you all here today. And you are who this conference is all about. So we've got some amazing panel discussions lined up for you today. We've got some amazing talks, and it's going to be a great day, and I really hope you guys get value for it, because you are the people we do it for, and I appreciate you coming so much. So please, give yourselves a round of applause. It's great to see you. I want to give a couple of shout outs. Firstly, I want to thank our amazing sponsors today, because without them, it ain't possible. And it's through their generosity that we are all here today. So thank you to our sponsors. There they are on the board behind me. They have some booths upstairs as well. Do go and check them out, because when I look at the sponsors today, and when I look at all the things we're talking about, I don't see us looking back into the past. That's gone. The present, forget it. Today is about the future of crypto, and I think these sponsors, as much as anyone, represent that future, and that's what we're going to be looking forward to today. I also want to give a very big, very quick shout out to the rest of the Coin Bureau team, because, folks, I have the best job in the world. I get to come and take credit for a whole load of other people's hard work, and I'm very happy to do it. But my team are the most amazing, dedicated, hard-working bunch, and they, as much as anyone, they, as much more so than me, are a reason Coin Bureau has been such a success. And I want to take this opportunity to thank them so much for everything that they do. A lot of it goes unnoticed and unheralded, but they are Coin Bureau. And today is a testament to their hard work. And the fact that so many of you have come today is a testament to all that they do. So please, before we crack on with the first panel discussion, which will be the past, present, and most importantly, future of exchanges, please give a very big hand for Team Coin Bureau. That's quite enough from me. You will be hearing more from me later, I'm afraid to say. But in the meantime, let's crack on with the schedule. So are we ready to go for the first panel discussion? Are we all good? Okay, past, present, and future of exchanges. Let's do it. Okay. You can hear a pin drop. This is going to be good. Michael, you take over from here.
Thank you, Guy. Hello, everybody. I am Michael Tabone. I'm the Deputy Director of Research for Cointelegraph and a senior economist. And we've all had to use exchanges, either decentralized exchanges or centralized exchanges. And I'm sure it's on everybody's mind what's been going on in the last couple of weeks, especially the last week. And we have an amazing panel. And the best part about this whole panel is we don't agree. So I love that, right? Because we all have different opinions. So I'd like to bring up everybody that we have, starting with one of my favorite people in crypto, Gracie Chen. Come on up here. She's the CEO of BitGet, Managing Director of BitGet. We have Guy Turner, co-founder. We don't need no introduction for Guy. Yeah. Josh Moden and Tom Busby, who are the co-founders and channel hosts at Crypto Busy. Come on down, have a seat. So to echo Guy's sentiment that we're going to forget about the past and move on from here, Gracie, you are one of the head of a very large exchange, and you know more about exchanges than probably everybody on this panel. What is your take on the current sentiment about exchanges, what the SEC has done, and the general gist of what's going on in your opinion?
Well, I guess just to open the conversation, we definitely take it very seriously and precautiously. And even if SEC just happening right now, we actually foresee that half a year ago after FTX collapsed already. I remember I was in London, like during London token 2049. token tour for London last November. And we were having an exchange panel. I'm surprised that I'm the only exchange here in this panel when we are talking about past, present, and future of exchange. But that panel when we were having back there, that's when CZ and Sam just sent 2 tweets, like each on slightly different angle about a potential M&A. And Helen Hai from Binance, some lady from Germany, another crypto exchange, and someone from Bullish. These are all exchange people. We were so tortured by the audience in terms of what do you think is going to happen? What's your take on FTX collapse? Like what's happening? So I think that at that time I said 3 trends. We kind of see them happening right now. Number one, I talked about consolidation among exchanges because so many smaller exchanges after what happened in 2022, early part of 2022, like what happened in 3AC, Celsius, Luna collapse. We kind of see many, of course, the whole industry, the liquidity is becoming a problem. So more people are pulling out of their money and Bitcoin price dropped a lot. And so many exchanges are just going bankrupting. So at that time, we kind of see this coming already, like more exchanges will be consolidated. That's the first trend. Second trend, regulation. So we didn't talk about like specific regulation entities at all because it doesn't matter. All the entities, all the regulatory organizations will just go after the whole industry, and it's becoming tightening. And number 3, the third trend we see is a more demand in DeFi. And that's also when we started to think about as a centralized exchange, what should we do to enter DeFi spaces or to give people or our users a better experience, more trust, more transparency. So we started to invest more on this project called BitKeep. It's a decentralized wallet. We announced that we became their staking shareholder during the Paris Blockchain Week in March. So that's one important strategic step we have towards DeFi and CeFi. And we see this integration becoming more and more in the industry as well. So these are some 3 trends that I would hope to share, but I think it's also happening not just since last year, but also happening right now.
Thank you. That's a very interesting point you bring up about the relationship between centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges. I was wondering if the rest of the panel had some thoughts on perhaps the marriage of those two as we move forward in the cryptoverse over the next year.
Yeah, for sure. Can you hear me all right? Oh, no.
How's that? That's a bit better, isn't it? Yeah, I think we are going to be seeing a bit of a marriage between centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges. I think both have a need within this space and within the world as well. For that to happen and occur, I think governments need to be happy with decentralized exchanges existing within this space, especially governments such as the US, where they are, I think, a bit worried about what's happening with the world of crypto, with the world of blockchain, and how that is affecting their world reserve currency status. I think ultimately what we're seeing from the States right now when it comes to regulation is a concern, a worry about the validity of the world reserve currency, which currently at the moment is the US dollar. It was the pound sterling, it was the Dutch currency at one point, and we're in this weird inflection point where we're going through a transition to what we see right now, which is the world reserve currency of the US dollar, to what it may be in the future. That could be Bitcoin, it could be some other currency, we don't know as of yet. I like to look at this holistically. When you have a look at what we're going through right now, we're going through the 4th industrial revolution. What I mean by that is the first one is manufacturing on a mass scale, power stations, things like that. That's what we saw within this country, the railroads being built. Second one being cars and planes being manufactured at the mass scale. The third being the microchip and silicon itself. That was a big thing. It's the reason why we'll be able to be here today. I can speak into this microphone, why you can hear me, and also for it to be broadcasted, to be filmed. And now we're going through the fourth industrial revolution. Technologies include AI, blockchain, and that's a big one. And I think ultimately what we're seeing right now is a lot of countries, tackling this and grappling with how we're going to be utilizing this technology in a day-to-day basis. And that could be in the sense of both decentralized and centralized exchanges. That's where I see things are going at the moment.
Guy, what is your take on that?
Well, yeah, I think this idea of a kind of marriage between centralized exchanges and DEXs, I think on the face of it, it sounds great. My worry is, I think that from a regulatory point of view, and unfortunately we do have to bring it back to a regulatory point of view all the time, don't we? It's just because that is the prevailing narrative at the moment. But I wonder, and Gracie, I'd be interested to get your thoughts on this in a moment as well. Centralized exchanges, I feel, from a regulatory point of view, are fairly easy to understand. And I think one of the problems that Binance in particular has had is this idea of it being a kind of black box. Regulators know what it is, they know what it does, but they can't see inside. And that is the way Binance has structured itself. It's done things slightly differently from many other centralized exchanges, and I'm not going to comment on that one way or another. However, regulators, I think, understand what a centralized exchange is and pretty much how it works. Now, we talk about integrating decentralized exchanges with that to hopefully mitigate some of the problems that come from a centralized entity. And obviously, we've seen plenty of examples of those over just the last year. But I mean, going way back into crypto's history, I mean, we go all the way back to the first, or the main centralized exchange to start, Mt. Gox. We all remember what happened there. So we like the idea of integrating decentralized exchanges in to maybe mitigate some of those problems. However, at that point, is that not when regulators, the Gary Genslers of this world and his other familiars sort of turn around and go, what's this you're doing? I'm not sure I like that. Because, this is DeFi, as we've seen with attempts at regulation around the world. I mean, this is one thing that showed up through MiCA, the MiCA legislation in the EU. They have a problem with DeFi. They don't really understand exactly what it is and how it works. Now, my concern is, and I am getting to my point here, is that if you integrate this new technology that regulators don't understand and are naturally suspicious of, what happens then? Is that going to be a problem? I don't know.
Josh?
Yeah, no, I think you hit the nail on the head there. That's pretty much what I was going to say in terms of the regulation side of things. I think it's also a lack of knowledge and understanding when it comes to DEXs, right? I mean, I know many people that have been in crypto for 5-6 years that still don't know how to trade on Uniswap, for example, right? And I understand why, because it is confusing sometimes, having to wrap certain things and unwrap things. Like, it is a weird thing compared to when you just join an exchange, a centralized exchange, and you can just swap one thing for another very easily. So I think from that side of things, it does make sense why it'd be a little harder to almost like merge the two. And what I would say is also, a point that was brought up was the whole transparency type of thing, right? There are a number of these DEXs that will have an anonymous team or people that you can't even see. And that's where the trust gets lost. And we all know one thing in crypto that needs to be had is trust after what we've seen happen. So I think that's another big thing, and linking it back to regulation, without being able to even see who's in the face of these things, like how are we going to get something like that regulated, and how is that ever going to be on par almost with a centralized exchange or to the same scale of, most of these rug pulls we see happen on these decentralized exchanges. So that's one thing I think I'd like to see a lot more of happen in the next kind of few years going forwards, is more development on the DEX side to make it, first of all, more adoptable, right? More easy to use for that average user. And then secondly, maybe having some more security and backup, and having those people putting a face to the name almost.
1,000%. I agree with you 1,000%. There are industrial third parties that look at projects and can approve them. Would that be something that perhaps both centralized exchanges and decentralized exchanges can benefit from going forward, that actually look at a project, grade it, give it some kind of stamp of approval, kind of like United, UL, United, I can't remember. But they check everything from electrical tape to everything, right? Do you think that that kind of thing would help mitigate some of those issues on DEXs for projects that are out there?
Yeah, no, I can see that being the case. I do think, like I said, having just any kind of regulation really around, especially decentralized exchanges, would be a step in the right direction to an extent. Obviously, we don't want to over-regulate the space and start getting into the question that we've been asking with all these other kind of cryptocurrencies and exchanges where you see the SEC now going after kind of anyone for a paycheck. So I think it'll be interesting to see how it's regulated. That's what I'm more kind of looking at, and I'd like to see kind of the first step, and then we can maybe assess from there. But yeah, what do you guys think?
Well, would we like to see a dual system, kind of what we have now? We have a number of centralized exchanges like BitGet, like many others, that are subject to an awful lot of oversight, and therefore, they have to do things the right way. And again, we've been reminded of what the wrong way is plenty of times. So, and I mean, that is great for onboarding. And one of the things that has really come to mind, I know that in the wake of the charges against Binance and Coinbase, there are a lot of people coming, with a lot of negative stuff to say about both entities. And some wise heads in the space reminded people that those two entities have onboarded millions and millions of people into crypto, and BitGet and other exchanges are doing the same because they are easy to use. Like Josh said, one of the big problems with DEXs is you've got to really know what you're doing. It's kind of seat of the pants stuff half the time. Now, is there a happy middle ground where we can integrate the two? Or are we better off perhaps with a dual system whereby people new to the space can come onto a centralized exchange, get the excellent UX that you have there, get the knowledge and safety that everything's backed up, all the concerns, everything that centralized exchanges have worked so hard on over the past few years, well, the reputable ones at any rate. And then if you want to dive in, if you want to degen, if you want to dive into meme coins and all sorts of other fancy stuff that you can't necessarily get on centralized exchanges, then you have that decentralized ecosystem waiting for you. Is that workable? Because that's kind of what we've got at the moment. Does that work, or should we be looking to integrate the two? I don't know what the answer to that is.
I can share a bit of statistics and information about how we did that, or what are the things we think can be achieved and cannot be achieved. So I think when we were talking about, when Michael mentioned marriage, that's a very interesting analogy. So just like two human beings, let's say men and women, when they marry, they function very differently, right? Even if they are in the marriage, they still do different things. And for example, women can bear a kid, but it's very hard for men. Same thing happens for DEX and sex. There are certain things like what Guy Turner was talking about in terms of onboarding new users. That's what the centralized exchanges are more good at. While we also observe the same trend. So many people, when they are new to crypto, they started with using a centralized exchange. When they are a degen, they started to use DeFi and DEX. That's one thing, and we think that's going to continue happening. People have different roles in the marriage. Centralized and decentralized exchanges also have different roles in the industry. And then some of the things that we think are interesting, or at least we are experimenting, and we see some good results in terms of integration. For example, when we launched something called Mega Swap, it's basically a swap product that we have on centralized exchange. And we developed that based on our DeFi first last year. And we just had that this year on the SEX. So this is kind of the marriage that we are seeing. So the marriage is not like two entities emerge together, two teams totally work together. They still work very differently. But these are some like smaller kind of session that we see lots of integration. And we think that will continue to happen. It's just like bits by bits, and some things that make sense. For example, when you work in like DEX or you trade on DeFi, you may look at all the on-chain data a lot more than you do on centralized exchanges. And right now, we also, as a centralized exchange, like my research team, observe and we monitor the on-chain data changes on the DeFi. and we kind of approach some of the tokens that we think are trending. For example, we are one of the first exchanges to list Pepe, to list Arbitrum. Even when Arbitrum doesn't have a token, we see the ecosystem is growing so tremendously. So we talk to those projects in the ecosystem and list their tokens. So these are some of examples that we think DeFi, CeFi kind of work very well. Of course, there are lots of risk, and I think compliance and very difficult to regulate. That's a very tremendous or a major risk that we observe as well.
Yeah, got a few points to make there. Love to jump onto that as well. I mean, there's a few points to unpack here. I think a couple of things. When you have a look at the centralized exchanges and the decentralized exchanges out there, how they exist right now works really well. I'm sure in the future we're going to be seeing a point where the centralized exchanges usurp the powers and usurp how a decentralized exchange would operate. It's a bit like with social media. You know, you can start a Twitter account with an email address and that's about it, or maybe with a phone number, and that's how you can verify the user. To go one step further, what Elon Musk is trying to do with verification is to fully verify that that user is legit. We could be seeing something like this in the future. And that's what I mean by a marriage. I think there's a number of things to unpack with a marriage of a centralized exchange and a decentralized exchange, how they have their separate roles. At the same time, there's also a thing in marriage of become one flesh. And so I think there will also be a point where, you know, the centralized exchange would usurp what's happening with the decentralized exchanges. If there is a way to regulate that, where you can do the meme coin trading on the centralized exchange within there, or the decentralized exchange within that platform of a centralized exchange, that could be a new way of moving forward, rather than regulators getting worried about what decentralized exchanges could do for, you know, the power of their currency, or to do with people's interaction with money ultimately, and sending transactions from one place to another. You know, people say that, or regulators like to say that, Bitcoin and crypto, they're used for illegal activities. Well, cash is also used for illegal activities. Pablo Escobar famously had like millions of dollars, and he burnt millions of dollars as well because he had so much cash. So it's the same thing that happens with cash. So I think that whole argument about, oh, it's used for illicit activities is kind of null, and put it to a side. There's a lot of good use cases out there for cryptocurrencies, and I think regulators are starting to warm up to that idea, but it's going to take some time.
Totally agreed. I also believe that while sexes and dexes can work together in the future, that they're not necessarily an integratable, two separate parts of that marriage, I guess, are never going to sleep in the same room. They're going to sleep in two separate rooms, if you want to put it like that. Speaking about illegal activity, banks, the Web2 world has this rehypothecation problem, and proof of reserves has become a very hot topic since FTX and everything else. And I know that BitGet has a proof of reserve system. Do we think that proof of reserve, the proof of reserve, the actual auditing companies are important to understand and know, to verify who they are, because that becomes a single problem. So do we think that knowing who those auditors are is an important thing, or do we just take the word for it that there's a stamp on some website that says we have proof of reserves?
First of all, I think, yes, auditors are very important. But even if we actually talk to the big fours for auditing our exchange, but they decide not to take the business, and they just not taking our business, but not taking the whole industry's business, because they think, because it seems that they cannot understand the how the blockchain works, and they also think there are too many risks involved, especially after FTX. So when the traditional financial industry doesn't do auditing for you, the proof of proof reserve, for us, we develop something called a validator, on-chain validator, so that everyone can check on their funds with like UID, etc. So the proof of proof reserve can be, third-party audition from those very, hopefully, what happened in Aaron in 2000s, that was considered as a creditable auditor, but turns out not. But hopefully by third-party auditors. But other than that, we also think there are certain other ways that you can work around to show them the proof. And for BigEtt, not just proof reserve is something we think like deeply important in our heart, but also another thing we call it protection fund. So protection fund is another transparent and protection mechanism we have implemented even before, actually long before FTX collapse. And we have established a 200 million USD kind of valuation with only Bitcoin, USDT, and USDC, not including our platform token, not including other like altcoins. So all these cryptocurrencies that we set aside for protection are in our open wallet. So if you go to a website right now and you go to that webpage, you will be able to see the open wallet address on all these funds and on their current value, like even including the price of Bitcoin, etc. You can calculate that. And you know this is a big enough exchange that they will not just run away with your funds, because your fund comparing to that size is very neglectable. But my point is, it's a very big kind of fund that we set aside. And we're at the second largest, I think, only after Binance. Binance Safu, they have about 1 billion. We have 350 million right now, because we also increased the valuation after FTX collapse. So my point is, there are different ways to prove to the public that you guys are, being legit, being transparent, being considerate in terms of protecting your users. And there should be ways like this or implemented to I mean, we hope this is becoming an industrial standard, but it seems that only the bigger exchanges are doing that right now. But we think that's important.
Yeah, the industry standard is interesting. Guy, do you think that there's going to be a call from the public for more of this proof of reserve for all exchanges, not just the big boys?
I think so. One of the things that really stood out to me in the wake of FTX was I think it was Eric Voorhees who came out with it. Eric is someone I respect more than anyone else in crypto, and he said, this is a moment where we need industry standards, because we can't rely on other entities to come in and do this work for us. And this is expertly pointed out by Gracie. They approached the big four accounting firms. This auditing is what these guys do, and they said no, not just to BitGet, not just to Binance, to the whole industry. Now, if that isn't a call for the industry to go, okay, we need to create our own set of standards. Now, I'm going to go out on a limb here and say perhaps they need to create its own particular body. Now, that obviously leads to centralization concerns, but is this the route that crypto perhaps should go down? It's like, who understands the crypto industry better than the people who work in it? So is it time for us to implement some industry standards, and for there perhaps to be a body with oversight that understands, understands the inner workings of exchanges, understands the public mood, understands what people in crypto want, and are prepared to provide a set of standards by which an exchange has to operate. And if that exchange can't meet those standards, it's out, it's gone. I think that is something I think we should, at the very least, explore. I'm not sure it's the answer, but I think it's a route we have to go down, because we can't rely on Ernst & Young and all these other guys. They've had years to try and get to grips with crypto. There's plenty of business there if they want it, and they haven't managed it. So I kind of feel it's up to us.
We're going to found nothing, huh?
Is this one work?
Do you want to try mine?
Hello?
I wonder what he's going to say.
I don't know.
I think he's going to say we should found our own body here today. Was
I
that
was
what
going
you
to
were
say
going to say,
we're going to
Mike?
found our own DAO.
Found our own DAO.
We're going to found our own exchange DAO that actually does the auditing. Josh, what is your feeling on the exchange DAO that we're going to found in 20 minutes?
Yeah, sounds like a great idea. All for it. But no, I think it's super, super important what you're saying with having the transparent proof of funds, right? Because I don't know about you guys, but I will only ever keep my money ever on an exchange that has that transparency to it. I mean, unless you can see this exchange has X amount of money backing it up. Well, then, think about in the bank, you have the FCA kind of guarantee up to £85,000 in most banks, right? So, if that bank goes bust, at least you're going to get up to that amount back. So having something like that almost in the crypto space, I think would be really, really cool to see, like you're saying, with some kind of like protection fund, but knowing like per user you get X amount kind of almost guaranteed or insured. That would make me feel so much safer, and I'm sure everyone else a lot more safe having and keeping money on exchanges, because the number one rule when you come into crypto is almost never keep your money on exchanges. And I'm sure as exchanges, people, I'm sure you guys want people to obviously keep some money around there as well. So maybe a good kind of middle ground there is by having, like you said, that kind of protection fund and that transparency, because that keeps people feel a lot more secure in a space which is still very unsecure. So that's my feelings.
Is this one working now? Okay, brilliant. Exactly. I do think if we're calling for mass adoption of crypto and mass adoption of blockchain technologies across the world, by default, there's going to have to be some form of body regulation. There has to be. It's like how we all have the seatbelt in our car, and that's regulated. We have to have seatbelts in our car. In some cases, you have to wear helmets. So there has to be some form of protection. When it comes to motorsport racing and things like that, you have to wear a helmet. It's the same thing with F1 recently. They have to have the halo around the cockpit of the car. So to have the mass adoption there, you need to have some form of regulation. I'm not calling for regulation for the sake of it or over-regulation to kill the innovation. That's what I think we're seeing in the US at the moment. I'm calling for regulation where you can allow this sector to exist and, importantly, grow. That's what we want to see over the next few years. We want to see growth. Transparency is certainly important, and that's what we did see after FTX. It was, in a way, kind of a necessary, unfortunate event to go through to allow this discussion to happen and these decisions to be made. But the more we go through this crypto winter and this bear market, the more we can decide about what we're going to be doing for the next run. And then from that as well, the next wave of adoption, because ultimately that's what we want to be seeing at the end of the day, is more people getting into the Web3 space and more people to be using cryptocurrency every single day. Otherwise, it's just there. It's a thing. We want it to be more of a thing. We want it to be an interactive piece of technology that we can use every single day. That's where we want to get to.
I just want to state that I live in a state of New Hampshire in America where you don't have to wear a seatbelt. So there are little pockets of freedom occasionally in the world.
You guys do it different over there.
We do it a little different over there, or helmets. So in the wake of the regulation, because it's been one of the topics on the panel, they've gone after Binance, they've gone after Coinbase, and I'm sure there's going to be other ones that are in the wings. Does this galvanize all of the exchanges to work together as like one? They were all separate entities kind of competing against each other, and is there some kind of like mutual benefit society that might actually come out of this whole entire thing? I think we were talking before about will Cardano reach across the aisle and shake hands with Vitalik again, and this is like one gigantic monster that you're making by going after the industry. Is that something that we might see from centralized exchanges? And it's hard for decentralized exchanges to do that, right? But for centralized exchanges, might that happen? I might go to the...
I don't know if you saw the recent tweet by Charles Hoskinson, but he said XRP community, peace. So, what we've been seeing recently when he woke up this morning, seeing the markets, Solana, Matic, Polygon, and Cardano, just all down like 20+%, because they could be sold off or by certain funds and exchanges. So it's exhausting. I've seen a lot of stuff with XRP. Oh, there we go again. It's all good. With XRP over the years, and again, to see this sort of thing happen, we could be seeing a general consensus and a body form from the United States and from others as well. Have that body there to lobby and to act as one voice ultimately.
Yeah, just to add on to that, I was thinking, I was actually speaking to Tom the other day about this. I'm in two minds about it really, because you've got one camp saying, well, yeah, we could it does galvanize the industry. You can kind of work together and use this as an opportunity to grow stronger and fight up, almost rise up against it, right? But then you also have the other camp which says, well, maybe you leave the other exchanges in the dust and you fight them on your own, and if you win, then you win out for everyone and you become the exchange, right? So there's really two ways of thinking about it. So I guess it really is up to the exchanges themselves and, you know, how much they want to win and how much they want to be the only one in the space that people go to, really. Is it all about business or is it about furthering the industry? I don't know. That's up for them to decide, I guess.
Gracie, what are your thoughts on that? You're the you're the exchange CEO. How do you see it?
Yeah, by the way, very interesting, because I thought I was just answered that question directly, but then Tom hijacked it. Sorry to use the word, but hijacked the conversation. But I love what you shared as well. Honestly, we don't do that many consolidation, at least for us, like or kind of industrial uniform, or let's call it the exchange DAO that Michael wants to establish. And okay, you are the two co-founders. Got it. I hope I'm the third one. But honestly, we don't have that much conversation. We've always been talking about industrial standards on auditing, on compliance, on not much on compliance, because each firm works very differently geographically, and in terms of, you know, how much they want to comply, and it's also very different. But in terms of auditing, in terms of reserve, these are the sort of things that we discuss a lot among exchanges. But honestly, I don't know. I think that's a very interesting question and issue to observe and continue observing. But there might be more M&As. We are also acquiring some smaller exchanges regionally that we think have very good, very healthy cash flow, and we see strategic value in those locations. And we think that's going to happen, continues to happen among other exchanges as well. But in terms of like bigger exchanges forming a exchange DAO, I don't think that's happening for the moment. Yeah. Maybe just 3 of us.
We'll have a token, we'll do a sale, an ICO. Don't say that to
What could possibly go wrong?
What could possibly happen? Guy, you recently did a video where you said you were surprised that Gensler went after one of the two big boys in the space. Strategic-wise, they're in America, and America is, you know, about a quarter of the world's GDP. And it's the world reserve currency. So, you know, what happens there, everyone wants to talk about it. But then again, the statistic is that 90% of crypto happens outside of the United States. So if everything fails, if they win and all the exchanges leave the United States, crypto's still going to move on. Where do you think that the focus would be? You know, is there different areas and regions in the world that might benefit the most from this?
Well, to start with, I hope there isn't a focus. I hope that the industry spreads itself across the world, because where I'm based at the moment in the UAE, they are making a concerted push to become the center of the crypto world, and that's great to see. Hong Kong is doing a similar thing. Singapore seems to be kind of wrestling with itself a little bit, but you know, again, these places are making genuine efforts to basically steal the US's crown, if you like, and I wish them all success. What I'd love to see, though, is an industry that is truly sufficiently decentralized, spread across it. So whatever happens, if something were to happen in the UAE, if something were to happen in Hong Kong, if the EU was to kind of row back on some of the more positive aspects of MiCA, then we wouldn't find ourselves in the same situation where we are now, where one country that just unfortunately doesn't get it their government doesn't get it, is calling the shots. I don't think that's a situation we want to see again. So I would love to see crypto spread across the world, and I would love to see as well countries where it's used, you know, as an everyday thing, as it's used as to how Satoshi envisioned Bitcoin to be used. I'd love to see them pick up some of the slack as well. I'd love to see the crypto industry grow more and more in Turkey, for instance. I'd love to see it grow more and more in Argentina, places where crypto gets used every single day by everyday people like us. So I'd love to see more decentralization of the industry, and I'd love to see exchanges reflect that and service that new world order.
And I agree with you 1,000%. In the United States, just to go back to that for 1 second, the SEC might be against crypto. And Brian Armstrong was actually on Bloomberg, I believe it was yesterday, and he was interviewed and he said that, all the politicians he's talking to, 80% of them are pro-crypto in some way. They don't want to see the industry leave the United States. It's just rogue elements. It's not the entire United States government. So that is a positive, little silver lining in the world. Doesn't mean that policy will be affected because everything works in really slowly in the United States. So where else do we think, I agree with you, Turkey is a great example. Do you have any other places that, I know you were doing Southeast Asia and places like that, right, Gracie? Is there any other places that you think would be growing?
I was going to say, well, I mean, completely what Guy was saying, that I want to see this across the whole world. As much as we say that, the US this and the SEC that, I want to see everybody exceed. I want to see the US succeed in this because it's such a great place for entrepreneurship and VC. So it's a great place for something like crypto, something like blockchain to exist and also grow. So we need to see those actions speak louder than words. It's great to hear that politicians are crypto friendly, but again, we need to see action on that as well. So it's something like that. I think we are seeing a lot of good stuff come out from, as much as it may not have been the success as anticipated as much with El Salvador. Nonetheless, they have adopted Bitcoin as a legal currency. Tonga have also mentioned that they want to adopt a similar legislation. Central African Republic as well. And then I'm sure there'll be other countries within the developing world, and as much as also across the whole world altogether, that will be interested into where they're going to be adopting crypto within their economies, because there's definitely a use case for it there. That's for sure. So that's what I think. The whole world.
I certainly agree, the whole world. But I will also see some trends. Yesterday, I was chatting with this young man. He lived in London for like 5-6 years already, and he's thinking about relocating. So I asked him like, where you want to go, and who joined our launch yesterday, basically. So he said he's considering somewhere Asia. So he wants to find out more from me in terms of what's the competitive scheme like in these few cities or places like Singapore, Hong Kong, and Dubai. So these are the 3 targets that he has in mind, which I find very interesting. And I've been invited to talk in a few Twitter space. For example, this one that has a title called Asia Rising, US Falling in Chinese. That's a Chinese translation. But I think that's interesting how they put it, or how some people may view, although mass adoption is happening across the world, but it's still asymmetrically happening. Given that the regulations in, for example, in US, even CFTC, SEC, and then the federal government, state government, each have different set of rules. I guess, Michael, you're very familiar with that. Not just in crypto, but in every aspect in life, like basically everything. People just cannot agree with each other, the politicians. Yeah, so the SEC chairperson, Gary Gensler, and the CFTC chairman, they don't agree on whether Ethereum is a security or not, right? One declared it to be a security or seems to do so. I think Gary didn't say it explicitly, but at least CFTC chairperson think it's a commodity. So things like that is happening in US, and the regulation is becoming very slightly, I would say slightly absurd, because I can understand why they sue Binance, but I don't really understand why they sue Coinbase. And we chat about this yesterday as well. So there are arbitrage opportunities in regulatory frameworks and developments, and people are migrating to certain regions that are more friendly towards crypto space. And I guess that's why that gentleman that I chatted with yesterday had those 3 places in mind where he wants to be relocating, which I find it's an interesting story to share.
Absolutely. We are coming to the end of this segment, so I'd like to give everybody one more chance to say that their thoughts on the subject. Josh, do you have any closing statement you'd like to say about exchanges in the future?
Yeah, I mean,
what's your prediction that we're going to hold you tight to for the next year?
I don't know about prediction-wise, but no, I'm excited to see the future of exchanges. Obviously, I mean, we've been through such a rough period recently with the likes of FTX, etc. And I would just like to actually see something positive happen in the space for once, in terms of like people looking from the outside in, saying, "Wow, they're doing something right there." It's not just news headlines of this exchange crashed, this crypto project crashed. It's more like this project is succeeding beyond anyone's expectations. They've insured everyone's money, etc., etc. And I want to live in a place where everyone feels safe having money on crypto exchanges. It shouldn't just always be get your money off crypto exchanges like completely. It should be, well, even if you do have some money on there, you are safe. Like there is no worry there.
I'm excited to see what crypto exchanges are going to look like in the future when they are more than just a place to buy and sell and trade crypto. I've spoken to Gracie, you and I have spoken about this in the past. I've spoken to other exchange CEOs about this, and they all say, that things are moving in that direction. So I'm fascinated to see how that's going to manifest itself in the future.
To me, I think the future of crypto exchange business is actually like running a marathon. So we are talking about very long kind of timescale in terms of the future, and how we value or position ourselves. The kind of things that we really value a lot is to build in this bear market and just build steadily. For example, when I joined the firm last year, about 1.5 years ago, we only have 200 people. Right now, we have 1,400 employees. So it grew tremendously, even in this bear market when everyone is cutting off jobs and freezing the recruitment. But this is a marathon. So let's run into the future of this very long marathon, and we just hope to be a good builder in the space.
Yeah, I think exactly. Just continue to build within the space. The future of it will be ultimately more transparency, but also under more scrutiny from governments across the world, regulatory bodies, of course, to provide that transparency and to rebuild the trust, which is what BitGet is doing, and many other exchanges and places and people within the space. So I think it's ultimately that is where we're headed.
I'm excited about crypto. I moved my whole entire career to crypto because I believe it's the future. I believe that we're going to need both decentralized exchanges and centralized exchanges. And I believe everyone here brought up exactly the same points that I agree with on pretty much everything. So we disagree on some stuff, and we agree on most of the things. So I think that we all see everything in a line. So I appreciate it. I'd like to thank our panel for this segment. So please give me a round of applause for everybody. You're awesome. I'm getting the signal from the controller back there.
Okay, thank you guys so much. That was an amazing panel and amazing panelists. So next up, we have the Cryptocurrency Endgame. This will be back on stage in 5 minutes. Also, just to let everybody know, we do have drinks vouchers. They're upstairs in the Edinburgh Suite. So that's the hall just up the stairs. So if you want a drinks voucher or you want to network, please feel free to head over there. So we'll be back in 5 minutes for the Cryptocurrency Endgame. Thank you.
Which one was the dodgy one?
It wasn't this video.
Okay, everyone can reach.
45 minutes, right?
Well, it says
We can go a bit over that.
yeah, I'm sure.
I mean, I don't want to like.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like that might kill off the Q&A session.
Yeah.
Discussion about anything else.
Okay. Okay, everyone, our next panel is coming up. If you want to continue networking, please do so in the Edinburgh Suite, which is just up the stairs across the corridor. Next up, we have the Cryptocurrency Endgame. Moderating, we have Tom Busby, co-founder and channel host at CryptoBusy, Andrew Masanto, CSO at Nillion, Slava Rubin, CBO at Nillion, Henry Burrows, CEO and co-founder of HopTrail, and Josh Moden, co-founder and channel host of CryptoBusy. So grab a seat and they'll be on stage in 1 minute. Okay, everyone, welcome on stage the next panel, the Cryptocurrency Endgame. Give them all a round of applause.
I think we've sorted out the sound issues now, which is good. So welcome everybody. It's good to have you all here. So we're going to talk about the cryptocurrency endgame in today's panel. Just talk about where we've been and where it's going to come to. Ultimately, where does this go? Where are we going with all of this? So without further ado, we're going to introduce the panel. So starting from the end, please go ahead.
Sure. Hello, can you hear me? It's working? Okay, great. So, hi, my name is Slava, and super excited to be here. Thanks for having us. And in my previous life, I built a crowdfunding platform called Indiegogo. And then more recently, I've been investing, running a venture fund for the last 5 years into early stage technology. And one of the things that we did before, Andrew and I, we helped create Hedera, so Hedera Hashgraph. We've been staying together for a while, and then more recently, we're building a whole new play in the Web3 space called Nillion, and we can expand a little bit on that later. So super excited to be here and talk about the endgame.
Hello?
Hey, that's better. Hi, I'm Henry. I'm the CEO and co-founder at HopTrail. We're a blockchain analytics company based in the UK. We started the business a few years ago, basically because I was trying to buy a house using my crypto proceeds, and the solicitor freaked out. And I thought that was really unfair because all of my data is publicly available. I could just explain it to them on the blockchain, and they said no. So we said, sod it, we're going to do it ourselves and build HopTrail so that we can get everyone using their crypto proceeds to do what they want to do. And a lot of that for young guys is buying property. So that's what HopTrail focuses on, and hopefully we'll talk a bit more about that later today.
Hi everyone, my name's Andrew. I used to work a long time ago for a company called, a law firm called Linklaters in London, and then I got hit by the technology bug in 2017. I started the protocol Hedera Hashgraph. I found the Hashgraph algorithm, became really interested, and since then became the founding CMO of the Reserve Protocol, and am now the founding CSO and co-founder of Nillion. And I guess the constant thread throughout my career has been the attraction to new technologies, whether it was initially cryptocurrency, but then different consensus algorithms, and now a decentralized multi-party computation system.
I'm Josh. I'm co-run and co-founded CryptoBusy and CBY Capital with Tom. Kind of just got into crypto around 6 years ago or so now. Just basically started off as a uni student that wanted to make some money, and then found out through crypto. Then Tom kind of introduced me to it, and then it all went from there.
And my name is Tom, and I couldn't have said it better myself. So there we go. That is the panel. So when we talk about Cryptocurrency Endgame, where we're going, I think we have a look what's happened over the past year, especially if we take a look at the last Coin Bureau Live conference that we had last year. A lot of things happened. We take into account the USD collapse, Terra Luna, Celsius, FTX, SBF, all in the space of 2022 and then 2023, seeing a bit more positive news coming out, but still in the depths of the bear markets, inflation at an all-time high, interest rates being raised, potential housing market collapse. Like, it's a lot of things that have happened in the past year that's affected the crypto space. So I think ultimately, when we think about where we've been and where we're going, it's going to put this question out to the panel is, where do we see this going, and what are going to be the next big catalysts for the markets to, first of all, recover and become a bit more healthier? What catalysts do you see regulation-wise, adoption-wise? Please go ahead.
Yeah, that's a big question. It depends which segment. So, most recently, for example, we've had the Genslersaurus Rex just absolutely decimate, the crypto markets by going after Coinbase and Binance, but that really brings into focus the need for regulation, and I think that regulation and compliance will be a big phase. Two things: regulation and compliance when you're looking at the United States, perhaps the United Kingdom's laws. I actually thought that the UK would be a very crypto-friendly place, but the sort of nature of legislation coming out here does not reflect that as much. But so you have the sort of regulation, but then you also have the fact that I think a lot of crypto will occur outside of the United States, and as Slava and I were talking about, maybe gets imported back into the United States and the United Kingdom and the other developing nations so the technology gets developed outside of it, and then it gets brought back inside, either with a greater level of functionality or a greater level of regulation, and that provides a lot of opportunities for people looking to build stuff, not for perhaps Brits and Americans, but for people outside, and then bringing it back in at some point in time. So an example of that is with Reserve. The app and the stablecoin that we created it's one of the most downloaded apps in Venezuela because of hyperinflation and the need to utilize it there. And perhaps we then bring that app back into the United States as we get product market fit and user traction in these hyperinflated countries, and then bring it back into the United States and the United Kingdom with a different regulatory / compliance angle, if that makes sense.
I think that's it's an interesting angle. I think that Coinbase Binance drama is a big mistake in the US, because generally speaking, when you think about the end game, I don't really know what the end game is, whether there is even an end game right now, because we're so early on. But the direction of travel, what we're seeing is there's actually a lot of good news in the crypto space. I mean, just this week, the FCA released some stats that showed that crypto ownership in the UK has nearly doubled to 10%. And between, guys between the ages of 18 to 24 in the US, that number is at 20%. And in the UK, it's at 50%. So ownership of some kind in crypto is actually really, really big, pushing the boundaries with the younger generation. And it's kind of crazy to push back against that with enforcement, because that's just pushing people to the margins. As Andrew said, going to offshore countries and jurisdictions and not really thinking about it from a friendly, rational perspective. And the irony is the 50% of 18 to 24-year-olds that hold crypto in this country, the stats were that half of them wanted to use it to buy property. They want to use it, and I think if we just do enforcement by regulation, then we're making the younger generations, it's much, much harder to get on the housing. It's already hard to get on the housing ladder, but it's a lot harder when you've got crypto and you're trying to be honest and use it. So I think there's a lot of those things to overcome, but the trend is good. Like, despite all the bad news, the trends are good.
It's not just the trend. I mean, put your hands up if you were here in 2012 buying. Did anyone have crypto in 2012, 13? Right, some of us. But for me, for example, I've seen when my coins got stolen at Mt. Gox, I was like, Bitcoin went off a cliff, and then in 2017, at the end of 2017, 18, it went off a cliff, and now I congratulate you all for being here, actually, because it is the lower end of a market. It's actually where things get built, and I'm not 100% sure. I have some inclination of the things that will take it to the next cycle, as per your question, Tom. But we've been through these cycles before, and I think there's something that's confirmed. It's that the technology is here to stay.
Yeah, when I think about the end game, it's kind of like, what is the timeline that we're referring to? And it's really hard to be precise about that. We want to say the end game is 3 years from now, but what is another 3 years on a technology that's only like basically a decade old or a little longer than that? To put that into perspective, like think about electricity. Electricity is like really boring. It's basically like 100 years old or whatever. But like today, literally, now we're moving the entire automobile industry onto electricity. And that's like a whole new product taking advantage of this massive technology. So do I know what the electric cars are of crypto? I have no idea. Like it's going to happen at some time in the future. And that's still well into our potential of what's possible. But in terms of like the high level arc, there's definitely some complications that we need to overcome for the end game. I think we've already mentioned it. Whether it's regulatory and all of the overhang related to that. In my opinion, the user experience of Web3 and crypto is very complicated and not the way most people want to navigate technologies and the simplicity of, let's call it, Apple, right? And those are some of the challenges. The third that I think is a challenge is, in my opinion, and maybe some of the reasons people are here, is it's very easy to make some quick money in crypto. It's very easy to also lose money quickly in crypto. And to me, that's called gambling. And that actually, in my opinion, does not support a long run positive growth of an industry. So those are some like negatives to the end game. In terms of positives, I mean, the market went from a massive risk on environment to massively risk off, yet Bitcoin, in my opinion, has held very strong. You can argue dropping from 69 to 25 is bad. I would argue it's like amazingly positive, considering it could have gone down to 4. I'm talking about in terms of thousands US dollars just before COVID started. The idea of decentralized compute is gaining traction with layer ones. The potential for finding solutions for security, transparency, and scalability. I think the market is looking for that, and we're starting to see that happening. So all of this is very positive potential. And I do think that there are solutions that will be able to help solve the user experience. I think we're tackling that with Nillion that Andrew and I are working on. We're looking to try to help solve that as well. These are some of the components on the pros and the cons of the end game. I'm still very bullish, and I don't think the end game will end in 2 years or 3 years. And that's why I just try to put the electric cars and electricity as perspective, because when they first got electricity, like hitting the kite, with, the lightning bolt or whatever, like, and they then created the light bulb, it's very far away from electric cars and plugging in. So we just have to understand that what we think exists is not all. Like, there's gonna be incredible technology built on top of this, most likely.
Yeah, and I think to your question, Tom, saying about, what is the catalyst? I'm looking at this bear market as the catalyst, really. I think, as you just said, it is where people build, it is where people take a step back. and kind of prepare. You know, if you look at a trend on a chart, if you do trading at all, you know, it's kind of like a push upwards, then a little retracement, and then a push upwards constantly. If you look at the stock market chart over the last 100 years, it is just one big uptrend, even though we had a 2008 major crash. So, you know, whilst it looks bad now, whilst we're in it, it's almost one of those things that when we zoom out in 5-6 years' time, we'll be like, oh, why did we complain so much? You know, it's up 5 times from here, whatever. Like, I think that's what I'm looking at, really. In terms of end game, obviously, it's difficult to say what is the end game, as we've all said. But I think, obviously, selfishly, there's the end game of we all want to make a lot of money from crypto. That's what investing usually, you know, comes to if you do it well. And then on the other side, you want to further the industry. You want to see the industry grow. You want to see blockchain grow. You want to see Web3 grow. I think, you know, it'll be exciting to see what this all has in store and how can this benefit just life in general. You know, there are so many companies out that I think people will be surprised that already adopt blockchain and use it in day to day, and it's actually made their work a lot easier. So to see more of that, I think, would be really cool to see.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what everyone's here first touch point was with, for example, DeFi. DeFi was a huge trend in 2019, right? I remember for me, it was like the first time I connected my MetaMask to Uniswap. I was like, oh, what is this? Click, click. Now I can exchange, try a small exchange. It kind of worked. Try a larger exchange. It kind of worked. And then it kicked off this whole sort of DeFi boom. I think the 2 points from this is first, you don't really know. I didn't predict DeFi at all. I had, in 2017, I was sure that Oracle, scalability, privacy, interoperability, and I can't remember the last one, but I had a thesis around those. I completely missed DeFi. But I think that's the nature of where the cryptocurrency, if we're talking about what's up next, it's where it's things you don't expect based on interesting either ideas or ideologues or technology. So, you know, in 2017, someone said, oh, I have an alternative consensus algorithm. And for me, I was like, wow, that could completely revolutionize things. Indeed, you know, it became Hedera Hashgraph. More recently, it was like, well, why does decentralization just have to run a blockchain? Why can't you store data on decentralized networks? That's Filecoin, right? Why can't you store secure data and compute? That's to some degree ICP, to some degree Nillion, what we're building as well. And I think we're at the beginning of these, and I think that the whole idea is that you don't have to trust a bank, you don't have to trust a government. You can trust this protocol. I mean, the government's printed I don't know how many US dollars. That could not happen with a cryptocurrency. So what I'm trying to say is that you have this very unique value proposition, and as accessibility increases and as the technology evolves, we're not quite sure where it'll go, but when you see something interesting, it's worth like really jumping onto that and saying, hey, is this potentially the next trend, the next big thing?
I was just going to say, accessibility is a real issue for our industry. You know, if you say to a normal person, you know, DeFi trading, and you say it's just a consensus algorithm, they'll just give you a blank stare. And the problem is, there's an enormous amount of jargon in our world that we all understand and we get. But as soon as you step out of that and try and explain it to someone in like the real world, it's practically impossible for them to get their heads around in a really digestible way. And that's something our world has to sort out, because whilst it's very, very interesting listening to Andrew, I know like my mum just would go blank, like it just wouldn't, straight over her head there. And I think those are the people we need to win the trust of, and that's a real big issue for us going forward, and how we go about doing that. I think the industry still has to figure out.
I completely agree with that. And as a perfect example, so, you know, everybody's talking about AI and how it's like so hot, and everybody, third word is AI, AI, AI. And Tim Cook just came out, you know, Apple just came out with those goggles, Vision Pro. And obviously there's a lot of AI involved there. And he didn't use the word AI on purpose, because Apple and Steve Jobs, it was always about simple. And when you use a word like AI, it makes other people often think like, well, I don't understand that stuff. That's like what other people do, and that's like complicated. So I'm not. But they purposely, in the announcement of the goggles, did not use the word AI. While Mark Zuckerberg, on the other hand, when he was talking about his stuff, used the word AI like 57 times in his talk. Which I'm not trying to say one is right or wrong, but simple is how you go beyond your own inner circle. And too often, our world here of crypto, let's call it, we sell to ourselves. And that's not the way to create a massive movement. It's much more important to try to get outside of ourselves.
Yeah, I know, I completely agree with that. I was going to say, I think we inherently almost feel like a sense of danger or like being scared of stuff we don't understand, right? And yeah, trying to explain crypto to people that just don't know anything about it, it makes them kind of recoil and think, oh no, I'm going to lose all my money instantly, right? It's not even the fact that they don't, get what crypto's doing necessarily. It's just if they don't know how to invest it, they think, oh, they're going to lose all their money, and they might if they do it wrong, which is the problem, right? The fact that we're still in an age where you can send money, different places on exchanges, and you get one letter wrong, and then your money's gone forever in a lot of cases. That is already enough to stop mass adoption. I think that's one of the main things that needs to change. And I know a lot of people are working on that, but until that becomes like industry standard, I just don't see a way in which a everyday person can just get into crypto and be like, yeah, I'm going to send my friends some money, and then what happens if they end up losing half their life savings because they were just trying to transfer it from one place to another,
Well, yeah, my keyboard has been destroyed by the sweat coming down by making sure I got the right address, right? I do think when we have a look at the cryptocurrency endgame, it's not just one event, right? It's not like a singularity of events. It's well, as Steve Jobs said, you can only connect the dots looking back. So I think all of you made some really interesting and really good points here about where we are at the moment and where we're going to be headed and how we're going to solve those issues. I think one key word that comes out from that really is accessibility and adoption. So I posed this question, I think this is also discussed in the previous panel, is that where do you see that adoption happen? I know we came to the conclusion of we want it to be worldwide, but where do you see sort of a massive demand for crypto, for blockchain? Please.
Well, for us, it's kind of like the onboarding world where traditional finance meets crypto, and most of our clients are, in their 20s and 30s. They've made money in crypto in really weird and wonderful ways and legitimate ways. And then when you go and try and use it in the real world, people start asking questions. Well, how did you do that? And it's really difficult to explain because people are already scared of it. They find crypto a little bit intimidating. And I always talk about this. Hopefully he's not here. He's one of my clients. He told me a story that he was trying to buy a house with some crypto, and he said the solicitor does not understand what I've done. It's quite simple. I was like, all right, what did you do? He's like, well, I put £10,000 in, and I just started staking AquaGoat tokens on PancakeSwap, and I came out the other end 6 months later with £1 million. And I was like, well, I can see why the solicitor's like, what is that? What's a PancakeSwap? Like, what is AquaGoat? And all of these things, you need to take the time to explain, like things like staking. Solicitors have never come across this. The legal world doesn't know about it. Traditional finance is worried about it. And until we kind of you start to bridge that gap with ways that maybe it's about bringing the language closer together and taking the time to educate. That's an enormous part of what we do is educating institutions about how actually it shouldn't be scary, because all the data is publicly available. You want to do a source of wealth check on someone, it's all there. It's all on the internet. You just need to know how to do it. And so I think it's that perception, the fear of the unknown, which is the biggest issue for us. And once you overcome that, the younger generations who are making, this is how wealth is going to get created, right? Through crypto and digital assets for the younger generation. And we can't ignore that. We need to get to grips with it. And I think that involves us as stakeholders getting to grips with traditional services and educating them in the right way so that it feels much more comfortable.
So I agree on the adoption issues, and I'm going to maybe illustrate a story, if that's okay, which is my father-in-law is in his 70s, and he always asks me about potential stock advice in terms of what to invest into. And for a little while, I've been telling him you should take a look at crypto. You should invest into maybe some Bitcoin, some Ethereum. And beyond the fact that he's, a little older, and he's like, oh, isn't that where they sell drugs and, hire hitmen or whatever? Beyond that, he was able to get past that. He's like, it's a little complicated. He never really jumped on to want to dive into crypto. And basically there was the on-ramp of how hard is it to get onto it, and then what's the benefit of the use case. Now, fast forward just a few weeks ago, we went on a short weekend holiday, and we went into a rural area where we're going to go hiking, and he really wanted to figure out what's the right place to go hiking. So I provided him a quick list on WhatsApp, and he's like, wow, how'd you get this amazing personalized list just for us? It says within 30 minutes where we're staying. It has for our age kids, for 5-year-old and an 8-year-old and all this stuff. And I said, oh, I actually did this with ChatGPT. So I did this with, AI. And he's like, oh, what's that? And I started explaining to him. And then I showed it to him, just like I showed him crypto. And then fast forward a few weeks later, he's regularly using ChatGPT. Now, am I trying to sell ChatGPT right now? I'm not. What I'm trying to explain is there's the on-ramp. Basically, happiness is reality minus expectations, right? And in the product world, that's on-ramp versus results. The on-ramp for Web3 and crypto is very complicated and confusing. And then the use cases and the experiences and the positives that you get back are limited. That's not exactly the right equation. With ChatGPT, the on-ramp is very easy, and the results and the use cases are pretty fast and good. So, we as an industry just need to keep on getting better at simplifying the on-ramp, which is getting rid of the jargon, making it more simple. And then the other side, we need more use cases of actually results happening beyond somebody say, yeah, I made a lot of money in crypto. Be like, cool, whatever. So that's, I think, a lot of where adoption will reach mass adoption, which improvements in that.
And I think to speak to that point, the Reserve app is being used a ton in Venezuela right now, but is it the app or the cryptocurrency that is actually enabling? Well, the cryptocurrency is what's being transferred via the app, but the app actually feels a little bit more like Venmo. It's got great traction, but is it the crypto or is it the user experience? One other, and that brings me to, I think, a massive opportunity here is in creating the decentralized rails, especially as computation becomes easier. It becomes easier to build on decentralized platforms, to be able to have that user experience become more and more seamless with the blockchain. An example is with Nilian, the company that myself and Slava are looking to build, are building. We are looking at enabling biometric authentication. So imagine instead of typing your private key, you show your face, it enables it against a decentralized network, so no one controls your identity. In fact, you don't have to go through Coinbase or Binance. You literally are authenticating against something like Ethereum, and then you get access to your funds. That's a small step, but one where it shows that, hey, this decentralized universe can start pushing towards what user experience, making it simpler. So you look at your phone, it tells you who you are against a decentralized network, and then gives you access to your crypto. There are other problems to be solved, such as what Josh said. How do I make sure I don't have fat fingers and type in the wrong address? Companies like ENS are trying to solve that, right? There are messaging platforms where you can try and message the person who you accidentally sent funds to, etc. But my point is that there are a lot of opportunities within this market for someone who creates something and everyone goes, wow, this is really, really usable.
Yeah, definitely. I think, another way to almost get people into it, I've seen a few of my friends, the way that they end up getting involved in crypto is through, those apps where you can get cash back in crypto, that kind of thing. They didn't really think much of it. And then they saw, oh, my £3 cash back's now worth £25. Oh, maybe there's actually something here. I think it's all well and good saying to someone, oh, if you had bought Bitcoin in 2012, it would have been worth this much now. That obviously sounds great in theory, but barely anyone bought crypto. I mean, not maybe some people, but barely anyone did in 2012, right? And by people actually just seeing that every day they can spend money and they can earn maybe just £1, £2 cash back, whatever, in Bitcoin or in whatever, and the fact that that can appreciate and that has a high chance to appreciate, that's enough to get a lot of people kind of hooked on it. And that type of thing, especially for younger people, I think, can really start to make you curious about this. And that's where you're going to see a lot of that development come from, just from something as simple as that, I think.
Amazing, amazing. I think, well, what we just discussed here, ultimately there is a huge barrier when it comes to the UX at the moment, the user experience for everybody in this space. If you're using crypto every single day, if you've been in the space for a long time, you know how to copy and paste the deposit address and use a two-factor authentication, all that sort of stuff. But again, to say that to a lot of people who are very new to this and potentially maybe using a lot of money or transferring a sizable amount, it can get quite, I don't know, it can get quite stressful in a sense. So it's definitely a UX issue. And I think because I think we're just a bit pressed for time. So I do want to ask this question as well. I'm going to make sure that this is answered here. Is when we think about the cryptocurrency endgame, sort of as a holistic example, are you more or less optimistic or pessimistic about where we're headed?
I mean, I'm very optimistic. I think we just have to keep in mind that we're literally a decade in. Like Slava was saying, that this is a new industry. It's literally still at its inception point, and we just move really fast. And the things that we're doing, the innovation that we're seeing in this space, it's a new financial system, right? So there are going to be points that we haven't figured out because we're moving so quickly. But it's a great thing to know. Like, just the general pace of adoption with the pace of innovation, I think is really, really cool, because clearly young people get it. So it's only going to get better over time as those people grow up and get older, and those generations are far more tech savvy. I'm not sort of knocking the older generations here, but I think the trend broadly is really, really positive, and I'm very optimistic about how it's going to unfold for the future.
Yeah, I'm massively optimistic. In the late 90s, everybody was hyping the internet, and then the bubble popped big time. And then everybody said, oh, I guess we're just going to go back to stores. And if you fast forward 20 years, a lot of stores are out of business and a lot of online retailers are crushing it. So it's really, but there was a lot of volatility along the way. So it's really around your time horizon. There's like a simple phrase, which is don't try to time the market, just have time in the market. So if what you're trying to do is figure out how to make money for like next week or next month, like, let me know the answer. But if you want to figure out how to be part of the future and where it's headed and potentially make a lot of money, just hold and talk in decades, not in weeks. And I'm quite optimistic in that time horizon, but a lot of volatility along the way.
Yeah, I think a lot of people don't want to compare crypto to stocks and traditional financial markets, but it's very much the same tactic when it comes to investing in funds or whatever. Dollar cost averaging over X amount of time, statistically has returned X amount over the last however long, for example, right? That's why when you go to most financial advisors, they'll say, oh, just dollar cost averaging every month or every week into the S&P 500 or whatever. You do that for 20 years and then you'll be a millionaire by retirement, whatever. I treat crypto very much the same way. I'm just dollar cost averaging in whenever I can, and I don't like to just go straight in, all in on one thing, because it is a risky space. And yes, you can make money quickly, but I think anyone that approaches an industry to make money quickly, they're probably in the wrong place. Like you said at the beginning, you can make it very fast, you can lose it very fast. And I've been in that position. I know a lot of people that have been in that position, and I just think it's sensible to take it one step at a time. And to your question, what sticks out to me was what was said in the last panel, which is it's a marathon, not a sprint. We're not here to, well, at least I'm not here to build the space in a year and leave, right? I'm here for the long term. I'm here to make money in the long term and to further the industry, hopefully. So that's kind of how I see it. I'm very optimistic, but not necessarily for the next week or 2 weeks, but for the long term.
So there's no meme coin that you'd suggest buying?
No.
Yeah, I'm obviously, look, I built several companies in this space. I'm hugely optimistic. But I mean, look, I've been through this before, right? Like, you know, I thought crypto had fallen off a cliff in 2013 when Bitcoin went from 1,000 to like 100. That was like a 85% drawdown. 2017, 18, 85% drawdown. Most recently, 85% drawdown. Like, these things happen within crypto, so they don't. You know, it doesn't feel great. But the people who build and the people who make good decisions in the bear are the ones that reap. So you know, you build now and you reap later, and that's why I'm still positive. Look, you know, this technology is here to stay, and the innovation will continue, whether it's here in Asia or, you know, the United States. And I'm just very bullish that someone will find, you know, the next wave, or the next wave will come based on innovation, and the market's just coming back.
Yeah, definitely. I think a lot of exciting points, and this is certainly a really exciting space to be a part of. So, you know, whatever will happen in the next 1, 2, or even 10 years, a lot's going to change, and this is only just the start. So,
What do you think, Tom?
I think, yeah, I'm more optimistic than I'm pessimist in this space, and I'd also rather sort of take a whole view of, I'd rather be an optimist than wrong than a pessimist than right, because, you know, like I say, everything's going to go down. But you have to look at the fundamentals, and the fundamentals don't lie, the technicals don't lie. You know, this space is here to stay, it is here to grow, and that's something I'm definitely optimistic about. I think that's, is that time? Yeah, that's time. Thank you very much for everyone on the panel today. Really good points made, and thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, guys. That was an amazing panel discussion. For anyone who wants to ask the speakers questions, please head over to the Edinburgh Suite, which is up the stairs, central. Next up, we have a very important panel discussion, given everything that's happening in the space right now. It's the Regulation and Compliance panel. So moderating, we have Natasha Gonseth, who is the co-founder and CEO of NMJ Prime. Panelists, we have Tara Anninson, Head of Technical Crypto Advisory at Elliptic. We have Robbie Nakamari, Managing Associate at Simmons & Simmons. Samir Safar Ali, White Collar Crime and Investigations Counsel. And then we also have, no, that's everyone, sorry. Okay, welcome them to the stage. Thank you.
Quite far apart, but I think it's because of the microphone. If you want to sit here.
Okay, everyone, if you'd like to take a seat for the Regulation and Compliance panel, apologies as well. We also have Lindsay Dennis-Cohen, who is General Counsel at Million. So please take a seat. This is a very important discussion, and I hope you enjoy.
Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here and to moderate this panel with these amazing speakers. I hope you're having a great time so far. I've been listening to all these panels, and it's just really, insightful to, hear about the latest in crypto. And so today we're going to talk about, just discussing and taking stocks of what's happening, in regulation and compliance. So I'd like to welcome you to my amazing panelists. Could you please introduce yourself?
Hello, everyone. Hi, I'm Robbie Nakarmi. I'm a senior investments lawyer at Simmons & Simmons. Prior to that, I spent a couple of years working with Binance, and I've been in the crypto industry about 5-6 years now, and it's a great sight to see everyone out here on the weekend. Thanks for coming.
Hi, everyone. I am a financial regulatory lawyer at the law firm Baker McKenzie. I'm based in Dubai, where I cover the entire Middle East, advising big tech, financial institutions, startups, and governments. So I cover it from a regulatory perspective and an investigations perspective, both covering financial crime as well.
Hi everyone, I'm Tara Anderson. I'm our head of technical crypto advisory at Elliptic. We're a crypto compliance firm. We basically stop the bad guys using crypto. So making sure that terrorists, North Korea, scammers, anyone trying to steal your crypto off you can't off-ramp onto exchanges or use crypto for their illicit purposes. I've been in the industry now about 8 years, so I'm just surprised my hair isn't gray.
Wow. Hi, I'm Lindsay Dennis Cohen. I'm the general counsel of Nillion. We're a Web3 infrastructure platform. And previously I was the associate general counsel at Coinbase, overseeing retail products, specifically ones involving yields. I've been in the space for about 5 years, and I'm so excited to see everyone here.
Great, thank you so much, everyone. Yeah, just quick intro myself. So my name is Natasha. I'm a compliance professional with a decade of experience in the banking industry and moved to crypto in 2019, where I headed the compliance function at BCB Group. And now a few months ago, I set up our own business with doing crypto trading, OTC, and so on. All right, so let's dive into it. So, like even as a compliance professional, looking up like what's happening in compliance and regulation, let's take a step back and also try to understand what is regulation about, what does it actually mean for us, consumers, can someone tell a bit more about, what is regulation?
So I think it's worth kind of clearing up some misconceptions. Like in the industry a lot, when people talk about regulation, you just hear a boo, right? Regulation is bad, it's against decentralization, the ethos of the crypto community at large. But not all regulation is bad. There is bad regulation, but there's also regulation out there to try and protect people, whether that's investors, whether it's businesses. If you think about crypto businesses today, there's actually a lot of regulation that they have to apply. So anything from anti-money laundering, making sure people aren't bringing illicit funds into their platforms and trying to get it out. There's regulation that says you can't deal with sanctioned individuals to try and stop bad actors getting into the space. There's also regulation about paying taxes, making sure that you've got payroll in place. So actually, crypto is a really quite heavily regulated environment in many respects across the world. And it's really to try and protect. Now, I'm sure we've got views in the room, whether the regulation coming in is good, bad, anything in between. But the goal of regulation should always be to try and protect investors and businesses. I think we're going to talk quite a lot today about whether that goal is achieved, how it can be better achieved, but that's what regulation should be about.
So I think especially for non-lawyers and even for lawyers, I think when we think about law and regulation, it's kind of beneficial to think why we have these things in place. And I think it boils down to a social contract, social utility. For example, we have freedom of speech. You're given that freedom of speech, but there are, it's on the proviso that you don't propagate hate speech, to take away people's rights and people's dignity. When we're talking about regulation, I mean, financial regulation or market regulation is nothing new. One of the things I love to do is read about history, and medieval market regulation is a very interesting thing to consider in terms of people coming, investing money into growing whatever or doing whatever sort of enterprise or business, bringing it to a centralized place, and can we just let anything go? So you start having market regulation come in when they say, okay, well, you can sell when everyone has a fair chance in the marketplace. don't stop people coming before they reach the marketplace, because then you just kind of, will have a monopoly on the goods or monopoly on the price. So whenever I look at regulation, you have to look at it as a social contract, a utility, in terms of we're talking about financial regulation, we're talking about crypto here. You take people's money, or you're allowed to utilize people's money, but that comes with some considerations. It's not a sort of free-for-all. And even intellectual property. You're allowed to have a patent so that you have investment protection over your R&D, but that comes with the social contract of disclosing how your technology for the benefit of society. So a lot of these things have a give and take. When it comes to regulation, there's a consumer protection element, there's an innovation, I would argue, an innovation element. So that's how I look at regulation per se.
But considering how regulatory uncertainty damped the industry ability to grow, right? I mean, so let's like for instance now with MiCA, I mean, I think it's been hailed as the crypto regulation that will bring this much needed clarity and where companies can finally come in and innovate and have that transparency, right? So so let's look at MiCA. What do you think, how this landmark regulation will impact the industry?
Yeah, so I think MiCA is a good example of a place where we can say, okay, regulation might be really helpful for us in this space. MiCA is a really watershed regulatory framework. It is going to do a few things. So one is that it will require CASPs, which are crypto asset service providers, to be registered and authorized with relevant EU authorities. Secondly, it will require issuers of digital assets, and there are 3 types that are covered by MiCA, and which do not include CBDCs and securities, because those are deemed to have their own regulatory framework. So issuers of those digital assets are going to be required to put out prospectuses that are similar to ones that we see in traditional finance. So it'll be like a white paper, but less technical than probably you guys are used to. It's going to be more focused on disclosures. What is it? What does the team look like? What's the path to decentralization, if there's one? Some things that a traditional investor would want to see, a list of the risks. And then there's investor rights that are covered in there, and that's furthering the goal of investor protection. So MiCA is intended to bring innovation to Europe. That's really the goal, in order to bring in cash to the EU, and also to provide basically a framework for other countries across the world to follow, so that we can get a little bit closer to global uniformity.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, Lindsay. So do you feel, I mean, Robbie, now, being with Binance, what do you think, MiCA will have an impact on, on exchanges, or just generally the industry? Do you feel it will lead to more adoption, or is it just going to lead more barriers?
Yeah, that's a great question, and thanks a lot to my fellow panelists for their views. I spent a long time at Binance and working very closely with Binance's leadership, and also as part of that, a lot of discussion with different regulators around the world. So the fact that MiCA will come into effect, probably next year, is a wonderful achievement, given the absolute fragmentation that we see globally from a regulatory point of view. And this has a massive impact on you and our audience as retail users, as builders in the space, as investors, because without regulatory clarity, you have no idea whether the project that you build will be deemed as, if you have a token, will be deemed as a security, and you might get sued by investors. You have no idea whether the funds that you have on a centralized exchange could be at risk. So there are a lot of benefits to having some kind of regulatory uniformity, as Lindsay has said. What do I think in terms of adoption? Everyone in crypto talks about where the next billion users are going to come from, right? That's a big focus. A lot of people said, for example, NFTs would be that vehicle. And, Jury's out, remains to be seen how that will happen. For the exchanges as the main sort of touch point or launch pad into crypto for most like no coiners, right? That's the first place they go. They go to a Coinbase, they go to a Binance. Having MiCA come in place in Europe is a huge relief actually, because I don't know if you know what existed prior to MiCA, but basically it was like a patchwork of random overlapping registration regimes. Some countries had like a very light anti-money laundering registration as a virtual asset provider, for example, in Lithuania. And other countries had, some more advanced regimes like France. But for the most part, it didn't matter because even if you had a license from France, you couldn't use that to market to customers in Germany, and you couldn't passport it to anywhere else in the 27 EU countries. The big change I think that MiCA will bring is a passportable European license for crypto. And that is, for me, the biggest thing that will help adoption.
Absolutely. No, I think it's what I've also been seeing is obviously that lack of, unified framework, right? And there was just like wiggle where, companies didn't know how to operate, and then it would also, it will give them one hand, room to grow, but on the other hand, it will leave consumers, with risky practices, right? Let's say, look at, what happened with FTX. There can't be any regulation panel about regulation where we're not talking about FTX.
So I think, and I'm glad you brought it up, I don't want to be the first person to say the F word, but getting regulation out the door, whether it's good or bad regulation, and I think, many people have said MiCA's kind of a B+ in grading. It's given us clarity, which I think we can all agree is fantastic. But getting regulation out the door is one thing. Making sure that it's adhered to is a totally different kettle of fish, right? So if we think of FTX, it was in the Bahamas. They have a pretty robust regulatory framework for crypto there. FTX wasn't a failure of a lack of regulation. The regulation wasn't followed. You had people committing, or allegedly committing, I should say, I'm on a panel of lawyers, allegedly committing fraud. They were commingling funds. They weren't meant to do that, but they did. The regulation said don't do it. So I think with MiCA, what we need to see is that firms are adhering to what the regulation said. We've got methods of showing if they're doing it or not. And at the end of the day, I think one of the biggest problems we have in the industry is you can do a load of dodgy stuff and you largely don't go to jail for it. Like being a scammer, whether you're doing it in crypto or fiat or teddy bears, is illegal. We don't really need a new piece of regulation that says if you steal someone's crypto, that's illegal. If you steal stuff, it's illegal. So we need to make sure that the regulation put in place is actually followed, that people doing the bad stuff actually go to jail and get penalized. And I think that is as important as having regulation itself.
On that specific point, we've got MiCA coming in now in terms of adoption, and we're going to see lots of players either start to adopt MiCA in terms of their regulatory practices, or people going to explore regulatory arbitrage and say, well, going to wait until the last moment until we build up a customer base, and then when we do actually need to be regulated, we'll move to another jurisdiction. So we might find some of that. But I think what's going to be interesting in terms of enforcement action is with the relevant regulators. Because out of the 27 European countries, not all regulators really understand crypto. We have some regimes, Estonia, Malta. MiCA is even based off of the Maltese regime, or early version of it, and Portugal, for example. But there are so many regimes where the regulators never come out with any guidance. So because it is something that regulators are having to learn. How many even within the lawyer community, how many lawyers really understand technology? It took a while for me to do that, but I come from a coding background, but it's very few people actually understand the relevant issues at a regulated level. you know.
Well, I think Mika is trying to overcome some of that by defining several terms which had previously gone undefined. I think that, I mean, the passporting is kind of the sexiest part of it, but I like the definitions. I'm a lawyer. I can't help myself. And I think it's really useful, right? Because we're kind of working, you can look to the US to kind of see the US has been trying to shoehorn this new technology into 100-year-old law. The main advantage that we can see with Mika is that it's really been drafted with an eye towards this new technology. And I think that's going to be really advantageous for everyone here in the room who's building, who's supporting early projects, who are hiring tech folks, where there's something that's more analogous to what their teams are actually doing, and it gives this predictability. So I do hope that some of the definitions will help overcome maybe the education concern that you're expressing.
So on that note, so let's look at the US. I mean, there seems to be like a coordinated effort to get crypto just out of the wide economy, right? Can you elaborate a bit further, you know, Lindsay, like what have you been seeing, what's happening in the US? I mean, obviously, you have to mention Gensler. I mean, he posted on Twitter saying, you know, that you know, crypto should be treated as securities, and, you know, and companies should stop being ambiguous about it. So, yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy to speak to that. I mean, I'm advising a lot of exchanges right now, and you know, think about it this way: the SEC is a civil oversight agency in the United States. It doesn't have a specific crypto law. It is, as you know, Lindsay mentioned, it's trying to apply the 1933 and 1934 Securities Act to technologies that were created nearly 100 years later. I mean, the infamous thing which, you know, people on crypto Twitter love to talk about is like, oh my God, this is going to be like a security under the Howey test. And it's kind of like, well, look into what the Howey test was. It was about investment contracts in orange groves, right? It's almost completely, in a lot of ways, not really applicable. We do have to update this. And that's why Mika was very interesting, because they brought in new definitions like asset reference token, electronic money token. You know, of course, there are a lot of tokens that are not covered by Mika in its current form. But if you look at what's happening in the US, you basically have a battle happening between the CFTC, the SEC for influence over the crypto industry, and then, you know, they shouldn't be political, but it has become political. You have the Treasury Department, you have the DOJ, you have OFAC, you have FinCEN, you have also the state regulators that look after money transmitter licenses, which is how Coinbase and others, you know, have been operating in the US with the full approval of the SEC. When Coinbase filed for its S1 and went public in 2021, you know, this was done after more than 2 years of negotiations with SEC's own lawyers. So we have basically the equivalent of like a regulatory rug pull going on, and it's not really fair to the market participants. And I think that the United States, especially, has always been a center for innovation, and it has been so in crypto thus far. A lot of great founders, a lot of great products have come from the US. We may have some of them in the room here today, and I really do hope that the United States will be able to sort of resolve this situation, because right now they're suing Binance, they're suing Coinbase in like 2 or 3 different lawsuits for different stuff. They already sued Kraken. They're now suing KuCoin. They were suing BlockFi and Voyager, and the list goes on. It's just, at some point, you have to think about regulation by enforcement doesn't work. It impedes innovation. It destroys jobs. It drives value creation offshore. And, you know, maybe for the sort of 78, 80-year-old politicians in the US, they don't care. But for the people here in this room, without a vibrant US Web3 economy, it will hobble Web3 innovation and adoption elsewhere in the world.
I'll also add that Coinbase was a state money transmitter in all 50 states. Well, not including New York, which has its own thing going on. And that really didn't count for much, right? Just as a clarification point, under state rules, Coinbase was required to hold customer funds 1-to-1 against deposits, right? So they were holding reserves and proving it on a monthly basis under under the state law. So it's very interesting when we hear things like the Wild West, they weren't abiding by regulations. This is really more a result of the patchwork framework that we see in the US, where there's federal law, CFTC, SEC, battles for control, then FinCEN and BSA requirements on the state level. So I think the best thing that we can hope from this is that MiCA is really well adopted and kind of seamlessly done, and that we all kind of do our best over here to adhere to MiCA requirements and show that we're not a group of bad actors, right? Like, we just want some rules and regulations that are applicable to the new technology that we're creating and that have a real foundation and understanding of the businesses that we're trying to build.
One thing I think is worth noting as well about MiCA is it has a review period in a year's time. That is amazing. A review period built in to say, is this working? What new kind of technologies are coming in place we need to think about? Like, the Howey test hasn't had a review period for how long? Like, I think this is really good that that's been built in, because this is a super fast moving industry and we will need regulation that keeps up with it.
Thank you so much. No, absolutely agree with you. I think it's going to be interesting to see how this is going to evolve over time. And so now also let's move away from the US and look into like the crypto friendly jurisdictions, right? I mean, I'm looking at Middle East, and also certain jurisdictions in Europe, like Lithuania, Malta, Switzerland, having these like crypto friendly frameworks. I mean, what do you think? What are they doing differently?
So I'm originally from the UK, but I've been based in Dubai for 10 years. And what we see in the Middle East is something which is very different than what we're seeing here, or even in the States. There is a top-down and a bottom-up approach to whatever it is that the leadership decide to focus on: AI, metaverse, and virtual assets. So at a federal level and at an emirate level, there's actually a blockchain strategy, an AI strategy, a metaverse strategy, and with that comes incubator programs for all of the different sub-verticals, and then even verticals for women in Web3 and all this different areas of strategic interest that they want to develop in the Middle East. The UAE has in Dubai, we have the world's first virtual assets regulatory authority dedicated to VASPs. It was established last year, and the regulations came out in February. And we have so the UAE is a bit of a complex regime. How can I explain it? So the UAE is a federation of 7 emirates. You've all heard of Dubai and Abu Dhabi, and there's a few others. And there are 2 federal regulators, the central bank, so that's your payment services providers regulator, and an SEC or an FCA equivalent. It's called the SCA, Security and Commodities Authority. So we got that. And then what they did in 2004, within Dubai, they also established something called the DIFC, Dubai International Financial Center. And that is a common, even though the whole of UAE is Arabic speaking, Arabic language courts and law, within the DIFC, it's English and it's common law based as opposed to civil law based. It has its own court that has ex-British, Singaporean, Hong Kong, New Zealand, Australian judges. It has its own regulator, which follows the EU and other tier 1 jurisdictions and a healthy mix of locals and expats. And then in Abu Dhabi, there's something called the ADGM, Abu Dhabi Global Market, and it's the same kind of thing in terms of having a common law, English common law jurisdiction in the Middle East, and that's where all the financial institutions are, a lot of the international players, and it actually creates for a very rich regime. I mean, the ADGM are the first to come out with Web3 regulations. They even got a DAO Foundation consultation paper that just closed. So the Middle East is actually, and then Bahrain as well, they were one of the second to come out with regulation. We're seeing a lot of influx from all of this stuff. You know, I on a daily basis, I'm talking to Toronto, to Palo Alto, to New York, to Singapore, to other digital nomad jurisdictions like Bangkok, you know, all looking to see how can we find a regulatory framework that then we can have proper bank accounts, global connectivity to give trust to the market.
Yeah, I'll definitely add to that. I know Samir from Dubai as well, and he's spoken a lot about the Middle East, and so maybe I'll talk about some other markets that might be of interest for our audience as well, apart from Dubai, of course, which is a super, you know, hot, trendy, buzzy place right now. I mean, both Samir and I have been there for a long time. I've been there for 8 years. Samir made a good point about top down. So the UAE, where Dubai is, as a government, has decided that, okay, listen, if we want to compete with New York and London as a financial center, we're going to lose, right? The depth of capital, the liquidity, talent is already there, and it's probably not going to move, or at least not in great amounts. But they know that in Web3 and third generation internet, well, the crown is up for grabs. It's an extremely talented, mobile pool of people that can go anywhere they want. And I think that they understood that very well. And so creating like a sensible regulatory framework where the private sector partners with the government to develop rules together that keep people safe, but also enable innovation. And I think it's a great approach. And now in other markets like Hong Kong, Singapore, for example, I mean, for a long time, well, 1 year is a long time in crypto, but for about 1 year, Singapore and Hong Kong were seen as pretty unfriendly to crypto. And then all of a sudden, you know, Singapore, for example, the government invested in FTX, lost around $500 million. So obviously, you know, they were very unhappy with that situation. And in Hong Kong, I mean, crypto is banned in China, right? And so I think that why it's extremely interesting to see jurisdictions like Hong Kong turn around now and start to enable Web3 players to come in. They're also seeing it as an asymmetric bet. China, for example, it's still illegal to work with crypto in China, but they own Hong Kong, right? And they are seeing Hong Kong as an experiment. Maybe we could allow innovation in Hong Kong. We could prevent any systemic risks from coming into our financial system by keeping it in Hong Kong. And we'll reap the benefits of having large amounts of capital, talented people move to Hong Kong. And I think for Singapore as well, Singapore has always been focused on being a fintech hub, not only in Asia, but for the world. A lot of great fintech companies have come from there. Going to Web3 is like a natural step for them, even though that they made the mistake with FTX. I think even a lot of us in the same room made the same mistake, right? They're continuing to build that. I think one thing that is very clear as well, they're seeing it as an asymmetric bet, because they know that the United States is pushing out crypto innovation. So they're certainly thinking as well, and that goes for the UAE, we might be able to attract some of these people that are leaving the US. And that's why we're at a very important point. The crypto industry is actually spreading out. It was very focused in certain places. And I think that's a good thing overall.
Absolutely. No, I think I was really happy to hear, you know, how Hong Kong is getting cozy with crypto and, you know, in this 180 degrees from, you know, banning to, okay, they're open to it, right? Because I do think regulators and lawmakers, they have to be open, they have to be flexible, right? So in the last final minutes, I just would like to
Can I just make one quick, you mentioned earlier on about, for example, where will the next 1 billion, you know, come to the crypto from? You know, Africa, Asia, Latin America. I mean, I think we are no longer, if we're talking about traditional finance and the big centers of New York, London, and other places, you know, we have seen in the last 70, 80 years a big shift to quote unquote emerging, or what used to be called developing, or I hate that term,
emerging markets.
but and it's a role for places like the UAE to show, to be able to be a good example for many other emerging markets, to say, hey, through innovation and top down and bottom up, because you then get, you create a lovely place to live, so you get VC friendly framework, etc. And you get a good investor community that you can say, look, there are ways to leapfrog. I mean, Kenya is a great example of how they just leapfrogged into M-Pesa, and everyone's got a, not even a smartphone and can make digital payments. So
absolutely. So circling back to getting your final thoughts of, as industry participants, right? We're all here in this crypto industry. So what are your predictions? What would you like to see, in regulation for the next few months, years? I mean, as you said, a year in crypto is a lifetime, right?
So I think a big one for me, and we touched on it before, is educating the regulators so that they are knowledgeable about what they're regulating. And I think that goes for kind of all industries, not crypto. You can only regulate something well if you understand what it is, how people are using it. If you think of the crime element, where the crime actually is. So I think that would be one thing I really want to see, is the regulators taking the opportunity to engage with market participants, to look out at what's happening in the space. You see these news headings all the time about crypto is awash with criminals, it's full of bad actors. Well, okay, maybe maybe there's a secret scammer in the room, but this is a room of people who are passionate about the industry. They're building amazing things. They see the true benefits of crypto. And I think if the regulators spent more time talking to people like this, then they would be less scared of crypto and they'd understand it better. So I want to see a big kind of education push from regulators.
I would like to, see people especially people in the room, your tech folks, your VCs, people you're working with, really galvanize them to participate in this process, not only education, but reaching out to your government elected officials, not just engaging kind of in a hostile interaction on Twitter. I know it's tempting to do so, but really engaging in a way that is showing the demand in this space, showing use cases, real world use cases. The main thing we hear from regulators is it's for fraudsters and hucksters, and taking those real world use cases, bringing them to the regulators, and really just presenting them in a way that's not via Twitter, that's not hostile, that's like, hey, we're here, we're building these things, we're not going anywhere. This is why it's important, and please take note.
For my final thought, by show of hands, who here is from a startup? Okay, and who here is from a VC background? Interesting. Well, what I would love to see in this space is if you are a startup, start thinking about good governance and good compliance for a number of different issues: trust, liability, and liability in terms of direct liability vis-a-vis civil and criminal sanctions, as well as potential lawsuits from investors. And even if you don't fall under a regulatory framework, think like a regulated company. Related party transactions and good governance. I'm a firm believer in how you do things one way might be an indicator about how you do things other ways as well. And if you are an investor, angel or VC or PE or AM or whatever, to play that stakeholder activist role, to require or to say, what are you doing for regulation? The amount of crib sheets I see from VC funds, I'm like, there's not even a single legal question there. So then we're going to get an FTX or something, and then we're going to have complaints about, this happened and, untoward, and then it just taints the industry. So I think if we can all be good, quote unquote, digital citizens in this space, I think would be very helpful. And of course, to liaise with governments on policy work. So
a good starting point, right?
Yeah, I'm the co-chair of the MENA FinTech Association. in the Middle East, and the co-chair of its regulatory and policy committee. And that is exactly what we do. We meet with regulators to put it all together and say...
And bring in your opinions, right? And that's how they then understand what are the issues, what are the concerns, right? And how to address it.
Thanks everyone for your time today. I guess I'm the last one to speak, so I'll say I went to a lot of conferences like this in 2018, 2019, and there was one conference I went to where there were more speakers than people in the room. So the fact that we see this many people, we have an absolute full house on a day when altcoins are bleeding like 25% from yesterday, shows to me that we really are here to stay. I think that the use cases are being built every day. Adoption is being built every day. What I'd love to see is, of course, like Lindsay mentioned, like advocacy from you guys to your community, to your friends. If you're obviously interested in crypto, maybe you're just a user, you could be a builder or an investor, continue to advocate for our industry. I mean, we're really, really small. Like crypto has an entire market cap of 1 trillion. You have more than $1 trillion traded every day just in gold bullion between central banks, right? We are very, very small. We have a lot of enemies. So we really have to work together. And certainly I've seen that, like there's a lot of blue ocean for you if you want to get more involved in Web3, to get more involved in crypto, even from a regulatory side, as Samir has said, start thinking about, hey, I want to build a crypto business. Think about the fact that you might have to get a license one day. It'll save you a lot of time later. I wish you guys all the best, and yeah, let's talk out there.
Yeah, I couldn't have said it better. Thank you so much to these amazing panelists. Great shout out, everyone. Thank you so much. I mean, I couldn't agree more with, all your opinions and thoughts about it. And I mean, I just, as a participant, I just wish more clarity, more education, and we're here, we have to do this together, right? If you want to, make an effort together to find this common goal, right? Great. Thank you so much.
Wow, amazing. What a great panel. So next we have top crypto countries, and moderating will be Guy, co-founder and host of Coin Bureau. We also have Michael Rosmer, who's founder and channel host of Offshore Citizen, Rob Wolf, founder and channel host of Digital Asset News, and Jose Neef, head of BCB Labs and founder of 503 Escrow SA, DCV in El Salvador. So welcome them on stage and take a seat if you are staying with us. Thank you.
Alrighty. So let me just make sure. Yeah, you guys are going to do most of the These one blocks.
This here as well.
Thank you. Thank you, Cami. That's great. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I came from Brazil. Is there a chance that I can have 5 minutes later?
Yeah, of course, man. I'll see you sort of over by the side there when we're done.
Hey.
Yeah, I'm done here. Yeah, over the moment. Thank you.
People are having a hard time hearing, so make sure you speak up.
Yes.
Maybe I
Right. Yes, yes.
Let me get you some here.
Do. That is hard. That's hard to hear.
I was just wondering, hello?
Okay, everyone, please take a seat for our next panel discussion, top crypto countries. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Oh, it does work. Hooray.
Hey.
Things are looking up. Fantastic. How are we all doing? Good. No bear market vibes in here. Yeah, screw you, Gary. Okay, top crypto countries. Now, this is a subject close to my heart. I obviously left the UK in summer last year for the sunny, sandy shores of Dubai, where the temperature is regularly double what it is here. So we're going to talk today, we're going to talk in this panel discussion a little bit about some of the top crypto countries out there and why, in fact, it might be a good idea to relocate. So before we do that, before I introduce my very esteemed guests here, can I just take a quick straw poll? How many of you out there currently live and work abroad, as it were? Interesting. Okay. And how many of you are thinking about it? Okay. I thought everyone was going to put their hands up there for a moment. Okay. So I think this discussion will be really useful because these guys have some incredible experience of doing just that, and obviously we're going to frame it as it relates to crypto as well, because as we've seen, certain countries out there aren't all that friendly to our beloved crypto industry. Let me just move around a bit so as you guys over there can see me. So let me introduce the panelists. First up, to my left, the peerless Mr. Rob Wolf from Digital Asset News. Please give him a great big hand.
Thank you, thank you.
We were going to try and do NFA Live, but unfortunately Ben couldn't make it. Anyhow, instead, we've got Michael Rosmer, host and founder of Offshore Citizen.
Thank you very much. Very glad to see Bitcoin dominance is up.
Taking on the Ben Cowan role there. And last but not least, we have Jose Knife. He is head of BCB Labs. And Jose, you're an entrepreneur, a man of the world, a citizen of everywhere and nowhere. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where you live, but you seem to be everywhere. You're where crypto is. Okay, so yes, Jose. Sorry. Okay, so Rob, starting with you, can you just, for anyone unfamiliar, which doesn't seem to be many people, can you just tell us a little bit about your current situation, where you hang your hat at the moment, and why?
Yeah, I think, oh, this does work, okay. Yep, first of all, thank you for the intro, I appreciate it. Welcome everybody, thanks for showing up. So the whole theme of what we're talking about today is countries. The best countries to live crypto and digital assets. And when Guy told me what it was, I said, yeah, this is fantastic. I'll be the only American up there, and we'll talk about probably the worst country that you can possibly live in as far as with crypto and digital, because of what Gary Gensler is doing with the SEC, I am probably the worst person to talk about these countries, but here we are. And I will say this, I don't know how many people, just a show of hands, any Americans out there? Sorry. Sorry, and sorry. So for Americans, we have limited options, and we'll talk about just what I did as far as moving to Puerto Rico and the tax benefits, not just for capital gains, but for corporation taxes and things like that. And there's different things that you can do. So again, Guy, thanks so much for the invites, and we'll talk about that in a little bit.
Rob, it's always good to have you talking about anything. Michael, can you tell us a little, because you have made being an expat living and working abroad, you do it professionally, as it were.
This is true.
So can you tell us a bit about yourself, where you are now and how you came to be there?
Sure. Okay, so I'm originally from Canada. Is there anybody from Canada here? Not so much. A couple. Okay, great. So I'm originally from Canada. I have lived in Costa Rica. I have lived in the US. I have lived in Serbia. I've lived in Bulgaria, a little bit in Southeast Asia, and now I live mostly in Dubai. But I think there's no perfect place. There maybe is a perfect set of places. And so I spread my time out about 7 months in Dubai and then the rest of the year, Europe and North America.
Okay, and Jose, tell us a bit about yourself and where you are.
As you can hear from my accent, I'm Mexican. I have lived in the USA, in Brazil, Argentina, the UAE. Now I live here in the UK.
Okay. All right.
Sorry,
So,
one question. Any Mexican?
yes, sorry, any Mexicans?
No, okay.
Yeah.
One, two,
Over there.
three.
And my wife somewhere? Yes, she is Mexican.
They outnumber the Canadians. Okay. So, I think, first of all, something that I've noticed, and Michael, I want to ask you about this because I know this is something that you've talked about in videos before. We seem to be at a stage now, given everything that's going on in the world, more and more people seem to be on the move. And the idea of relocating, of living and working somewhere else seems to be getting more and more traction. Now, there are a whole load of reasons for that. But I thought, so is this something that you've noticed as well? And where do you think it comes from?
Yeah, so I am a strong believer that fundamentally the world is changing, really brought about by digitization. That's the main enabler, right? And you can kind of think about it from the standpoint of why do you live where you live? Probably because you were born there, or that's where you went to work, or that's where you went to university. These are usually the drivers for where people live. And we live in a world today where we're separating where you make your money from where you live. And you can just kind of imagine in that scenario, the kind of statement that I'll give to clients very often is I'll say, well, imagine you were an alien who came to the Earth. You have no connections anywhere else. You could look at the whole planet. Where would you choose to live? That's probably where you should go. You should probably aim to get there. And people didn't really have that opportunity for a very long time, but now they do. And so I view it as being kind of at the beginning of what I call the Great Migration. I think that over time, people tend to go where the quality of life is better and the costs are better. Obviously, we're in London. The cost of living has risen a lot, particularly with property prices. And so we'll see people who will move based on that. You'll see people who probably want to go places where there's better weather. We'll see probably people go to places that are safer, probably places that are more convenient. There's less taxes, etc. And I think this is kind of an overwhelming force that will play out over the next while. I have certainly seen more and more people. The business that I'm in, we started in, 2013 or something. And at the time, we were mostly helping people with tax planning, not thinking about relocation. And now people are thinking relocation first, which is, to me, a major trend.
And do you think, is that something that's accelerated much in the last few years? Obviously, I think one thing that really stands out to me about Dubai, a lot of people talk about, is how during the pandemic restrictions there were a lot less tight, and that seemed to that resonated with a lot of people. Do you think, has it become more pronounced since the pandemic?
I think the pandemic definitely accelerated. So let's get some statistics, for example. In 2019, The Economist said that by 2035, there would be 1 billion location-independent workers. Then the pandemic came, and it probably accelerated that by a few years. And then people started to see things that they disliked. Obviously, there was lots of concerns about stuff that happened during the pandemic and kind of maybe woke people up to certain environments they don't like. And then people they know start to relocate. And so, yeah, I think it is. I think that we kind of, as with many things, we had kind of a acceleration during the pandemic, and so the rate of change has dropped from then. But I think that it is a long-term shift that is probably going to play out over 100 years.
Wow. Okay, so this is the future. This is how people are going to live.
Yeah, I don't know that I would necessarily say they're going to live nomadically, and I would separate that out, because what you find if you try to travel all the time is your quality of life actually is not that great.
Yeah.
But I think that people will just move to where they have lower costs and higher quality of life. And that will be bit by bit, because, people have apprehensions about family, they have apprehensions about their friends and all that they've established, et cetera. That's difficult to move away from and reestablish somewhere else. but I think just increasingly that will be a trend.
So picking up on that point, Rob, we're talking about this idea of having family, all these things that you have to consider. Let's put ourselves in the shoes of some of the people here today who put their hands up and said that they were thinking of relocating, something they're considering. What should they bear in mind? What do they need to be aware of before, regardless of where they're going to go? What do they need to think about?
So let me just, the thing about this is, it sounds great, doesn't it? Like we talk about relocate and go to another place and it's beautiful over here and everything else. And it sounds fantastic until you start to really put the nuts and bolts to it and say, well, how much do I need? How much do I actually need to afford to actually do that? And then it comes down to, what about family? What if you have young kids? What if you have sick parents? What if you have a job that doesn't allow you to do those things? And then here's another big thing. I don't know if you guys have checked your portfolios today, but if you have, it might be down a little bit. And I will tell you, just in my personal experience, in 2021, everybody moved to Puerto Rico because they thought that the market would go up forever. And of course, it sounded pretty good. Look, John McAfee told me in 2017, Bitcoin go to $1 million, and he wouldn't lie to me. So here we are in 2021, and everybody moves to Puerto Rico. You know what happened in 2022? The most amount of revocations of Act 60, which is the act which allows you to have minimal taxes, corporate taxes and capital gains taxes, that Act 60, the most amount of people revoked that in 2022. So as you guys start to think about this, it sounds good, but put the pen to the paper and think about how much it's going to take and the family life and the quality of living and where you want to go. I think that is part of the bigger thing. And then the last thing I will say is this. Having said all that, I made a mistake and moved in 2021. It is the time to start thinking about that now when the market is what it is. I know it seems awful. I know it seems terrible. But I can tell you right now, there's going to be a gentleman coming up to talk to you named Simon Dixon. And he bought Bitcoin in 2011 at $3. And he's invested in very small companies like Coinbase and Ethereum ICOs and Kraken and little small companies out there. Ask him about how he thinks things are going and how he's planned over the years. So right now is a time to start planning as opposed to waiting until it's too late like I did.
Do what he says, folks. Listen to Rob. Jose, yeah, picking up on that, do you think that's something people do a lot of? People tend to think this idea of relocating is actually a lot easier and smoother than it is in reality?
Absolutely. I will add another two things that are very important: language and cultural fit, maybe even religious fit. This is something very interesting. I moved to Dubai in 2004 when things started to happen. English was well spoken over there, but religion and cultural fit was not as it is now. Also feeling part of something that is happening is super encouraging. It's very good. I think people forget about few things and go just for the headlines or for maybe taxes in sometimes, and they forget quality of health services, schools, the inflation rates. Maybe right now Argentina will be fantastic to move for cost-wise and quality of life, but I don't know if in a few years, if the inflation pace is still like now, it's going to be a very expensive place. So it's something that is not static, it moves all the time.
So before we kind of move on to this idea, because obviously this is, we're here for crypto, so we want to talk about some of the countries that are most favorable for crypto, which is becoming kind of a theme of this conference, I think. But before we do that, I just want to hear from you guys, like, what are your, if you were starting again, and Michael, I want to start with you here. If you were going to relocate again, what would you do differently? Or put another way, what did you feel your biggest mistakes were when you were starting out?
So that's a great question. I think that the most challenging thing is to recognize that relationships are super, super important, and that takes effort to put in. So, you think about, you probably have a friend group where you grew up. Why? Well, because you went to school with those people, because you went to work with those people, because all these things. And if you don't put effort into actively cultivating that in a new place, it can be very socially isolating. And social isolation sucks, right? Like if you think about during COVID, tons of people committed suicide with lockdowns and stuff. That's a terrible situation. You don't want to be in a situation where you're socially isolated. So that is an overcomable problem, but I think you need to be very active and concerted in your process of saying, I'm going to someplace new, I'm gonna build a friend group, I'm gonna build relationships. And that will, A, make you, like, they'll have connections and they'll have different things they know and different shortcuts and ways to kind of get acclimatized. And when you don't know, hey, what's a good doctor to find? What's, something like that? They will know somebody because they've been there as well. And you kind of get this mastermind effect, which is really good. But also, it's just nice to laugh and have a good time with people. And so, yeah, it really takes putting a bunch of effort into that. And that's kind of the most important thing I believe that people should put a lot of effort into and I would pay attention to.
Yeah, take note. And on that note, I remember it was an odd thing when my wife Katie and I moved to Dubai last year. We sort of, we found ourselves having to make friends, and that's something I haven't had to kind of actively do for years. And you realize that there's quite a, there's a process to it, and it's sort of, you can't just say, like I'm so prone to do, it's like, oh yeah, we'll get together in a couple of weeks' time. It's like you've actually got to do it. And you've kind of got to step outside yourself a little bit, I feel. But I mean, Rob, is that something that you found? You're such a naturally sociable guy. Was that something that you had to do in Puerto Rico?
I'm just naturally sociable here. I'm not really that sociable. But no, like, when you move to, and this is another thing to talk about, like the place that you're going to move to, you have to understand, well, what's the culture like, the religious part of that, and then of course the language. If you don't speak the language, it's gonna be very difficult. So it's really imperative that you find that social group that you can. In Puerto Rico, there is it's a WhatsApp group, and you can find any kind of thing that you want to get into, whether it be nootropics or exercise or sports or gambling or, well, that'd be crypto. So like all those things you really get into. And then the bigger thing though is that the place that you're going to move to, there's probably a good chance that where you're moving to may be a cost benefit to you. So maybe there's a lot more crypto people. Those are the ones that reach out to. I've made more friendships and more connections because of the crypto and digital asset group on the island as opposed to anybody else. And what's great about those, it really doesn't, it comes down to not what you know, it's who you know. And those people have been unbelievably important to me. So those are the things I could always say is look for those people.
And Jose, it's hard to imagine you as a kind of fish out of water anyway. You seem to just kind of adapt to wherever you are. But is that something that you've struggled with at all when you've moved, kind of this idea of fitting in, getting to know people? Has that ever been tough?
Yeah, I think that is the most important thing. When people tell me or ask me, where are you from or where is home? Sometimes I say Dubai, not the UK, where we have more things here. We have an apartment here with more things than in Dubai. But friends, precisely, this is the most important thing. And the first question was mistakes. What are the mistakes? I think I have made many mistakes and I have moved from many countries to many countries, but being active, generating new friends, is the glue that keeps you somewhere. So I would say the most important thing is attitude and personality. Maybe not everybody can move easily. And if you move, you have to be open. You need really to change your way of thinking or your attitude to be able to make friends quickly, to feel at home anywhere. Maybe that is very, very important. And I will say it's not for everybody, or some people have it easy, some people have it a bit more difficult.
I'll maybe just add one. Hello? Okay. I'll maybe add one quick little sentiment on the, I don't want to say the opposite side of that, but somebody told me years ago, they said, if you have a chance to move somewhere else, always do it because you can always come back. And I think that, we should go through life trying to grow as people. And there is very little that will enrich us as an individual. Forget about money, forget about crypto, forget about any of that. Like going and living in a different culture and experiencing something different and having to make new friends and seeing world perspectives. Like, I look at a lot of people who've never been out of their home country, and I think they're probably not as good voters. They probably don't, have the same ability to appreciate the position that other people are in. And so as much as, yes, there are challenges, and yes, there are things you can mess up, and maybe you won't like it as much, you can always go back, and you will grow as a person going through that. So I think that's a very important consideration as well.
Yeah, and I think when you talk to someone who's lived abroad for a bit, they never seem to, even if they didn't necessarily enjoy it, they never seem to be the poorer for the experience, do they? They always seem to, I mean, I know some people who've lived in various parts of the world, and it's all they can talk about. They love it, even 10, 15 years later. It's like, oh, well, when I was in Argentina, oh, did I ever tell you about this? Yes, yep. So it's, yeah, and take it from me, I mean, I'm the sort of person who is just, I like what's familiar. And it took, you know, it took a big leap for me to make the move. And yeah, it hasn't been easy, but it has been. I have learned an awful lot about myself during that time. Not necessarily all stuff that I wanted to learn, but still. So okay, so let's move it onto crypto a little bit then. Now, as we've discussed in previous panels today, and this is a huge topic across the industry. Yes, the United States is becoming less and less crypto friendly, but the slack is being picked up in other places. Yeah, I'm looking at you, Rob.
Of course you should. Sorry. I feel like I have to apologize for all Americans about what we did to you guys. So I apologize for what Uncle Gary did.
That means a lot, Rob. Thank you. So there are lots of other places picking up the slack. And so let's talk about a few of those. Now, we kind of touched on Dubai a little bit, and I think we'll come back to that shortly. But are there any other places, Jose, I'll start with you. Are there any other places from a crypto point of view, whether it's about adoption or regulation or just the attitude of people in that place? What countries are standing out to you as a place where some of the crypto fanatics here today could consider?
The first thing I will say is I apologize because I was not originally scheduled into this panel. I begged Macy to include me to speak about El Salvador and talk about El Salvador, which I will mention is still a bit early, but is one of the places you feel things are happening on a daily basis, and you feel yourself part of something that is happening and it's growing. I hope the President Nayib Bukele will be re-elected, so he doesn't end the project like in 6 months' time, and he gets another 4 or 5 years' time to continue his project. I would say, sadly, many of the countries I can mention are not English native, will be Brazil more than Argentina. Argentina is already the authorities are being very worried about what is happening, escaping the fiat system. Half of the population use that. I will say for sure, Central America, maybe El Salvador is the best place to go because it's already legal, but Costa Rica is not bad. Panama is not bad at all. There is a couple of places in Guatemala that are very crypto friendly because of the circular economies. Guatemala is going through a not very, very nice place. Mexico is not bad at all, but all of them are Spanish and Brazil Portuguese speaking. In English speaking, I will say, sorry, but Dubai is the best place to go for the moment for crypto friendly countries.
And Michael, what have you seen from your, thank you, Jose, what have you seen in your experience, Michael? Are there particular countries that are standing out to you that crypto people are flocking to, or that you think present a good opportunity for crypto people?
So I think it depends on what it is that you're looking for, right? If you're looking for example, taxation, then that's one perspective. And a lot of people are expecting to make or made or now have lost a bunch of money in crypto. And so tax is an important component of it. So I'll talk about that in a second. Another is, well, if you want to build a company, where are you going to find talent, right? People who are going to be able to contribute to this. Where is the ecosystem, et cetera? And then there's people who want to go and live somewhere and not be bothered. And I think in that last segment, it's worth thinking about the fact that I sometimes talk to people from places like Germany, where they're used to a lot of rules and following those rules. And they're going to, say, Mexico, and they're asking a lot about the rules. And okay, there's a lot of rules, but the rules in Mexico are not, they don't exist the same way as rules exist in Germany. And so you kind of have to understand that, like, there's sort of two worlds. In some parts of the world, how things are on paper is very different from how it is in reality. And then other places, it's pretty much how it is on paper. And so that's where places like Mexico and a lot of Latin America come in, right? This is kind of this more negotiable, who you know, going between the lines sort of place. I would say that really popular places for people with crypto, definitely Portugal has been a huge one. Big thing there, partially because of the fact that they had very friendly tax regime to it. They've tightened it a little bit now, but not dramatically so. It's still workable. Definitely a lot of people were interested in going to places like Malaysia where they don't tax capital gains, so that's very appealing. Singapore, they don't tax capital gains, very appealing. You're in a situation where it's more difficult to get residency permits though in some places like Singapore, so makes it less viable, but Malaysia would be one. Interestingly, Thailand, like a lot of people just want to go to Thailand, and it's very possible to sort of make yourself work. So is Thailand like the place that you would say, wow, this is the crypto haven? No, but it's again one of these places that you can kind of fit between the lines, and it's very easy to work within their system and be very friendly. So that would be something. Jose mentioned some. If people want to live on islands, then I mean, Cyprus, Malta, some of the Caribbean islands. I don't know how many people want to live in some of those places, but that being said, there are options. Those would be kind of the main ones that I would list out.
Thailand, I think, Thailand's one of those places where crypto gets used an awful lot. You know, it's not so much an investment thing there, it's people actually using it as intended.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't found that most places people really like, you can't operate purely in crypto anywhere that I've been in my experience. Dubai, you can use a lot of crypto, but you know, am I going to go and pay my Etisalat bill with that? No, I'm not. So, you know, realistically, like you're getting there in certain places, but it's still not quite there yet. Similar thing if you were to look at Turkey, right? Turkey's had a big inflation problem. There's lots of Bitcoin stuff there, but can you operate fully in Bitcoin? Not in my experience.
Yeah, you still need to interact with the fiat system. Rob, from your experience, especially talking to people building in the crypto industry, I know you talk to a lot of projects. Have a lot of them been relocating to certain places from what you've seen?
They will, because in different places there's different corporate tax. Like I don't know what it is here in London. I don't know what is in the EU, but in the United States, if you're looking at corporate tax for a business, around 21, it's about 21%. And if you go to Puerto Rico, it's 4%. That's a pretty vast difference. So like for companies, you know, they want to move and they want to do those things. I will just say this, I don't know who here is thinking about relocating as far as a company, but I can tell you that when I got into crypto in 2017 and everything went up and then we had a big crash in 2018, I was not thinking about relocating whatsoever, because I would hear people say, you know what, it'll go back, it'll come back up, but I didn't really understand it. And then in 2019, the same type of thing. And then 2020 came around, Bitcoin halving, and then all of a sudden we're up at this momentous, huge shift. We had a 3.2 trillion market cap, and I'm sitting on these capital gains. Some are short term because I just got into them, and some are long term, depending on where you're at. And then that's when I realized, I'm like, shoot, I should have really listened to some people about getting into and doing these types of planning, because now I am stuck with long-term and short-term capital gains, and then the government uses that, even though they print all the money. And now here we are. So again, I know people today, you look at the portfolios, which is why I asked that question, you think to yourself, this isn't happening. I've heard it before, I'll probably hear it again. You'll see how things work out as time moves on.
Very true, very true. Okay, it's time to start wrapping it up a little bit. So I just want a few kind of final thoughts from people on this. Jose, earlier I was in the discussion about the past, present, and future of exchanges. I was talking about how I would like to see the crypto industry sort of spread across the world. I don't want a situation whereby everything is concentrated in one place, like the United States, where subject to the kind of whims of regulators there. So my question to you is this: do you feel, is that something that's going to happen, or do you think the crypto industry is just going to kind of centralize itself somewhere else, like, for instance, Dubai?
I don't think it's going to centralize anywhere, and this is a very interesting question and a very interesting problem. I think we're looking at the problem at one specific perspective of developed nations. USA, Canada, UK, the UAE, and not from underdeveloped nations like Latin America, Africa. What I see is we have two problems. Crypto is solving two different things: investment and estate planning or future for rich people, and just barely financial inclusion for poor people. I believe the financial inclusion, I don't believe the numbers of the World Bank, like 6 billion, 4 billion already bank. I will say maybe barely 1 billion barely bank, and the other 5 billion underbank or not bank. That's where the big numbers of adoption may come, just because banks in many countries are failing. I will not mention USA, but Latin America, again, Argentina is an incredible laboratory. So for what you say, I will say crypto in general will solve two different problems. Maybe us as residents of countries with some advantages can help the residents of countries of other advantages. That's why I was one of the founding members of Mango, trying not non-KYC, things that we can help an African guy, we can help an Argentinian guy without having to have a middleman in between us two. That is the revolution. That's my point. So I believe and I hope, if not, I have told many people already that if Bitcoin doesn't go very well, my next venture is going to be a guillotine factory next to the Bastille in France. So to start cutting the heads of the people who like it, because that's the only other solution we will have as a human race, else to be controlled by this 1% or that's very few elites. All of us will be not that good.
Jose, I know you're, as much as you're an astute businessman, I really hope that doesn't work out for you. Michael, I want to ask you a completely different question to finish with. You, as you said in your introduction, you've lived and worked in a great many places. Are there any that particularly stand out as particularly fascinating or particularly perhaps surprising? What was the most? What place surprised you the most out of all the places that you've lived?
I mean, so I'm a huge Dubai fan. I live, the majority of my time in Dubai right now, and I think a lot of people have misconceptions about Dubai because they think it's a Muslim country and this is going to be a big problem for women or something like this. The first time I went to Dubai, my wife told me she's never felt safer anywhere in the world, which is crazy. And I often hear like all kinds of different propaganda that's on media. I think they don't like Dubai for some reason. They want to make it seem bad. But when people actually come, they go, wow, this is not what I expected. This is really great. And so that would be one place. Another place that people don't talk that much about, but I'm an enormous Malaysia fan. I think like the quality of life per dollar spent anywhere in the world is best in Malaysia. It's just like ridiculously good. And I went there, the first time I went there, we were in, I think, Thailand and thought, oh, we'll go there for a few weeks. It's probably a dump. Not sure if we're going to want to stay. And we got there and it was just like, this is fantastic. I love this place. And so, yeah, I think there's wonderful people. It's basically English speaking. It's super inexpensive. It's always 24 to 32 degrees every day, all year round. There's lots to appreciate about Malaysia, and the taxes are quite friendly there as well. So I'm a big fan of that place. Those would be a couple, but there's lots.
Sure, and I would encourage people to check out Michael's channel because there's so much on there about so many different places. It's very much worth having a look at. So my final question goes to you, Rob. Where after everything that we've discussed today, and after everything that's been going on in the United States, where are you going to be relocating to?
See, this is one of those problems. It sounds so easy. When Michael talks about it, he's got a great website and a great YouTube channel. There's a lot of options for everybody in the EU, but Americans, we don't have many options unless we want to give back our citizenship. So for me, it's pretty much there's going to be Puerto Rico or not too much. Like if I want to move someplace else, it'd be very difficult. But I will just say this, that we talk about it, these things that we say, to like plan now. Things move so fast in the crypto world and in this market. So I would just encourage everybody to make sure that if you're thinking about it, make some more concrete plans. Take a look at Michael's website and YouTube channel, which will help most of you. And then if you're looking for something with Puerto Rico, talk to me in the back, and I'll tell you all about it and what I would do differently.
Fantastic. Okay, we'll leave it there, folks. Thank you so much to all our panelists today. I hope you found that useful. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you guys so much. And going from where to move if you're into crypto, now how to get into crypto by finding a job. So we have our subsidiary company, CB Recruitment, and they'll be doing a presentation on stage on working in Web3. So please welcome them to the stage. Thank you. Yeah, I'm like 1 second. Thank you.
Okay.
It's on.
Oh, yeah.
Is this right, buddy? Yeah, sure. It's mine.
You say that one, I'll get that one. I assume so, I'll ask him. Just push to talk. Oh, that's what you just put that mic.
Hello, hello.
I assume so.
Stage, Jay. I didn't think this 3 months ago, did you? It's not what you signed up for.
3 minutes ago.
My name's John. I'm the head of web development. I'm the head of tech service. Right. If you want to say So
How many people here, they got off the Friday, you're like, no, I actually like my job. You know, like seriously, like from the heart, it's genuine. It's genuine. You're enjoying the space, your desire to work in the space, and enjoying the work. It's genuine. So just speak the truth. And if you go to that further, just run away. Yeah. Right. You're only going it's fine. You're not going to not say something. So that's 2.2 million. 2.2 million subs. That's like what's on YouTube channels. Only got 1,000 agreements, so you can even put 6 years.
Hello, 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 hello. Hey.
I almost did the BitConnect noise then. Hey, hey. I can't believe you haven't seen this. He's never seen the BitConnect, he's never seen the Carlos from BitConnect. Oh, what's up? There's a screen. It's a slide now. Very slide. On full Euro clips. How do I get that? Oh, look, we've got our little logo there in the back. Go on YouTube. Yeah, you can on YouTube go the process.
Hello, 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 hello.
Okay, everyone, please take a seat if you are joining us for the Working in Web3 presentation. If you do want to carry on networking, please head to the room that we have, which is up the stairs. If you go to the registration
There are so many
desk,
fucking people here.
and it's straight in front of the stairs. So thank you, and I'd like to welcome on Coin Bureau Recruitment. Thank you.
Hello, 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 hello. Can anyone hear me? Hello, hello.
Sorry, David.
Hello, 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 hello. Can everyone hear me? Hello? Thanks for coming today, everyone, and sorry about the price action. Every time I go to a conference, everything just seems to end up in the bin. I was in Croatia for Luna. Token 2049 in November for FTX, anyone? Anyway, here we are. So thanks for all joining us today. My name's David. I'm the head of talent at Coin Bureau, and also the CEO at Coin Bureau Recruitment. So the business was set up sort of 18 months ago. When I first started working at Coin Bureau, I was working there as the recruiter, and we put adverts out looking for various roles. Every single person just used to apply to this writer advert we had. Okay, everyone, didn't matter what job they did, what their walk of life was, what they wanted to do. Everyone just applied for the writer job. And when I spoke to people, you know, I would say, why have you applied for this job? And they'd say, well, I can write, right? But these were people working in banks, operations managers, HR managers, right? People who'd already had careers. And when I turned to them and said, why wouldn't you want to do what you're doing now, but in Web3? The overwhelming response I got back was, I didn't realize that was an option, okay? People just didn't know how to get into the space. And so speaking with the guys at Coin Bureau, we recognized there was a real opportunity to help to build the Web3 workforce of tomorrow, okay? It's so hard for businesses to find the top talent. And yet at Coin Bureau, we had hundreds of people every month writing to us, really just wanting an idea as to how to get into the space. So CB Recruitment was born with that ethos in mind, okay? Building the Web3 workforce of tomorrow, helping people to develop the skill sets, the resumes, the experience, so that they can turn something which was a hobby into a career, okay? Not just somewhere where you exchange your time for money, but something that you're passionate about and something that gives you the opportunity to build. So I'm going to introduce a few members of the team here today, and let them introduce themselves rather. So Jay, far away.
Yeah, hi, nice to meet everyone. I'm Jay, I'm the Global Partnerships and Business Development Manager here at CB Recruitment. I also, as part of what David's talking about here, we also look at how we can build relationships with other parts of the Web3 ecosystem, whether that's venture capital networks so that we can help to drive portfolio recruitment, but also to work with some of the biggest projects in the space at the moment, top 100 all the way down to small startups. I myself, when I came to David originally, I worked for free for 3 months to get into the Web3 space because it was something that I really wanted to do. I know that everyone, I'm not saying that everyone has to do that here, by the way. I can see a lot of sad faces like, oh, I might have to work for free for 3 months.
I also didn't ask him to do that, can I just say?
No, I offered it because it's something, I think every single one of us, like David was saying, is I didn't realize that was an option. But when you think about the soft skills that you have, whether it's marketing or business development, or whether you've even just worked in as a compliance analyst, you have the skills available to you right now to go and work in Web3. Whether you have the passion and the knowledge is the part that we help you to go to. So we're building education partners, which will help you to upskill. We're also building other programs that will be coming out later in the year as well. But just to kind of give everyone in the room an idea of how we can help. At the moment, we're posted up in the room upstairs. So if you do want to come and talk about moving into the Web3 sector, come and talk to us upstairs. If you see me around, come grab me or David or Jack or Youssef, and we'll come talk to you about how that can be done. But ultimately, what we're building is the most well-connected talent service in Web3. And that's not just lip service, that is true coming from where we've come from and what's been built already from the back of what CoinBureau has been doing, but also building out more than just a recruitment service, right? It is a true value-add service for everyone, including the clients and the consultancies.
Thanks, Jay. Couldn't have said it better myself. Now, the next person we have on stage, interesting. So when Yusuf first came to me, he was looking to work in Web3. So he was a candidate. We got him a job. Went pretty well.
Well, you stole my limelight there, to be honest. That was going to be my story to tell, but thank you. So I'm Youssef, the CMO here at CB Recruitment. I don't fill a room quite like Guy does, but thanks for the folks that have hung around. I'm here building brand awareness, building out the community, and making sure we get the word out there about all of the great things Jay and David has been speaking about. Also building on what David mentioned earlier, I'm basically the perfect testimonial for the brand. I got a role in Web3, my entry point through David and the CB team. I then became a head of business development and marketing for a VC, and they were my recruiter of choice and helped me build a team. What was it, 20 people?
26 people, I think we placed there.
Yeah, so did an incredible job there. And now he managed to bring me into CoinBureau recruitment. So perfect testimonial, 360 degree in terms of the relationship I've had, and I can't say enough great words about what we do. But I will now pass you over to Jack, our developer.
Hi, I'm Jack. I'm the web developer at CB Recruitment. So this was my first proper job in Web3. I was an electrical engineer before. I've been in crypto for a few years now, but always had a passion for tech and developing and just building. It wasn't until last year I started my development journey. And then David actually was kind enough to take me on in December, and I've just been building the website, building up the brand. It's just been great. I love it. It's just short and sweet for me.
Thanks, Jack. And I wasn't kind, mate. You got the job because you showed an appetite. And look, the one thing that all four of us have in common here is 3 years ago, none of us were working in Web3. Okay, other than Jack, us three are not technical. Okay, the main question I've been getting people asking me today and recently is, what type of jobs do you have? Because I'm not technical. I would say that there's an argument that what we really need in the space are non-technical professionals more than anything. Right? There are lots of devs, and I'm not saying that there won't be more devs required, but there are so many jobs out there which are non-technical, right? Whether it's operations, sales, marketing, these are huge departments. And if you're already working in a role, such a role in Web2, in tech, or in any kind of business, you have the skill set to move into Web3, right? Having that passion for Web3 means that you'll come into this industry and enjoy it. I love working here, and that's part of the reason why I set up CB Recruitment is I didn't used to like my job before I worked in Web3. Now I don't set my alarm, right? I wake up in the morning because I want to work. I love what I do. I spend all day, every day getting to speak to people in the space. And it's inspiring, meeting people who are building, whether it's face-to-face here or on calls. It's really, really been an inspiring few years for me. And I've fully bought into what we're trying to do here. And like I said, we set up originally with the sort of motto of building the Web3 workforce of tomorrow. I think that's evolved now into more just making Web3 work. At first, it was about onboarding people that didn't have experience. Now, as Jay said before, we're working with a lot of sort of top 100 projects and people that are looking for more established people. But the headline news here, and what I try to say to everyone is, I'm evangelical about this space. Every single person here, if they take the time to maximize their experience in Web3, speak to us. Would be a great place to start. We can tell you what you need to do in terms of your resume, where you can go and get experience. How do you maximize your experience and give yourself the best chance of working in this space? That's what our consultants, that's what our consultants' job is. So we'll be upstairs for the rest of today. If anyone here is interested in coming to work in Web3, then please do come and find one of us, and ask us to put our money where our mouth is. Right? Like, we'll give you the advice that will help you get into the space. I'm sure we can do that. The last thing I'd say is that we're looking. I can't remember where this study was, but predicting 40% annual growth in terms of employees required until 2030. I think that could even be even bigger. And when you think about those numbers, we're going to need vast numbers of people to move from Web 2 into the Web3 space, and that's ultimately what our mission is and what we hope to do. I guess we've got some more time. Does anyone have any questions that they want to ask?
I think adding...
Sure.
I've got a son at uni doing a history degree. He's a bit techie like me, but he hasn't got a clue what he wants to do. So when it was a bit of a light bulb moment when you were saying, but he's still got 2 years left and it's a history degree. So I don't know, with all this AI stuff, I have fears as to what route he goes. So what advice would you give to him in terms of what could he learn in between his history that could then potentially give him a platform to join Web3?
Yeah, good question. I think a lot of people, when they get their resume, right, they'll send me their CV, and I'll say it doesn't say anything about blockchain, Web3, crypto on here, and they'll say, well, I don't have any experience in the industry. Well, there's a big difference, right, between someone who bought Bitcoin in February 2021 on Binance and lost their password, and someone who's actively involved in yield generation, running a node, IDOs, IEOs, right? So one thing I would advise is maximize the experience that he does have, right? So take the time to go and volunteer in groups on Telegram and on Discord. Go and chat to people in the community, involve yourself, show that you're someone that's knowledgeable, okay? I think you said your son still has 2 years left at university. In 2 years, he can pick up so much experience of what he'll need when he wants to go into the working world of Web3, whether that's researching projects. I mean, one piece of advice I give to everyone is, I'm pretty sure everyone in this room has probably bought crypto at some point. You're probably doing some kind of research to decide what you're going to buy. Formalize that, okay? Create a document that you prepare every time when you buy something, pros, cons, okay? You imagine your son, just as an example, in 2 years' time, if every time he buys a project, he produces a report, puts that into his portfolio, when he comes around to interviewing in a couple of years' time for a job, he's going to be in a much better position than someone who's like, yeah, I'm into crypto, I don't have anything tangible I can show you, versus someone who can say, actually, for the last 2 years, I've been researching and putting together a portfolio. So that would be one example of something someone could do. The other thing is really just get your name out there and volunteer. Involve yourself in the space. Most people that I know who got into the space took a pay cut to get in the first place, or were already volunteering in certain areas, and that's how they got their name into the space in the first place.
The other part of this as well is that if your son truly is passionate about history, last year we had doctors come to the event and say, how can we get involved in Web3? There's loads of Medify companies that are now being built on the back of blockchain data, or medical data on blockchain and smart contract technology. There's nothing to say that there won't be a project that will come up tomorrow that will explore the histological ideals of X or X, and he can use his knowledge and his passion about history to drive towards a historic smart contract project or whatever it might be. We sometimes forget what the limits are, and there are none. If you're working in Uber, or if you're working for a taxi company, or if you're working for an airplane company, all of these areas will integrate smart contract technology at some point. I truly believe that. And so it's not just about, okay, how do I translate no experience into this, but what are you passionate about, and how can you integrate that passion into Web3 and the other passions that you have?
So I just wanted to double down on what you said about volunteering and getting yourself actively involved in communities. That's the surefire way to truly understand what's happening and simply ask, go into a community, speak to a community manager, speak to a mod and say, how do I help? They will respond, especially if you're volunteering your services. And if you've got a good head on your shoulders and you can get that type of exposure, put it on your CV, even if it's voluntary or it's a case of part-time hours, it's still building your portfolio and experience within the space. And it's asking the question, how do I add value, especially at your son's stage, as he's got limited work experience. But I would advise this to anyone that wants to get into space, regardless of what their background is. Dedicate some time to being actively involved. And it is a nascent industry, and it is massively growing. And a rising tide raises all ships, right? So as this grows, the other part I want to say, which off on a tangent from your question, but it's a fast track way to really get some great solid experience. I've had a background in commercial banking at large FTSE 100 corporates, and it was always a case of wait 2 or 3 years, see how you can get reviewed. Let's look at your OKRs. Okay, well, it might not be the great opportunity for you right now for whatever reason. And here, in the last 3 years, I've flown, literally and metaphorically. I've been all around the world and I've done amazing things with my career. So I couldn't sing highly enough around this space and working in it.
I think that's the, thanks for that. I think one thing I'd say is it's the most collaborative space. It's so collaborative. People want to help you. I recruited for accountants, I've recruited for software engineers and various other industries before I started working in this space. It's hard to get advice. It's hard to find someone to help you sometimes in these other industries. If you go into a group and say, how can I get a job for your company? How can I help your company? Someone will come back to you. Whether it's with a detailed report or some kind of course that they recommend, people will go out of their way to help you in this space. If they can see that you're passionate and you wear that passion on your sleeve, you know, so to speak, that people will recognize that and respond to that.
Hey.
Hey, pretty relatively new in this industry for the last couple of months. For the last 6 months, I've been trying passively to enter Web3, right? And it's been very difficult. Big companies don't accept your application. Small companies say you don't have enough experience. So I quit my job and I just started touring the last couple of months, going to every single Web3 conference. And now what I've kind of gauged from all of this is that people in the Web3 space are very welcoming. They're very, you know, create your own opportunities, create your new, you know, whatever it is, just be you and create it. So I think my question is, where do you think the biggest job opportunities or, you know, the career, is it going to be, you know, more developers, more salespeople, more marketers? Where do you think the growth is going to be in the next couple of years?
Good question. I think there's going to be technical and non-technical roles. Of course, both of those are going to grow massively. Look, you're either technical or you're not. The fact is that both sides are going to grow massively. I see the most opportunities in marketing at the moment. That's, I mean, to an extent, the tech that people have now, you know, the industry is still in early days. How you sell your idea, how you sell that tech to other people is arguably as important as the tech right now, right? Certainly in terms of, you know, growing your project and growing the liquidity so you can grow. I think you said something interesting there I want to come back to about applying for jobs. The old way of getting jobs is dead. It doesn't work anymore. You want to just sit there and just apply for 100 jobs with the same CV. You're not going to, maybe you'll get a job, right? But it's not guaranteed. We put an advert out for a client recently, 108 applications. 108 applications. They only interviewed one person from those 108. So someone in HR has got 108 CVs they've got to look through. How do they even start to differentiate? How do you start to differentiate yourself if you're sending a CV and it's in an inbox with 100 other people, right? Like attending conferences like this, getting in front of, getting yourself in front of people and allowing yourself to differentiate yourself from the competition, right? That would be the #1 piece of advice that I would give people, you know.
You're doing the right things by being here. Like, you've just said that you quit your job and you're coming out and you're talking to people. This shows passion and depth and what you want to do. You know, ultimately, you've just got to figure out where you want to go and how you can be more involved. I think if we're all honest with ourselves, we don't put ourselves out there as much because there's more rejection. But if you think about it, there's over 28,000 different projects at the moment, right? The Web 2 economy is falling apart. There's people leaving Google and major high-tech places to come work in Web 3. There is a lot of competition, but at the same time, the startups that are being made are 5 to 10 man teams most of the time, or 5 to 10 to 20 man teams. If you can show commercial nous, if you can show the ability to wear multiple hats, if you run a business, entrepreneurs are fantastic in coming into the Web3 startup space because they know how to run multiple areas. If anything, if you've worked within a large place and you've been a smaller cog in a bigger wheel, sometimes that doesn't translate well into a startup. But I'd say focus on the startup side of things at the moment because you will get opportunities there. It's just about pushing on doors, continually honing your experience and driving more about exactly who you are. I suspect that maybe you're not communicating the depth of your Web3 knowledge enough, and come talk to us. We'll happily talk to you about how you can do that better. Amazing.
Come chat to us. We'll be upstairs for the rest of the day, guys, in the Edinburgh room. Is that right? Cool. That's it for today. Come find us. We don't bite. We'd love to help people. Thanks, guys. Fuck me. So fucking hot up there, bro.
Yeah, I can see that, yeah. Wow. Originally one of these stickers, but then now it's like a good fan. Yeah.
Okay, wonderful. Like David said, CBR will be in the Edinburgh suite. So if you want to go and chat to them more, please go and find them and ask them as many questions as you'd like. So next up, we have a very special guest keynote. It's from Simon Dixon, and he is CEO, co-founder of Bank to the Future, Bitcoin OG, author, early investor in over 100 Bitcoin companies. And this is his first talk actually in 2 years. So we're very honored to have him, and please welcome Simon to the stage. Thank you.
Okay. Check, check. Check, check. Is this one working? Check, check. Check, check. Okay. Okay. This is actually my first talk in about 3 years since COVID broke out. I've been kind of locked up because I didn't want to get a vaccine. And now I've been able to travel. Thank you. So I used to give about 30 presentations all around the year. How do I change slides? Should I just let you know when I want to change? Is there a slide changer or? Okay. Who's on slide changing? I've got a lot of pictures up here. Okay, cool. All right. So if you don't know me, I wrote the first published book in the world to include Bitcoin. I spoke at the first Bitcoin conference, and I've invested in over 100 different companies that made the Bitcoin industry, whether that be Coinbase, Kraken, Bitstamp, Bitfinex. This is when they really couldn't get funding because it was such a strange area. And today I'm making sure I don't over-talk because I tend to talk and I've got a lot I'd love to say. But today I'd like to present on Bitcoin cycles and regulatory cycles. But rather than going through it from the perspective of the 4-year cycle that we understand, I'd like to share with you hands-on experience and hands-on stories, having gone through all of those cycles, all of the regulatory crackdowns, so I can share with you where I think this goes next. So my story actually began, and it's the reason I'm in the UK is because June the 12th is a very important day for me, and I'll share with you why that is. My journey in Bitcoin really, though Bitcoin launched in 2008, it started for me in 2000. This is when my father, who was born in the Great Depression of the 1930s and went from complete poverty to self-made millionaire, lost his entire retirement in the stock market. Okay, this allows me to walk a bit more. Great, okay. He lost his entire savings and retirement in the stock market, and he asked me, son, can you let me know where my money actually went? Because he had no freaking idea where his money had gone to. Can we go to the next slide? And I vowed to him that I would do that. And so I obsessed over the subject of money for the last almost 2.5 decades now. I went to study, I did mastered in economics. I worked in investment banking. I started as a stockbroker, then worked in market making on the trading floor, then worked in corporate finance. Is there actually a slide changer? It'd be a lot easier if I can control it, but if not, we'll do it this way. You're going to have a lot of, yeah, cool. If you could put all of the copy on this part. Okay. Really, it was in 2006 that I went down the rabbit hole of understanding a bunch of conspiracy theories about how money is created that seemed too untrue to be true, but turned out to be true. And so at that moment, I decided to quit my job in investment banking in 2006 and dedicate my life to joining a community called the Monetary Reform Community. If we could go to the next slide. So this is me as a young, better-looking person. In 2007, this is me outside Westminster with my wife, Bliss Dixon, trying to get the UK government to understand how money is created. And this is prior to the financial crisis. For those of you that know Bank on Dave Fishwick and myself went and spoke on Parliament. And I was trying to let them know 3 things. When you deposit your money at a bank, the bank becomes the legal owner of your money. Once they become the legal owner of your money, they spend it as they choose based upon where they think is a good risk to put that money. And finally, they create digital currency every time they issue a loan. Now, this is 2007, and there was no Bitcoin at this time. And so we decided to take all of our lifetime savings, and we tried to demonstrate when we got really pissed off, we're trying to explain to politicians how money worked, and the financial crisis came along. Northern Rock blew up, if we could go to the next slide. And suddenly everyone was talking about banking. I went from being a very niche topic to hundreds of people coming and seeing some of my presentations. Next slide, if we could. This brings us to what I call cycle 1. And so I spent all of my lifetime savings and went deep in debt. I got approximately 150K in debt at the time. Spent through all of our banking. We quit our job because we tried to actually create a non-fractional reserve bank. And we went to the Bank of England and we went to the regulator at the time that was called the FSA, it's now called the FCA, and said, we want to create a bank where people own their money, people can actually dictate where it is spent rather than us spending it for them, and we don't want to engage in fractional reserve banking. And the regulator said to us, it's impossible. They said you have to put 60 million in deposit at a bank that then can leverage it up at the Bank of England with a clearing bank, then you have to hire the CEO of a bank that's already been regulated, and you have to actually allow them to engage in fractional reserve banking. And so we took a mission to try and open up the Bank of England, and we created something called the UK Crowdfunding Association and UK Digital Currency Association. I was a founding director there. We were trying to get the rules changed so that it was possible to build on top of the Bank of England via API banking. That later led to some reforms like the Challenger Bank reforms and various other things. But we were broke and we could see there was no feasible business model, and the regulators, they weren't interested. If any of you are familiar with Caitlin Long, she's currently in a battle with the Federal Reserve and many different state regulators because she wants to create a non-fractional reserve bank in the US. And it was actually the solution to the US banking crisis, and yet they still think it's too risky. Why? Because all of the people that have leveraging up their fractional reserve banks in times of distress, they'll deposit with the safest bank, which is full reserve. And that creates systemic risk in the entire banking system and can take it all down. So they want risk in the system because it protects the incumbents. So this brought me to cycle 1. And cycle 1 was my wife, Bliss Dixon, she said, we took our last bit of credit card debt and we flew over to Prague. And I was writing a book. It was called Bank to the Future, Protect Your Future Before Governments Go Bust. And when that book was released, I wanted to understand a bit more. A guy messaged me on Facebook from the UK called Johnny Bitcoin. And Johnny Bitcoin said, I've moved into a squat on Old Street with a bunch of developers that are building this thing called Bitcoin, and I think it's the future. In fact, he sold his house in order to take all of his money and put it in Bitcoin. And so I was intrigued, and I went to the first Bitcoin conference, and there was about 50 people in a room. They were all a bunch of hackers, and I was the banker that kind of came in the room trying to share it. I've still got all of these presentations on my YouTube channel for the whole archive because I documented the whole journey. If we could go a bit further through now. And this is when I first purchased my first Bitcoin. So we bought it at $3. At $3, so imagine this time, I'm completely deep in debt. We literally could not afford the flight, got the EasyJet flight, and tried to find the cheapest hotel possible that we could find. But I found this community. The monetary reform community were just bored shitless because nothing was happening and nothing was going anywhere. And I gave my usual presentation. Hey, when you deposit your money at a bank, the bank becomes a legal owner. You can spend it as you choose. And they shared with me, well, with Bitcoin, you can actually do self-custody. I was like, okay, well, that's what we tried to do. And you can actually spend it peer-to-peer. And you don't need to create digital currency. The money supply and the monetary policy is completely known, completely fixed at 21 million. In that moment, we decided that we'd buy Bitcoin. Bitcoin worked out well for us. We started reinvesting it in startups. One of them was a company called BitPay. Another one was a company called Kraken. Another was a company called Coinbase. Another was a company called Bitfinex. Another called Bitstamp. And another one called Ripple Labs that was trying to do stuff in the banking system. And just kept reinvesting at the same time and following some of the rules that I'll share with you. At that time, that little documentary called 97% Own, it's still on Netflix today, suddenly got 4 million views. It went from 2 million to 4 million because of the financial crisis. And suddenly, because of Bitcoin, people were now interested in the topic of sustainable banking. In 2010, we realized we weren't going to be able to create a bank, so we pivoted and we created a securities business, which was Bank to the Future. There's me presenting at the first Bitcoin conference. If you could go back to I think it's going through all of them. Okay, 2010, if we go to the next slide. And here's me presenting at Occupy London, and that's the first Bitcoin conference right there. If you go to the next slide. In 2012, I told this gentleman, who was the mayor of London at the time, there's a bunch of companies that would love to come over to the UK because they need a home, because they're not being very welcomed in their own country. And I shared with Boris Johnson a Bitcoin strategy, asked him to make Bitcoin legal tender, asked him to invest in, allow startups to get access to banking. And you can imagine what he said, piss off. And so the mayor of London later became the prime minister and then disgracefully didn't become the prime minister. Next one. So this was 2013. Now, here's the issue that we experienced at the moment. We wanted to allow everyone to invest in Coinbase, Kraken, and all these companies. And so we had to change securities laws in the UK. So we worked with the FCA and we tried to secure a license. And after 3 years, if you could go to the next slide, we entered cycle 2. And in cycle 2, you got your 1.6 million % returns. Nobody did it. No one started right at the first trade and then got through to the $13 trade. But I did the $3 to $13 and managed to hold it. We started to enter into the law enforcement crackdown. Sound familiar today? If you are very nervous today, we have experienced all this before. So in the law enforcement, if we could go to the next stage, this is what I call cycle 2. So cycle 1 was all about proving that this person or this group of people that were coding up in Old Street in the early days, whether they could successfully transition from Satoshi Nakamoto mining 1 million Bitcoins on his laptop and sending them to Hal Finney, to figure out whether they could actually make it decentralized. And so we went through that cycle. People started mining on graphics cards. It got more and more distributed. The project got bigger and bigger and bigger. And I'm telling you, we were having a whale of a time, but we never believed we were ever going to succeed to where we were today. It was just like the monetary reform community, this thing that's just too big to ever, happen. And Bitcoin never should have succeeded, but for some reason it did, and I'll share why. So this was cycle 2. Cycle 2 is where we had this big law enforcement crackdown. So back to the future, what we decided to do was actually lean into securities laws. We couldn't get a banking license, it wasn't possible. And so we went to the FCA and said, can you give us a securities license and allow people to invest in all these Bitcoin companies? After 3 years, go to the next slide, we managed to get that through. But there was a catch. They said you can only work with UK businesses and UK investors, and there were none. Nobody wanted to invest. There were no companies in the UK. There was just about one, blockchain.com, that we invested in, but we got that. So we then decided to move on. So in 2014, I went over to my now home, and my now home is the Isle of Man. This is when Max Kaiser started covering it. This is me getting crucified on CNBC because Bitcoin crashed below $300, and I was telling people it's worth investing. And there's a TEDx presentation. So if we could go back to that, next one. So we went to the Isle of Man and we said, I've got this idea. Why don't we make Bitcoin legal tender? Stablecoins had just launched. There was this little project that was created by a guy called Brock Pierce, called True Token or Trust. I can't remember what it was. And we said we could create a digital GBP and we could make Bitcoin legal tender. The Isle of Man government loved it. They went absolutely berserk. All of the startups came along to a conference called Crypto Valley Conference. It was about to be made legal tender. They wanted to accept tax with it. Everything was happening. And then the government got a call from the Bank of England. And the Bank of England said, you're a crown dependency. You are the longest standing independent parliament, but we will remove clearing, Operation Choke Point 1.0. We will remove clearing to your island if you support the Bitcoin sector. The government couldn't pull it off because they got choked by the Bank of England and the whole project failed. So then we moved on, 2015. We moved to the next cycle. Bitcoin started reaching more and more highs. More and more people were interested. We had to leave the country. UK, we just couldn't do it. The pressure was getting too hard. Moved to Hong Kong, had to leave my home. The book that I wrote got translated into Chinese in Mandarin. Did a whole tour with Jim Rogers across 18 different provinces. And Bitcoin went absolutely berserk in China. Next slide, please. In 2016, what we decided to do with a new home of innovation, we started creating securities. So here is a volcano-powered mining rig that we created in Iceland that we plugged into a security and created the first Bitcoin bond that paid dividends in Bitcoin every day. We paid thousands of Bitcoins to all of our investors. They were receiving Bitcoin every single day. It was geothermal powered, and this was the first Bitcoin volcano bond that happened in Iceland. Then this little project came along that was really started mainly in between UK and Canada because this journalist called Vitalik Buterin was pitching his little startup called Ethereum. And later I invested in the ICO and we created this Ether mining backed security where people receive tens of thousands of Ether, all below $1. They're receiving them as dividends every day, all because we were doing it in compliance with securities laws and it allowed us to persist. If we go to the next slide. In 2016, we had our basically in this cycle, we had our two hacks. Mt. Gox was a disaster. 70% of all the Bitcoin that was traded was on Mt. Gox and they lost everything. We thought our industry was over. And in 2016, Bitfinex also got hacked. We actually decided to solve it rather than go into a Chapter 11 like Voyager, Celsius, and all the others. We sold it with free markets. We actually created a security token. This was the first ever security token that allowed people that had lost their money to actually have a token, and they could redeem it for debt when the company came back in the future, or convert it to equity and shares in the company. They actually ended up completely recovering. They filled the entire hole, and the whole $72 million or 119,000 Bitcoin was filled at that time. And we did it all with free markets. The whole thing was done and complete within 6 months or so. So that we did the equity part of that with Bitfinex. If you carry to the next slide. And then we entered into cycle 3. So we managed to get through that. And law enforcement started to go nuts. We had Japan that went nuts with Mt. Gox. We had FinCEN that said everybody needs to be a registered money transmitter. Now SEC is saying everybody needs to be a securities business. At the time, they said money transmitter. The UK started to get rid of all of its crypto businesses and stuff. Okay, cycle 3, this is what I call surviving token printing. So in the surviving token printing phase, by the way, how are we doing for time? How much have I taken? Does anybody know? Okay, I'll keep going until you chuck me off the stage. How about that? The security token printing phase. This was a really scary phase. So Bitcoin reached it, got through the hacks, it got through the law crackdown, it became decentralized, and suddenly people started forking Bitcoin and saying there's now 42 million Bitcoin. Bitcoin Cash came along and the whole community went berserk. We all started fighting with each other. The regulators, the law enforcers tried to take over the code. The coders tried to take over the code. The companies tried to take over the code. The VCs tried to take over the code. And the whole thing was tried to be taken over. But we ended up surviving that, and it turns out that the properties of Bitcoin are impossible to replicate. We had the ICO boom and bust. We didn't sell them as securities. That created our, crazy. We had a few companies that came through that. But each cycle, it survives and reached new all-time highs. So we went through the, I think, 2,300% or 2,700% returns here. At this stage, I'm completely blessed because I set some rules that I'll share with you at the end of this presentation. And if you walk away with one thing, please take these 5 rules. They changed my life. I believe they can change others. And as Guy would always say, not financial advice. Next slide, please. So we hit cycle 3. What happened next? So here's our portfolio now. We got all of investors into all of these companies. They're becoming multi-billion-dollar unicorns. Our industry is growing and growing. Bitcoin starts getting institutional adoption, but we still didn't have a sovereign or a country that would back us. Next slide, please. We ended up actually selling our, so we had a registered securities business. We ended up selling it to Coinbase. So what's interesting today in this regulatory crackdown is we know for a fact that Coinbase has a registered securities business that they can use because they bought it from us. And so we created a security token market, and this is probably where the future of the industry is going. Next slide. We then hit, in 2020, I decided to, I released a free video series on this website where I wanted to show people started coming to me and saying, Simon, it's all right for you to talk about Bitcoin, you were there early. And I said, no, I'm gonna start again today, and I'm gonna show you exactly what I would do if I were starting again today. So I did that in 2020. If we could go to the next slide. I invested $1 million live, showing what I would do, saying that you don't have to be there, and it scaled back if you're starting from $10 as well. So then we hit cycle 4. And cycle 4 is where we are today. And cycle 4, our challenge is we have never had Bitcoin in an inflationary environment where the government is not printing money and trying to suppress money printing. So the cycle 4 was all about surviving what I call quantitative tightening. But it turns out the banking system can't continue with quantitative tightening because it self-implodes. So in cycle 4, this is where we are right now. My non-financial advice is that I believe that the Bitcoin cycle will persist and continue. This is our first test of this. So what happened in cycle 4? And some of you will be experiencing this in real time right now. Well, the first thing, that, if you go to the next slide, this was, I managed to actually go and speak to President Bukele and go to El Salvador and shared the Bitcoin bond strategy. And this time, President Bukele decided to make Bitcoin legal tender. UK failed, Isle of Man failed, El Salvador did it. And when I went to El Salvador, I started going around people on the street that for the first time were learning, and I decided that if anyone would accept my Bitcoin, and by the way, in the early conferences, I'd go to a conference like this, and I'd give anyone that would download a wallet free Bitcoin at the time. In El Salvador, I was giving away Bitcoin to anybody that would agree, and I would sit down with them and share some of the rules that I'd like to share when I close this presentation. So we had got that in 2021. We got our sovereign, so we now got our corporate. We got a retail adoption, corporate adoption, and our first signs of sovereign adoption. Next slide. But then we had COVID, and that is the last presentation I gave. So I was presenting, if you go back in 2020 in Miami, on how DeFi had just passed $250 million locked up in contracts. That's where I started the whole COVID thing. And they decided that they're going to shut down the entire economy and quadruple the money supply at a rate that we have never seen before. Obviously, that led to inflation, and then that led to all the consequences that we got. It then turned out that we completely had an incredible amount of leverage and scams in our industry. One of the investments that I made, which was the worst investment I ever made, was in 2020 when I went to that Miami conference. I invested in a guy that lied to my face called Alex Majinski at Celsius. And I decided to put 1,000 Bitcoin on Celsius and invested we raised $20 million for the company. Now to me, I'm sorry, I know that it's insensitive to say, but I was risk managing. I was trying a strategy, which I'll share with you in the 5 rules, of borrowing against your Bitcoin because I didn't want to sell it. And so I put 1,000 Bitcoin in, and it was meant to generate enough yield to pay the interest, and then I was buying gold as a hedge. Turned out that it was a complete and utter fraud. They were using our funds to pump and dump a token, created a $3 billion hole and lied to everybody's face. And I just spent the last year of my life trying to fix that problem, just like we tried to in the Bitfinex one, to support the victims. And it really took me full circle. The reason is, so let's go through it. So we had the crypto deleveraging, and it turned out the emperor had no clothes. Then we had the banking crisis that follows, going full circle. Next slide, please. Okay, so this brings us to June the 12th, and then I'd like to end with 5 rules that I'd love everyone to walk away with if you think you can do that. June the 12th is the day that Celsius decided to suspend withdrawals. And that is the 1-year anniversary next Monday. Over the last year, I've done a Twitter space every single week with victims, the 650,000 victims that fell into that. We lost lives, we've had suicides, we've had people that were putting their entire life savings and retirement funds into that company because he targeted elderly people, asked them to convert to stable coins, put them in Celsius, even though he knew there was a multi-billion-dollar hole. And so for the last year, it has been a complete obsession for me, working to see if we can turn that mess. And it turns out that with that funds, they took our money, took a massive loan, and invested in probably one of the biggest Bitcoin mining operations. And approximately all of the tokens have gone across to the Ethereum staking right now. There's a $3 billion hole that we have to try and make up, but we started creating a reorganization plan. The reason this meant so much to me was because of my backstory. On the very day that Celsius suspended all those retirement funds, my father passed away on the same day. And I had to come out in order to try and put together a plan. And this is Reg Dixon, he was born in 33 and sadly passed away 22. And the reason I'm here is to go play my respects for him on Monday, which is the 1-year anniversary when Celsius closed the funds, locked out all the retirement funds of many people. And it's really been a mission ever since. Thank you. So if we could go to the next slide. Look, I'm completely over time. If you want me to end here, I'll end here. But I did want to share 5 investing rules, and I'm probably the only thing between you and your lunch right now. Would you like me to share them? Yeah. Okay. All right. I'm going to go through very 5. I'm writing my next book. I stopped writing it because I wanted to have everything that's happened during cycle 5. In cycle 5, which is where we are next, I think we have to survive central bank digital currencies. It's a big thing, big topic. And finally, I think the next cycle, cycle 6, is surviving AI. And those 6 cycles, I believe, will turn Bitcoin into a very boring asset class like gold that preserves your wealth. But now there is still the opportunity that I saw a long time ago and has served me so well. Okay, so let's go to the 5 investing rules I'd like to end with. I set a rule for myself in 2011 after going to the first Bitcoin conference and purchasing at $3. I said to myself, I want more Bitcoin every month, no matter how small it is. And so I took a percentage of my income and I figured out different investing things that I would do along the way. But my rule was I will never take more risk to ensure that I have more Bitcoin every month. The only time I violated that was when Celsius took 1,000 Bitcoin. And so I was pissed. So first rule, no matter what you do, I believe that Bitcoin is our best shot at ever achieving digital hard sound money. It's money you can own, money you can spend, and money that has a fixed supply. And I believe everybody should have more of it every month, not financial advice. It served me incredibly well and gave me life, gave me wealth I could never imagine was possible. And now I get to be in a level of financial freedom from deep in debt that I just never imagined was possible. Rule 2. Value your wealth in Bitcoin. Don't value your wealth in pounds. Don't value your wealth in euros. Don't value your wealth in dollars. Value your wealth in Bitcoin. Your wealth is how many Bitcoin you have. It changes the way you think because my job is to get more Bitcoin, not to get more dollars. When you think in dollars, you end up trading, you end up FOMO, you end up doing all the things that made people. I was involved in the entire cycle of the highest performing asset class in history, and I know people that are broke that were at that same conference because they didn't implement these simple rules. So value your wealth in Bitcoin, end up with more Bitcoin every month. Rule number 3. Spend fiat currency. How many people sold their Bitcoin because they were combining spending money with savings? The fiat currency system took out savings where everybody had to speculate on real estate and stock markets. You used to be able to save before these excessive fractional reserve Ponzi schemes. You used to have money backed by gold and you could save it and it would be a store of value. You can no longer have that, so they took savings out of it. How many people spend their Bitcoin because they combine it with their savings? So I separate. I make sure that I'm earning enough fiat currency so that I can convert some of it into savings, and savings is hard money. And then when you do that, you can take a percentage of it and you can get a bit more speculative if you choose. And that's why I invested in Ethereum ICO and various other things. But once you get that right, that your fiat currency is your spending, your Bitcoin is your saving, you end up with more Bitcoin every month and you value your wealth in Bitcoin, you get to the point where you can invest in all the interesting opportunities, and most people do this backwards. They try to trade their way into it and then convert it to Bitcoin if they hit the jackpot. That it may work for 5% of you, for 95% it will get you wrecked. And then you have enough money that generates enough income so that you can do the things. So when Celsius blew up, I was able to spend a year of my life, and I'll spend the next year working on that, because that's the contribution I wanted to give and the thing that made me excited to do. Okay, so rule number 3 there. Got our final 2 rules. What have we got? I invest in being wrong all the time. I thought that the Ethereum ICO was crazy because there was no fixed money supply. It wasn't like Bitcoin, but I invested even though I was wrong, and I still got those tokens because I followed those simple rules. And the way that I do this is I say, put your portfolio into 3 sections when you start getting this. The first is, you will go broke trying to bet against the Federal Reserve. I thought this is a Ponzi scheme for the last 25 years since I discovered how money works. And in that 25 years, they rolled over, and people go broke betting against the Federal Reserve. I decide to take some of my Bitcoin out and invest it in the US empire, rolling over to a central bank digital currency and becoming a communist socialist country, because that's the inevitable, predictable, and guaranteed result of fractional reserve banking. The second is, at one stage, that currency will hyperinflate, and I believe in our lifetime we will have a change in empire. And so I have a change in empire portfolio, but then I have the no empire portfolio, which is the Bitcoin rules that I say. All the returns were made in the Bitcoin side, but I want to be in a position where no matter what happens to Bitcoin, no matter what happens to anything else, my financial position never puts me where my father went and where we went when we were dead broke trying to figure this one out. And so 3 portfolios is how you protect yourself. I know it's a lot of information, but the final rule, have a 10-year plan rather than a 1-year plan. Most people vastly underestimate what they can achieve in 10 years. And so they over-speculate because they're trying to become wealthy in 1 year. I never imagined what the last 10 years could do for me. And here's the funny thing, when you do the maths, you realize you do not need the excessive risk that everybody's taking. Just doing those simple things with Bitcoin, just doing a bit of proof of stake to try and end up with something else, just doing those simple things, when you do the maths and compound them, actually is every single person, if you have 10 years left, and if Bitcoin succeeds, it's life-changing amounts of money and you don't need to do all the speculation. And so many people didn't get wealthy along that cycle because they overtraded, they spent it, they violated those rules, they didn't protect themselves along the way, they got over-convicted into one outcome. And if you can get good at this, I genuinely believe that you are alive at one of the most interesting and exciting times in financial history. Many are going to get wrecked really badly from fiat system and all sorts of stuff. Others are going to do really well, and I want as many people on the right side of that change as possible. So that's rule number 5, and that's all I've got. If you'd like to follow me on Twitter, that's where I give most of my content. And sorry I spoke over. It's been a long time in the making. I hope you enjoyed it. I'll be around for the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Amazing. Thank you so much again to Simon for coming to join us today. We now have a break for half an hour. We have canapes. Go get yourself a drink, get some fresh air. We'll be back here for a panel on CBDCs. So make sure you're back at 3 and grab a seat.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello.
I'm gonna take this shit off stage after.
Like stand a bit better if you're doing it. Hello, yeah.
Hello. Hi guys, can I just have your attention, pretty please? So we just want to, yeah. Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, so we just want to quickly mention the CoinBureau event. We are not sponsoring this leaflet, so if it asks you to scan your QR code, may be okay, may not be okay, but we're just not part of it and it's not sponsored by us, all right? We just want to make that clear for everyone. Okay, test. Can you hear me now? Is that all good? Yeah? Cool. My name is Champ. No, it's cutting out, isn't it? Hello, hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. My little sheeps. Cool. All right, so we just want to quickly mention for the CoinBureau event, they are not a sponsorship because they have been asking for people to scan the QR code. We don't know anything, so we don't know if it's good or bad, but we just rich you on a... Oh no, it's cut out again. Again. So just if you scan it, it's on your own, but they're not sponsored part of the event, so just make sure you're aware of that. That's so bad. Okay? Did you guys get the message basically? Yeah? Thank you.
I just remember.
Okay. Okay, everyone, we are starting again for our second half of the event, starting with one of our sponsors, Near Foundation. They're going to be talking to you more about the Near Foundation and welcoming the open web. So please welcome David Morrison on stage from Near Foundation. Thank you.
Yeah, the slideshow with him, and I want him to start talking first.
Can we get the slides up, please? That would be brilliant. If there's a technical issue, please let me know. Don't worry, I'll speak up. No, it's part of the bit. It's part of the bit. It's part of the. No, it's part of the bit. Like I'm going to speak up in a second. We've ruined it now, but it's fine. Hey, don't worry about it. Okay, is the slides somewhere? Is the slides here? No? Okay, the slides are there. All right. So I'm here from the Near Foundation. I'm going to talk to you about the blockchain operating system and everything that it means to do. Of course, I'm not going to do it like that. That would be the most boring slides in the entire world. My name is not Ilya Polasukin, who is the co-founder of Near and CEO of Pagoda, but I am slightly taller than him, and I've stolen his slides, and I'm bastardizing them. There I am, with plasters over, and I've got different accolades, perhaps better accolades, actually. My name is David Morrison. I'm the head of social and the tallest man at the Near Foundation. And today, yeah, go tall boys, tall kings. All right, thank God for that. Today we're going to be unpacking the blockchain operating system, but only kind of, because I'm not quite as good as the boss is at it. Can somebody tell me what that is? You're quite eager, aren't you? Can you tell me what that is on the screen? Well, not the dots. Come on, how are you're better than this. Right, okay, I'll just pretend that you've got it right. It's the elephant in the room. It's the elephant in the room, which we all know is sustainable ecosystem creation, which is exactly what we're going to be talking about today, and we're going to talk about how the blockchain operating system can enable that. But before we do it, I have to stroke my own ego and the ego of the people on my team. this is a chart, as you can tell. On the left, there is numbers from June 2022, and on the right, there is numbers that I pulled yesterday. I think the most remarkable achievement is the fact that we went from 70,000 monthly active accounts to more than 900,000 monthly active accounts. We've gone from just under $300 million in external funding to absolutely shitloads in external funding. And I'm hoping that that shitter keeps on going and that number keeps on going up. But before we get into it, whenever I'm on stage, I actually put a fake voice on because I'm from the north of England. But for just the next 30 seconds, we're going to do a dramatic reenactment of what it's like when I drive home with my mum as a child and get a McDonald's. But I put a twist on it. It's the world of Web3. So I'm just going to get into character. Mom, can we have Web3? Shut up, David! We've got Web3 at home. And what does Web3 at home look like? Well, it looks like a load of shit because you have to download a browser extension and then you have to write down 12 words, your seed phrase. I haven't hidden my seed since I was 9 years old. And then, and then you've got to put that in a lockbox in a bank in the center of London and not tell anyone about it ever. Otherwise, you risk getting it all stolen. And then you've got to jump through a lot of hoops, go through a custom RPC, go through bridges, find your assets, and then finally, maybe you've made it. And by that point that you've made it, you've probably forgotten what the fuck you were trying to do. And then when you remember what the fuck you're trying to do, you head to the website and you get rugged. And you cry, and you renounce Web3 and crypto as bullshit, and you tweet me and you say, damn it! Why did you tell me to do that? Well, not anymore. Just another quick point before we get into it. I'm not an artist, but with the resurgence of AI, I thought I would have a little bit of a helping hand to give this presentation in a more visual way. So I asked an AI, I said, hey, AI, create an image which embodies the following sentence. The promises of Web3 have not been delivered. And it delivered something which is, sorry, I'm getting emotional even thinking about it. I'm about to show you it. It's remarkable, actually, and it really embodies, I think, where Web3 is today. With Web3, the bonds on were of the Ndwefgadurda. And I think that's pretty much the situation that Web3 is in today, right? Yeah? Like, you kind of get it, but it's not quite there. People have told you about the promises of data ownership and privacy and your right to digital governance, but it's a bit of a pain in the ass to get there, and you have to be a genius to understand whatever the hell that means. So I would like to introduce you to something called the blockchain operating system. Now, I've been told by the team I need to give this definition verbatim, and it's a common layer for browsing and discovering open web experiences compatible with any blockchain. So it doesn't matter if you've got an Ethereum tattoo on your inner bicep, like I know you do. It doesn't matter, it's fine. You can still use the blockchain operating system and access Ethereum dApps underneath it. It doesn't matter if you've got a Solana tattoo on your inner thigh. Yeah, you remember that time last week? It doesn't matter because you can head to the blockchain operating system and use Solana decentralized applications with the user interface of the blockchain operating system. It doesn't matter if you've got a Cardano tattoo because there's a tattoo removal store just down the road and we can get that sorted for you and you can still use the blockchain operating system. That's just a joke, Charles. Don't attack me on Twitter. Thank you very much. But what am I talking about? What is it solving? Well, it's solving amalgamation of issues, not just from Web2, not just from Web3, but also from the world of Web2 as well. We all know that Web3 is fragmented right now. I use Near Protocol, I use Ethereum, I don't use Aptos, I don't use Cardano yet, because it is such a pain in my backside to jump through 1,000 different hoops and bridge 1,000 different assets to achieve whatever it is that I want to achieve. In the world of Web2, we have censorship of front ends, we have user retention. It's notoriously hard if you're building a Web2 application that has nothing to do with Web3 to retain those users unless you are Apple, Meta, Google, and the like. And then there's a whole cohort of shared problems, including onboarding, distribution, compliance. It's incredibly complex to build, even in the world of Web2, because you still need to have to plug in to 150 different APIs just to achieve whatever it is that you're trying to achieve. With the blockchain operating system, it's all there, it's all ready, and you can use it. And you can think of the blockchain operating system no different to how the blockchain, to how the operating system on your phone works, or on your MacBook works, or on your laptop works. What it does is it abstracts the hardware and makes it easy for you to interact with the device. The blockchain operating system abstracts the blockchain, the bottom layer, and makes it easy for you to interact with whatever dApp you're looking to interact with, regardless of what chain you're familiar with. So, comes in 4 layers. There's actually a more complex slide, but I'm not smart enough to understand it, so I went for this one instead. So we have the blockchains at the bottom. Doesn't matter which one it is. It could be Near Protocol, it could be Ethereum, Solana, maybe Cardano, who knows. And then we've got the middleware and user interfaces, which can be deployed across 1,000 different applications. You can deploy it on your application right now. And thanks to the middleware and the blockchain layer, you can access all of the information across all of those user interfaces. And finally, we have wallets and fast onboarding. They're a fucking pain in the neck right now, right? Yeah? Who brought the ledger? No one wants to admit to it because I would rob you. And we're going to touch on that a little bit later in the presentation. But one of the key points that I want you to take away from this presentation is that no longer does decentralization mean a lack of distribution. With the blockchain operating system, you have an incredible amount of discoverability and usability. You have a common user base across the entire world of Web3 and eventually Web 2.5 as well. So what does it mean for enterprises? If you are a Web 2 person in the room, and I can spot who you are because you're wearing a suit, it's going to make it super easy for you to grow the Web 2 applications that you have right now, because with just a few lines of code, a click and a drop, you can integrate the blockchain operating system and all of the benefits of Web3. If you are a builder, then you are my best friend. You can build it once and use it absolutely anywhere. It's entirely decentralized. Everything on the front end belongs to users and belongs to us in this room.
I tend to do this.
If you are an individual, it enables what we've entitled community commerce. So you can easily discover everything that it is that you're trying to achieve, and you can create and collaborate with people across the entire Web3 spectrum, not just those in a particular box. The best part about this, the best part is that it's live right now. I am not blowing hot air up your backside. If you head to near.org, you can experience it today. Now, this is just a quick plug. If there are any builders in the room, I want to talk to you. I will be out and about for the rest of the conference. We have launched something called Near Horizon, which is an incredible initiative that connects founders with other founders, with builders, with VCs, with funding teams. And if you'd like to know more, I will be out the back just after this and throughout the rest of the day. Final point that I need to plug, otherwise I'll get sacked. Fast off, the fastest onboarding in the web. Head to near.org right now. You can click create an account, enter your email, and 5 seconds later, you will have a non-custodial Near wallet, and you'll be able to interact with the blockchain operating system completely fee-free, because it enables meta transactions in which the provider pays those gas fees for you. So there's 3 key points that you need to take away for me to keep my job. The first of which is Web3 promises have not been delivered until now with the blockchain operating system. The second of which is decentralization no longer means a lack of distribution, thanks to the blockchain operating system. And then third and finally is that Near and Near Protocol is not just a blockchain, it is the blockchain operating system. It's developer tooling, it's Web3 identity, it's community commerce, it's absolutely everything you need to deliver on the promises of Web3. And my final point before I leave, you can sign up now. The more of you sign up, the happier my bosses will be and the happier I will be. Thank you very much. Have a wonderful day. God bless.
Okay. Okay, thank you so much from David and the Near Foundation. So next up, we have the CBDCs discussion. Moderating will be Guy Turner, co-founder and channel host of the Coin Bureau. We also have Alex Page, who is the CEO of Nillion, David, who you've just heard from, get back on stage. And we also have Natasha Gonseth, co-founder and COO of NMJ Prime, and Jose Neath, head of BCB Labs and founder of 503 ESCO SA DCB in El Salvador. So welcome those guys on stage. Give them a huge round of applause. Thank you.
After you, Jose, after you. There you go. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. Sorry, I'm a little bit hoarse at the moment. So fortunately, I'm going to be moderating this one, and I'm going to let our experts, including Richard Hart here.
$7,000 tracksuit, $10,000 wristband, $500 bracelet.
Richard took a bit of persuading to get him along here. Coin Bureau conference is not generally his thing, but Richard, it's great to have you. No. So Macy has already introduced this wonderful panel, so I won't take up any more time doing that again. So CBDCs. This is a contentious topic. This is something a lot of people have come up to me today, and that's been mentioned. A lot of people have been looking forward to this discussion. So we will try and do it justice. So I'd like to start, Alex, with, if I can ask, just for anyone who might have missed the memo, anyone who might be unfamiliar, what is this acronym that we keep spitting out? What exactly are CBDCs?
So CBDCs are central bank digital currencies. And when we're thinking about currency, we have, obviously all the people in this room came here because of crypto as a form of currency. When we think about fiat as a form of currency, what a lot of central banks across the world are doing now is looking into creating their own versions of digital currency. So how are we creating more or less e-money? And that term has become really a catch-all for all of the projects that are going on across the world, where central banks are looking at how do we take the euro or the dollar and turn it into a digital version of our fiat currency and utilize that in payments and transactions. So we're really talking about how do we digitize money.
Yeah, and it's confusing, isn't it? Because I think a lot of people new to it go, well, I mean, money's already kind of digital, isn't it? You know, I want to actually do a quick straw poll here. How many of you have used cash in the last, let's say, month?
It's a lot higher than I
You've all
expected.
been having a good time.
Interesting. I'm not going to ask what you bought. That was more than I thought. Okay, so I mean that's good. That's good. It's good to see people still using cash.
But it's because they are privacy preserving crypto experts, not the general public.
Exactly, Jose. Exactly. They know the score. They know the score. But yes, it's confusing with CBDCs because, as a lot of people say, you know, we already have this digital money, but it's more than that, isn't it? It's a case of, as you said, Alex, this is something that's coming directly from the central bank. Now, this is something that is looking to perhaps cut out the kind of regular banking sector altogether. Is that right?
Yeah, I think it is, but it's also like so much more than that, right? I think when people say CBDCs, they think, you know, well, you already have digital currency when you transfer money from your Santander to your Monzo, or you withdraw it, like you all do, to buy weed from your dealers. But it's really about shifting power, I believe, from individuals to governmental organizations, right? So you have a full CBDC, they can implement negative interest rates at the click of a button, they can determine what you can and cannot buy. But the argument is way more nuanced than that, and I can see both sides, and looking forward to chatting about it.
Yeah, we'll touch on the kind of programmability aspect of it in a moment. But Natasha, I want to ask you, like, this is something that this is a question I often ask myself. We talk about CBDCs a lot. Is it something that's kind of a conspiracy theory that's perhaps got a little out of hand, or should we really be genuinely worried about, genuinely concerned what these things are and how they're going to change the financial landscape?
I do think with everything, with new innovations, technologies, I do think, we must educate ourselves. We have to look into it and understand what is it. Don't just follow what people are saying, or, just read up and ask your quick self, what is it? Do we need this? And as you said, it's a form of digital token of a foreign or national currency, right? And so I think these are the things you need to think about and do your research. And one thing that I actually, when I started reading into it, I was wondering why do central banks doing this? I mean, I read the latest stats. 90% of central banks are now, exploring CBDCs. And mostly, if I follow the videos and the tweets, and they're all saying, it's just taking back control. People want to go into, the digital economy, and they want to keep their national currency, right? They don't want to have influence from foreign countries, for instance, the US. They want to keep the dollar strong, right? They don't want any other currency to come in and, take that spot, right?
And I mean, we're seeing these CBDCs. You mentioned that a lot of them are currently in development. I mean, it's pretty much the world over. Is that not right, Jose? That pretty much every central bank, bar perhaps a very few, are actually developing this technology right now.
Yes, they are. And really, Money 2.0 is very tempting for them because of what you said, programmability. They want to have a better money for themselves. I would say, coming back to the previous question, if it's a conspiracy theory, I would say no. We already have zero privacy today. So changing from one digital currency to the other digital currency is not the problem. Is that the greed or the desires of the central banks to have a better programmable money? Really, they are looking at having smart contracts, have other things to do to de-intermediate even more the banks. And I think that's where the point is.
And if I may add, in terms of programmability, I think we have to make a distinction between programmable money and programmable payments, right? Programmable money is, you put restrictions on it, it follows certain rules, right? So let's say there's even a cap on it, that you're only allowed to pay 3,000 euros or pounds per month, right? Whereas when it's payments, then, for instance, you can use it for fiscal policy or for monetary policy. I mean, think about if people get, government tax credits and so on. So I think that can be beneficial, but I agree, the programmable money, I think that's where we really have to understand the drawbacks, right?
Yeah, we talk about the drawback. I think I get the feeling we're probably going to spend quite a lot of time on the drawbacks of CBDCs because, you've got to read the room. But I think before we do that, we should aim for some balance here, and I guess ask ourselves the question of what problem are CBDCs trying to solve? Why are central banks going to all this effort, and what are they looking to do? Alex, I'll start with you.
I think a really big piece of this is trying to solve for the friction that exists in the current financial piping that we have. Think about the United States and the number of ways that there are to go through ACH transactions. We're talking about $57 trillion a year that goes through the ACH system, which is this archaic system in the US of moving payments between different bank accounts, all the way through to how international transactions are done and how much cost and time is associated with all those things. I think the central banks are looking at this as a way to upgrade that infrastructure, to make payments easier, to make access to digital, a digital version of the currency you can use anywhere easier. There's a lot of things that need to be upgraded in the systems, and CBDC has really been put forward as this, catch-all to resolve these issues from a really old financial system that's been existing.
And you're right, it is pretty archaic, isn't it? The mere act of moving money around the financial system it seems like a system that's kind of been added to here and there over the years and is not really fit for purpose in this modern world.
I mean, when you think about how payments have evolved in the, fintech side of things, right? And how much simplicity has been brought there. Venmo and PayPal and what they've been doing with these instant payments, and then what the banks in the US have tried with Zelle. I know in the UK, there's a lot of really easy ways to make payments between each other in bank accounts, but like in the US, I still pay $10 to send, a transaction to somebody else's bank for the next day. Right? There's no reason why that shouldn't be instant. There's no reason why it shouldn't be cheaper. There's no reason why money shouldn't be able to flow more easily, and why digital currency plays a role in that, or why the financial system itself supports that.
Yeah, and convenience is a great thing, and convenience, I guess, is a big selling point. But I mean, are there other aspects of a CBDC besides convenience that can advertise it to the average person? David?
Yeah. So, who's familiar with? That's my hidden beer that I keep for my anxiety. Is anyone familiar with Punk 6529? No? Yeah? There's a few? Okay, so he's this brilliant thought leader on Twitter. He wrote out an incredible thread on the freedom to transact and why that freedom supersedes all other freedoms, because if that freedom is either inaccessible or infringed, then you are automatically out of the game, and you couldn't protest, you couldn't object, even if you wanted to. So that if you put on your rose-colored glasses and think of a CBDC as something that enables the freedom to transact for every single person, perhaps around the globe, instantly and for free, then it's a magnificent thing. The idea that you could send money, you could pay for something in a completely different country instantly and fee-free is incredible. And it actually pulls people into that primary freedom, that freedom to transact. On the other hand, if you put your tinfoil hat on and get your bong out, then you are potentially walking into trap set by an evil government organization.
And Jose, so we're talking about something issued by central banks. Where do retail banks fit into this? Where does the regular banking sector come in?
Well, they are going to be de-intermediated. That's one of the things that happens. They are going to be extinct. In reality, answering also the question, what's another good thing that happens with CBDCs will be elimination of the Cantillon effect. Cantillon effect is when the quantitative easing happened, the guys who benefit the most were the bankers, because they were the closest. They were able to get literally free money, enrich themselves, and then give it to the people, instead of the central banks giving the money to the people and growing grassroots from bottom up. They were dropping the money from top to bottom, and the money never came down. So one potential good part is that the central banks or the governments can give money directly to people. That will be the advantage. So there will be less rich bankers, but the few bankers that are rich, they're going to be richer and richer and richer. There will be just the central bankers or a few guys who will be closer to the bank. So maybe having a less Cantillon effect, but that means there will be less banks. Really, they have been helping the enemy instead of working with the people against the rules that the big rulers are imposing. I would say KYC, but that's a matter of a different talk. They were helping the guy who's gonna kill. It's like the dinosaurs voting for the meteorite to come, or wishing for the meteorite to come.
So under this CBDC system, we have everyone has an account at the central bank, and as Jose says, it makes it easier, therefore, for the central bank to get money to people for whatever particular reason. Maybe it's benefits payments, maybe it's payments made in a crisis, maybe it's a form of universal basic income or something similar, and it's direct. It cuts out the retail banking sector, who, let's face it, haven't exactly distinguished themselves in recent decades. So this is great, right, Natasha? I mean, this is perfect. What could possibly go wrong?
Making a good point here. Well, I do think, CBDCs, I mean, they do rely on, similar technology, cryptography and distributed ledger, right? And so with this, or with the help of this, it will create that optimal levels of trust and efficiency, right? That's the whole idea behind it. But I think if you look at it from a tokenomic tokenomics point of view, I think that it couldn't be far apart from, supply limits. I mean, look at Bitcoin, it has a supply limit, or, centralization, right?
And Alex, is this, so, I mean, talking about supply limits then, I think that moves us on again to sort of this idea of programmability. What sort of aspects of the CBDC, what kind of features, if you like, could we realistically expect from that sort of system?
I think that's the big picture here, is that this is all going to come down to implementation. Like, how are central banks going to implement this? And I can tell you, it's not going to be like USDC, except it's issued by the Federal Reserve, right? We're not going to see the programmability of like Solidity smart contracts on top of CBDC coins. What we're going to see is something that's going to be much more TradFi. And it's also, speaking to Pedro or Jose's point, the central banks are going to be protecting the banks a lot throughout the issuance of things like this. You don't want to enable everybody who has a bunch of fiat in their bank account to suddenly move onto what should be a distributed ledger, where it's now, like Bitcoin, it's on chain, it belongs to you, it's out of the banking system. You can go buy treasuries and get 5% yield instead of accepting the bank's really terrible rate. That's a real conflict that I think is going to limit the impact that CBDCs have in the short term, because they're going to protect the banks. In European Union and America, these are the massive financial players, and they're not just going to accept the fact that a lot of their deposits are going to end up in a central bank wallet.
So this isn't going to take the form of a central bank power grab in any way.
I don't think so. It's what you're going to see it as, and the features you're going to be looking for is like, it's going to be a tab inside of your banking app, very connected, KYC, like it has all of that stuff around. You'll be able to interact with other wallets that are KYC'd and issued by financial institutions. They'll probably let in some of the other big fintech players to do UI and UX things, or the payroll providers, but it's going to be a very TradFi system that sits next to the banking system.
I mean, it could also be that they just mint the tokens, right, and they just leave it to the financial intermediaries to solve it on their own, right? It could also be the case, or even they just say, you know what, we've actually tried, we looked at all the technical implications, and it's just, we'll rather go for, like a stable coin, whatever. I mean, that could also be like the alternative, right?
Mm. And in terms of what features we could see, I mean, David, do you think we're likely to find ourselves in a situation whereby spending limits, saving limits on where we can spend, is that something a CBDC can do? Is that something that you foresee as a possibility?
Well, from a technical point of view, it can happen, right? 100% it can happen. And I would like to sit here and say, no, that would absolutely never happen in the Western world, not under Mr. Sunak or whomever it might be. But the Chinese digital currency, the e-yuan, which actually, as far as I'm aware, isn't powered by a blockchain, as far as I'm aware, they are already restricting people from spending their currencies where they want to spend them. Saw a video a couple of weeks ago of a man who was a political dissident. Other than that, he was a fine, upstanding citizen, just didn't like what the government had to say. He couldn't buy a train ticket. So right now, while we have democracy and roses and flower petals in the air, it's fine. But when you give that power to someone, it only takes one flick of the switch for it to be used for less than appropriate reasons.
Yeah. Wise words, David. And yes, freedoms like that are easily given up and almost impossible to win back. So, but Jose, so let's imagine we can see what's possible. We know what's possible. Can you envisage a situation whereby, because CBDC, I mean, there are CBDC trials happening all over the world. I mean, as I said, pretty much every central bank is working on it. And from what we've seen, I think it's Nigeria, take-up has been, voluntary take-up has been negligible. I think the same is true in China and other places. So how are they going to get us using a CBDC? Let's say, is it Bitcoin that they're talking about here? Was that the CBDC? How are they going to get it? How is Mr. Sunak going to get us to use Bitcoin, for instance?
Well, making cash illegal. That's why all of us will use cash as much as we can. They can simply say, well, to deposit cash in your Barclays account, you will pay 10% fee for the bank to count the bills, or like what they did already in Sweden, that using cash is impossible and certain serial numbers of bills are already out of circulation. That happened to me. They gave me change in a restaurant, a bill that was no longer in circulation. And when I went to the bank, they say, no, now you have to go to the central bank to change it. I say, I'm a tourist. I'm going to put it in a frame and remember that a waiter in a restaurant scammed me in Sweden. Me being the Mexican, it should be the opposite. Maybe what I will do is I will save the bill and go back and give it as a tip. So I'm going to give that bill back as a tip to the same waiter next time I go to Stockholm. But I think it's super simple. If another pandemic comes, or maybe even not a pandemic, but they want to guess a new virus, they will say, hey, you cannot go out of your limits and your currency will not work if you're out of these limits. I saw that happening. I saw another video but of Canadian truckers that they couldn't get money to sustain their thing, no? So I think it's quite easy to say, okay, you cannot use cash, or it's super expensive to use cash, by increasing the fees to deposit cash into the banks. Then maybe normal currency, again, you can say to the banks, don't lend any more normal pounds, now you just lend Bitcoin or whatever.
I had an interesting discussion with someone first thing this morning, a chap, I don't know where he is, but he was talking about he receives his pension and how that could well be, that could be a way to get people using it. So, and I remember years ago, my grandmother, who used to religiously go and collect her pension in cash from the post office every week, she was up in arms when she learned that they were paying it directly into her bank account. And I mean, is this something that you can see happening, Alex? Is this one way to do it? They target people who perhaps more vulnerable people like pensioners, and introduce it that way, and just sort of present it as a fait accompli?
I mean, I think that they're going to be, yes, the restrictions that they could put in place. I think they're smarter than that. They're going to be sneaky about it. It starts with the pensioners. It starts with an easier way to pay your bills. It starts with, a payment system that is faster and more convenient, and they get more and more adoption into it through those mechanisms. They introduce fintech so that there's a user experience that's really good. You add all those pieces together, and you just keep rolling people more and more into CBDC as the way that they're paying, and then one day it's just there's no more cash. Or you don't use your bank account anymore. You don't send ACH or wires anymore. Like, it's that type of transition where they'll start with the money they give out. That's a great place to start. I didn't even think of that. And then it comes down, and then there'll just be this rolling of people in there over time. And then it's like Sweden, where it's like the bank doesn't actually have cash anymore.
Yeah, because Nigeria experimented when the e-naira was kind of falling flat on its face. They kind of experimented with limiting people's access to cash, which I gather didn't go down all that well. So I can imagine it as a sort of gradual process. But I mean, Natasha, do you think, I think Alex is absolutely right, that we see this system whereby things are slowly taken away from us as we don't even really notice it happening. My question to you is, have we already given up a lot of the freedoms that come with things like cash? Have we kind of sacrificed our freedom perhaps on the altar of convenience?
That's a good question, right? I know I keep saying it, but that's why do your research, educate, right? That's why when I heard about it, I was like, what does it actually mean for me? What do I need to do? What can I say about it, right? And because one of the things what worries me is that, is it working? That they don't even ask, like the general public, us users, they don't ask about for our input. Do we actually need this at all? And what Alex is saying, yeah, they're very sneaky about it. They will say, okay, your salary is being paid out in CBDCs, pensions and so on, and then you somehow don't realize what's happening, right? Because you get caught up with it, right? And So I think that's the worrying part.
I mean, it's funny when you think about it, you're right, we have given up privacy inside of financial institutions already, but in a way, we all still benefit from the abstraction that the decentralization of the banking system offers, right? What does it take for the government to go and figure out what somebody's financial transactions have been over the course of several years? You look at a money laundering investigation, and I'm not pro money laundering, but it takes years for the government to go through and figure out what happened. You take in something like CBDC, where now you're centralizing whether it is a ledger or not, somebody has the block explorer in the government and they can see all the things that this KYC wallet or address or what have you have done. It becomes a lot easier for one centralized entity to see everything that you've been doing.
And also when you think about it, money is not anonymous anymore, right?
And what I will say is this is very bad because we pay a ton of taxes to have police, as an example. Now the banks, the financial system, even the central bank belonging to the government, is performing police tasks. That is a matter of the police, the detectives, whoever has to do money laundering investigation. Now it's a bank who has to hire 3 times more employees in the compliance area, and the payment, the compliance officers earn good money, I guess, comes out of fees that they charge us. So we're paying taxes to have police, and then we're paying fees for the banks to police us on something that is responsibility of the government. And the government is washing their hands and letting somebody else do these things. And the bank became already accomplices of this grabbing our privacy, grabbing our freedoms. As George says, if you don't have the freedom to transact, you lose a lot of other freedoms. If you want the freedom of speech, maybe you need to pay for the pamphlet or for the paper. If you don't have money, you don't pay for the paper, you cannot print, or you cannot pay for the website, and you cannot say some things. So they're eroding the thing that is essential. And that is very problematic. And I will only say one more thing. There's something called the Murphy's Law. Murphy's Law says that if something can go wrong, it will go wrong sooner or later. So I think we're really giving to people who's completely disconnected from the reality the power to destroy or to disrupt our lives a lot, because they are not elected officials. We cannot really bot them out, and that's a big problem.
I mean, the same group and organization, well, the European Union is putting forward the digital euro. This is also the same group of countries that is actively diving into how can we get around end-to-end encryption, because Signal is dangerous. Like, that's the same group of people that are talking about CBDCs, that are talking about why we don't need encryption, why there should be backdoors for the government.
Yeah, and no, that's fine. No. Hey, listen, every word that comes out of your mouth is magnificent. Anyway, yeah, you mentioned, we are not elected officials and we can't look around it. Well, you can, and it's called Bitcoin, right? Absolutely.
Yeah. I was going to say, there's the same people who gave lockdowns, who said that vaccines were safe, so many other things, are the same guys who are now trying to dictate other things. And, well, Bitcoin is a solution.
So how do, so Bitcoin is one way of pushing back against it, and I think that's one of the main cases for having a part of your portfolio in Bitcoin. It's that hedge against the financial system and the increasing sort of digitization of it and the loss of privacy.
Sorry for taking this much time. I'm going to give the experience of El Salvador. You know, the cost of the remittances in El Salvador from the US to El Salvador was around 17%, let's say 15%. So if a Salvadorian guy sent money to his mother, he sent $100, the mother received $85. Najib Bukele made a Bitcoin legal tender. Nothing happened because that guy is an undocumented worker in the USA. Even if nice, good, well-reputation people cannot open a Coinbase account easily, imagine for an undocumented worker, he will never be able to pass KYC from Coinbase, Upholder, all those guys. So the reality, the Western Union and MoneyGram dropped the prices because they were scared, say, oh, now they have an alternative. So adoption in Bitcoin in El Salvador may not be very, very big, but everybody's benefiting today of the existence of Bitcoin. Same happened with the cost of borrowing for the country. The country originally was paying 19%. The Volcano bond pays 6%. Everybody says, okay, they raise around $1 billion already, or $500 million. The banks dropped the rates to lend money to El Salvador because now El Salvador has an alternative. If we threaten the banks, if we threaten the government saying, hey, we're going to start dealing between us in, I don't know, in shoes, in cans of aluminum, in favors, and no more money, you can print whatever you want, nobody's going to use it. Then they will have to come into terms. That is the power of the people. That's democracy, really, because we cannot overthrow the government even if we vote for whom we're going to vote. There's only bad candidates and all the different political parties, all the same. So the only way we can do is walk away of that system. And if we cannot all emigrate to Dubai that easily, we can just live in the UK but do not participate in their system.
It's a nice thought. David, do you, everything that we've been seeing recently, obviously with the SEC suing Binance and Coinbase, Gary Gensler, he was out on NBC and he was talking about digital money, wasn't he? He said, we don't need another digital money, we already have digital money. It's the digital dollar, it's the digital euro, they're all digital now. Do you subscribe to the view that everything that we're seeing at the moment, this crackdown from US regulators and other regulators across the world that are following their lead, is this part one of the implementation of the CBD system? Is that the end game, do you think? Or are we overthinking this?
Yeah, I don't know, I just ripped a massive bong before I came on, so I say yes, yeah. No, the truth is, Guy, I don't know, right? And I'm not particularly in a position to comment on whether or not that is the case. But I would like to say that in my personal view, governments tend to be so disorganized and poorly managed that I don't think that they could pull off a giant plan as good as that. But if they did, then hey, good luck.
Very true. I know our government, I know the British government couldn't possibly manage that in a month of Sundays. Okay, let's start wrapping it up because I think CBDCs are something we can talk about for hours and hours. So I want to get some final thoughts from all of you on this. I'm just going to ask you all the same question. I'm curious to what you make of it. So it's a two-parter. I'll start with you, Alex. Firstly, are CBDCs inevitable? And if so, what can we do about it?
I think the answer to the question is yes, they are inevitable. I think that what we can do about it is be paying attention to the proposals that are coming out in the countries that we're in and the things that they're looking for. Privacy is by far, for me, the biggest concern. We are going to give up a ton of privacy in whatever they put forward, even if they say they're not going to do it. And so paying attention to this and getting people to actually push back against it, this is how things like encryption changed in the EU when they were talking about end-to-end, is countries started pushing back. And so we need to be pushing back to maintain privacy for our financial system, because that is something that shouldn't be negotiated.
Thank you, Alex. Natasha, I'm going to ask you the same question. Inevitable, and if so, what can we do?
Yes, I have to agree with Alex. I think it is coming. I mean, there are too many central banks and governments working on it. However, I do think there's so many conspiracy theories, popping up, and I do think regulators should pay attention to this and make this their top priority to explain to the people, why do we actually need this? What are the benefits, and also what are the worrying drawbacks, such as privacy and this traceability and not being able to transact anonymously, right? And so I think that's definitely something they need to take, make a top priority. And to be honest, I do think it will come, innovation. We've seen this over the last few decades, years, game-changing innovations. It will happen, but I think CBDCs will happen more on a foundational level rather than on a disruptive level, right?
Do you think, therefore, given this inevitability, do you think that central banks or governments would be more inclined to consult with their publics? Do you think that's something they'd be open to doing?
I hope so. And otherwise, I need to knock on their door and say, come on, I mean, we are the ones using it. Why don't you ask us, right?
Yeah, I gather there have been quite a number of public consultations on CBDCs in a number of countries, and they've just been sort of rolled out very, very quietly. No one really knows about them. So I guess it's people's responsibility to be aware of what's happening in your country. Richard, I imagine you're going to say CBDCs are inevitable and HEX is the answer. Is that right?
That's the only answer, though. It's absolutely the only answer, yeah. Hex all the way. No, the truth is, so actually both of you guys said yes, and I was going to say yes, but I'm going to change my answer to no and give you the argument. So, no, they're not inevitably coming to a shore near you if you do something about it, and if you want to, right? I'm not here to tell you whether CBDCs are incredible or, a tool for a authoritarian state. That's up to you to decide. I know where I sit, but the legal team will tell me off if I say it. And this is community governance, right? But on a grand scale. So go out there and do your best to fight for your side.
Well said, David. Well said. Jose, what about you? Are they inevitable? And if so, what can we do?
Well, sadly, I think they are inevitable, and I will paraphrase Simon in his cycle number 5, saying we're in the cycle 5 of surviving CBDCs, and immediately after that, we will come into the cycle 6, that's surviving AI.
So, in fact, we should really be more worried about AI than anything else.
Both, I think.
Wait, hang on. Did you see my talk? Did you see the picture that was on my talk?
Sadly,
oh, you didn't see it? Let's see how it is. It's all right, man. It's fine. We'll catch you after this.
Well, folks, we're going to leave it there. So I think in conclusion then, we're staring very much down the barrel of central bank digital currencies, and whoever you are and wherever you live, they're coming soon to a bank account near you. And our job, every one of us, is to be aware of that, is to push back against them, is to make our voices heard, because that way we can affect change. And I'm remembered of a great quote. I think it was Anita Roddick, who founded The Body Shop, once said. She said, "If you ever think you're too small to make a difference, just imagine trying to sleep in a room with a mosquito." Thanks very much, everyone.
Thank you.
Wow, what an amazing panel discussion there. Next up is another very important panel discussion, mass adoption trends. Moderating will be Michael Tabone, Head of Research at Cointelegraph Research. We have Gracie Chen, who is Managing Director at BitGet, Lucas Bruhl, Ecosystem and Product Lead at Million, Justin Goldston, Professor at Penn State, and Matthew Goffrey, Co-Founder and CEO of Galleon. If you do want to network, please head over to the Edinburgh Suite, which is just up the stairs, central to where the registration desks are. Otherwise, please take a seat and get ready for the mass adoption trends. Thank you.
Thank you, Macy. How's everybody doing out there? We're all doing good? One guy is doing good. Thank you. A bunch of people in the front row are doing okay. We're still alive. Thank you guys for sitting down for this. And this is the mass adoption panel. And you guys are all part of the mass adoption thing. I've been to a couple of conferences this year full of people. And the best part about this whole thing is I've seen so much being built on the blockchain from the industrial side, from the VC capital side and everything else. And we have a great panel here today that I think is going to be very useful to you. So I really appreciate it. If everybody can come up. We have Justin Goldstein from Penn State. We got Gracie Chen, who's the managing person for BitGet. Matthew, I'm going to screw up your last name, Matthew, because the French is going to kill me. But Gunafi and Lucas Bruhl. So give them all a good hand, please. So the crypto industry is not without jargon, and we all know that we are here for Web3, but there's been this thing called Web 2.5 that everyone's been talking about, and that jargon is supposed to be the stepping stone between the Web 2 world and the Web 3 world, right? That we're between the prior to blockchain to now after the revolution. And I'd like to ask, if I can, to Lucas, how can we help that user experience to make the crypto waters more inviting?
Absolutely. I think there are really three key parts to this puzzle. The first one is all about how can we onboard retail users more easily? So how can we enhance the user experience on the wallet side specifically? Once we have people on-chain, how can we enhance the experience when it comes to navigating through applications, buying assets, etc. And the third point is all about the developer experience, which I would say is at least as important as the user experience, because the more developers we can excite to come on chain, the more cool applications we will have, and the more cool innovative applications we'll have, the more users we will get. So it's a positive feedback loop ultimately. So to start with the first point, great user experience on the onboarding side of retail. Starting with the wallet experience, it's still very painful, right? I would say there's a lack of security, number one. You lose your private key, that's a big problem. Writing down your private key is a big problem. The second one is all about a lack of standardized interfaces. So in Web2, we sort of converge towards standards, design patterns that we're all familiar with. We have a great mobile experience. In Web3, we are still lacking that a lot. And finally, the integrations, right? So if I have a wallet, I can buy crypto, I can hold crypto, but the real world integrations are still limited. The good thing is, I think with smart contract wallets, account abstraction, programmable logic that we can now integrate into wallets, we will see a tremendous shift in the way we can onboard users with wallets. We will be able to do things like defining our security framework, account recovery, account phrasing, grading whitelists, setting transaction limits, batching transactions, doing better gas management, and most importantly, finding a way to access a wallet without requiring the hassle with private keys. As much as important about smart contract wallets, though, I'm equally excited about MPC wallets, which arguably can do the same programmable things that smart contract wallets can do, but are chain agnostic. So they're not specific to one chain, but can do the same programmable aspects that I just explained, which is, I think, very, very exciting. So that's the wallet experience. We also have the payment complexity challenge. On-ramping from fiat to crypto is still a hassle. I think it needs to get to the point where a user essentially sees an exciting NFT and they can just directly buy without having to go through the number of steps before to get into crypto. I think Stripe entering that market now as an on-ramp player is a big deal, and we'll prove that a lot. So that's the sort of user onboarding experience. Once we have users on board, we need to reduce the jargon. We need to reduce the number of steps it takes to get from A to B. And the third point is that we also have to find sort of standardized interfaces. Great examples are Reddit. Reddit didn't call their assets NFTs, they called it avatars. We have more than 5 million people now holding those, which is fantastic. We have Nike and Starbucks doing something similar. Look at Layer 0, which cut the number of steps it took to get from A to B, cross-chain swaps-wise dramatically. Those are the things we will need to put in place to secure people on-chain. So last point then on the developer side, look, we need to get to a point where I don't have to be a smart contract specialist to deploy programs, right? I think Stylus, which is Arbitrum's general purpose program environment and wasn't virtual machine, is actually a great example of that. You can write your code in C, you can write your code in C++, you can write your code in Rust, and nonetheless run it alongside EVM or Arbitrum. Great example. Final point there, also enabling developers to set up rollups flexibly. So developers want to have their own tokens, maybe set certain fees, design an MEV policy. Those sorts of things, I think, particularly with fractal scaling on Ethereum, which is still a little bit out, but that will be, I think, really, really interesting to see, because I can set up as a developer my own rollup. I can outsource my validator sets, outsourcing security through reapplication, essentially using EigenLayer. I can nonetheless get the security benefits of Ethereum and then run my own rollup supercomputer that's specifically designed for my application. So to summarize, onboarding retail, we need a better wallet experience and a better payment abstraction. The second point, once we have people in, is simplifying the experience to utilize those applications. And finally, on the developer side, how can we bring in more people without being smart contract specialists, and how can we provide flexible roll-up setups?
1000%. I agree with all of those points. On the centralized exchange side, Gracie, BitGet has a great user-friendly experience with the copy trading platform that you guys have. Kind of takes the guesswork out of people that might have a lot to do during their day. They're not really into trade, into sitting there and watching the red and green candles and stuff. So they can look at the past performance of different traders that have had experience. Can you maybe go into a little bit about how maybe perhaps that could help onboard some people?
Sure. By the way, I think Michael is like my advertisement agency already. He's like helping us promoting this product. So copy trading is what Michael was describing. It is our flagship product, and in terms of copy trading volume, among all the exchanges, we are the biggest one until today, which we launched nearly 3 years ago. So what is copy trading? From the name, you can see. And by the way, I think eToro, it's a British-based company. It's like one of the earliest exchange, which does mainly traditional financial industry like equity, commodity, or forex trading. That is a pioneer in copy trading since 2010 or something. And this is a concept that we kind of adopted it into crypto. So we're one of the first crypto exchanges launching copy trading. From the word, you can probably guess. So copy trading, I copy from something. And it is a mechanism or kind of product that we have this platform where our users can choose from the elite traders according to their returns level, their analysis, and their past result. You get to see all their past data in terms of the historical track record in order to decide who you want to copy from. And then you can allocate a small share of your portfolio and just mimic the elite traders' experience or the strategy. So how that helps mass adoption? Obviously, it is a great tool for especially new entrants. We've all been there, right? Like a few years ago when we just started off in the space, there's so many jargons, so many things we need to learn. I believe many of our audience today here are also learning and hearing lots of things that they think they need to do more research on. And that's a great way to learn. But for us, if you have done copy trading, you get to see their allocation in terms of tokens. Let's say there are 10 tokens, then you know where to start with your research rather than searching from out of 10,000, more than 10,000 tokens out there. So that's one of our products that our users really love, which we think can help with, back to your point, help with mass adoption. But by the way, I think mass adoption is something, I call it teenager sex. Everyone wants it, everyone is curious, but not everyone knows how to achieve that. I think we all got some interesting points, and Lucas also mentioned a few steps and mechanisms that is helping mass adoption. But actually, when can that really be achieved, and how we as industry players can work together to implement those things? That is very hard, and it takes time.
Totally agreed. There are different ways of the blockchains being utilized right now for like royalties in music and art, gambling, GameFi, big time. It's one of the things I think that'll lead to more mass adoption, supply chain. I'm sure Justin wants to talk about that in a little bit. ESG, and we're talking about DAOs in the next panel. You have a very interesting use case, Matthew. And we were talking before about how a lot of people go to your token as a maybe a first step into the cryptoverse because specifically they can relate to the product. So maybe you can explain a little bit about how that worked.
Of course. So typically what we are doing, we bring people in the blockchain and we bring people easily in the blockchain because what we are doing, it's an electronic health record that structures medical data. So we are healthcare blockchain because on top of that, you have the blockchain layer that trains medical AI. So we decentralize the training of the medical AI, and all the data of the hospital stay at the hospital level. So we do not put the data on the blockchain, but we use the blockchain to train the AI, and we keep the privacy of the patient. So it's completely new. And what I love to say, we have a lot of people that came to us in our community. We call them Galeon tribes. And they say, oh, Galeon is my first token. I came in the crypto with Galeon because we have the Galeon Academy, and we bring people in the healthcare blockchain. We have articles about healthcare blockchain, about medical AI, about all the subjects related to the blockchain. And people don't want to understand the technical side of the blockchain. They want to use it. They want to use it easily with safety, trust, and transparency. So I think people, and to have the mass adoption, we need central exchange, of course, like Bitget is doing quite well. And we need to have an onboarding really, really simple. We have to stay simple with a wallet. Okay, it's really hard to be on the blockchain with non-custodial wallet, but I think central exchange is the first step to be on the blockchain. And then we have to have some UX, simple UX for the wallet, for decentralized application, and some real world use case like what we are doing. So yeah, I think people just want to use blockchain or crypto.
Absolutely, and it's those real world use cases that bring people in, because everybody got into crypto for different reasons, whether they bought some JPEGs on NFTs, or it's about Bitcoin, or whatever it happens to be. It's going to be personal for each individual. And as someone who's almost done with my PhD, I still got some couple months to go, I really respect Justin and his work at Penn State as a professor and working with blockchain. And what do you see in your research and your work and your different things about the application of blockchain, especially from an academic or practical level?
I would say that in working with a number of leaders and organizations, I've worked with IBM, SAP, just did an event for Jameson Whiskey a few months ago. It's all about education. And, you know, in order to get this mass adoption, we need to find a way to kind of mass expand the education for mass adoption. Whenever I'm working with organizations, it's all about finding that transition. So for example, I do a lot of work within the blockchain space, and NFTs are going to have a massive impact on the blockchain industry, the tracking and tracing of materials, you know, around the world. If you're familiar with the manufacturing industry, you know, you'll have a bill of material. You know, and you know, I can take you know what NFTFi did, you know, within their application in bundling NFTs, where you can bundle a number of NFTs into, you know, one roll-up, if you will, and you can do the same thing with a finished good. You know, you have a finished good, you have all of these materials that's essentially going to get bundled into one product. There is one project called Ubiquity, where they have non-fungible titles, where you can put houses on a blockchain. Well, within the house, you have, you know, a hot water heater. You have maintenance on that hot water heater. So all of that information can be tracked on the blockchain. So once you purchase a home, you can see all the maintenance history on those particular products. So within the Web3 space, we just published a preprint for a study that was funded by the Web3 Foundation on digital inheritance. You can find that if you go on the Google Scholar and type in Justin Golston, you'll see that study along with studies on the metaverse and soulbound tokens. But within the Web3 space, you know, a number of these protocols are looking for those practical applications, because all of these protocols understand that's what's needed to make a difference. So going back to what Lucas was talking about, user experience is the biggest thing at this stage. And the biggest thing is once users transact on an application and they don't know that they're operating on a blockchain, that's whenever we're going to get the mass adoption, right? It needs to be seamless. And, you know, if you're in this room, you're technical. If you can operate MetaMask, you're technical. And
a number of these people to get the billions in, it has to be easier than MetaMask. We think MetaMask is easy, but it needs to be easier than that.
Absolutely, and it's that user interface that makes things easier. I don't know who was around or who was using the internet in the very first days, but it wasn't a immediately turn on my computer and I'm on the interwebs. It was a little harder than that. And I agree with you that user interface has to be cleaner. What are some other ways that we can make the user interface cleaner? One clicks, those kind of things. The copy trading thing is very interesting from a centralized exchange avenue. Putting all your information, your medical information in zero knowledge proof, perhaps, on the blockchain makes things easier. The spellbound token, is there somebody on the stage that might want to explain a little bit more about the spellbound token, how that plays into each one of these realms that we've talked about here today? Does anybody want to take that?
Yeah, so we're also doing a study. We're also doing a study with the Stellar Foundation where we're developing a soul-bound token where we're creating a learn and earn model because we're actually doing a study to see if gamification on the blockchain can lead to increased financial literacy. So once the students, review the curriculum, take the exam, then you're going to get an on-chain certificate, an on-chain badge, right? Now, in the fall, we're going to work with Hillsborough Community College down in Florida, where we can put certificates on the blockchain, and then eventually we're going to be putting diplomas on the blockchain. Now, of course, that's going to be a soul-bound token where it's non-transferable, and that's going to be essentially your online resume, your digital resume, and that one use case is something that the masses understand, right? So it's those types of examples that a lot of people can understand, and if you explain it that way, then that's just another way that we can reach mass adoption.
Yeah, I mean, just to add to what Justin just said, I mean, there are really two camps about this. So there is the SPT camp and the verifiable credential camp. Technically there are differences how they work, but fundamentally what it comes down to is some sort of level of decentralized identity, decentralized credentials that you can use composably across different applications. I'm very excited about that. I think we clearly see trends towards that. Obviously, zero knowledge is used particularly already in this space a lot. We see Polygon ID, for instance, even the European Union on the public side, which is aiming to have a digital identity wallet next year, believe it or not, is considering using CK and decentralized infrastructure to provide identity solutions within the European Union. Why is this so interesting, though? I think on the crypto side, once we have decentralized identity, decentralized credentials, we will be able to introduce new verticals. Like, for instance, decentralized, unsecured sort of lending and borrowing, which requires identity. It requires some sense of knowing who that borrower is to be able to enforce that, which right now we don't have in place. Second interesting application could be for Sybil attacks. So at the moment in crypto, I think everybody knows, or everybody has probably experienced the one or the other DAO that may be governed by actually one person, but they're just different wallet addresses. Likewise, airdrops are farmed by quite often the same people just across different addresses. Once we have an identity solution in place, we can progress a lot on that front. So that's beautiful, but I think fundamentally composability benefits. What it means is I have my decentralized identity, my decentralized credentials in my network. Now I can use that across different applications without having to go through the same sort of sign-up login process all over again. Is a tremendous efficiency boost and a tremendous boost for user experience. So that's on the crypto side. On the real world, also, once we have digital credentials and digital identity solutions, we'll be able to prevent frauds that is still happening cross borders a lot. Cross-border authentication will improve a lot, efficiency improvements in general. And the big topic most recently, proof of personhood, will be able to be addressed with that, right? So I think everybody in this room probably has used ChatGPT at that point, or has probably got confronted with it. It's tougher every single day to differentiate between, did that person send me that? Did that person grade that? Or was it actually ChatGPT? And in order to verify who actually graded that in the first place, digital identity solutions, digital credential solutions will be immensely valuable. So yeah, I can just totally agree that I think there will be tremendous benefits on this space going forward.
Absolutely. The problem with AI is going to be solved with blockchain, right? The blockchain is going to be your defense against being impersonated and all of that kind of stuff from the AI front. But we're not here to talk about threats to our individuality. Gracie, are there other things that, you know, I was just having a conversation with one of the audience members about keeping the seed phrases, and they were all afraid, and they would rather just keep their coins and everything else on an exchange. Is there a way, other ways that BitGet and other exchanges can be more user-friendly in the future going forward?
Indeed, regulation, being transparent, and we spent a lot of time in this morning. We had another session in the morning about exchanges, and we spent a lot of time talking about being transparent, being protective, and help your community and really care about them. I think that's really important to have mass adoption, because you have to have that trust so that you're comfortable telling your parents that you are working in the industry, right? I think after FTX, many of my friends told me they're not comfortable telling their parents or their friends that they work in the space, which is quite hilarious. And even like for myself, I also feel a little bit that way recently. So I think it's really, really important to build that trust. Let me share with you an example what we did in this approach. So there's one day I was having a meeting with my colleagues, and my phone because my Twitter has the notification, and it had like 100 messages pumping up. I was like looking at that. I was like, what happened? So it seems that it's all like FUDs, the fear, uncertainty, and doubt, that the word we use, FUD. So someone is spreading FUD about BitGet and about myself. It tagged BitGet Global and my Twitter account. It says like, BitGet is the next FTX. I was like, what happened? And why is this person saying that? So I asked my team to investigate, and it turns out it is a token that listed on our platform, but what they did on the first day of listing was pump and dump. So they drive up the price, they sell it off, and they just basically cheated on their users as well as our users, whoever bought that token. So what we did is, firstly, we freeze that account, and then that's what happened. And at that time, I also thought, is it the right thing to freeze the account as an exchange? Should we do that? And what should we do about this token? What should we do about all those users who were hurt by this project? So we had lots of internal discussion, especially within the higher managers, and we decided we want to compensate those users being hurted in this event. And we think that's important because they lost the money not because of them, it's because of this project who is the bad behavior or the bad horse in this industry. So, I mean, this example just shows how much we care about our community and care about transparency and care about working with the real builders in this industry, which I think that's another way of showing, our commitment into protecting our users, other than what we mentioned earlier, like proof of reserve, protection funds, some of other mechanisms we have. I think the organizer...
Time is going by so fast.
So fast.
Thank you, Macy. 5 minutes left. Matthew, I'd like to give you the floor. I'd like to close up with some finishing thoughts. We only have 5 minutes. Mass adoption, what's going to bring us the next billion users onto the blockchain? Go ahead, give us your prediction. We're going to hold you very tight to this. So.
Yeah, I think we need to remember that Web3, blockchain, crypto, it's all about people. When you have a project that has real strong fan base, you can do what you want with your business. I think we have to remember that people want to, I will repeat me, but they don't want to understand the blockchain or technical side of the blockchain, but they want to use it. So we have to bring them by real world use case, like healthcare, like real-world data, like ecological things, or big subject like people can understand. Because when I say to my friends, oh, I'm digging on NFTs, blockchain, soulbound token, etc., they don't understand nothing. So healthcare, on my side, healthcare is concerning everybody here. We have all the problem or maybe diseases in our family. So I think we need to have real use cases to bring people and mass people in this industry.
Completely agreed. Give him a good hand for that. Gracie, you have any finishing thoughts, final thoughts?
I think that really brings up a very good point, which is what could be our killer apps? If we think about how AI is popular, there are certain things happened in the past few years. For example, 2016-17 when AlphaGo beat the chess championship, and last year when ChatGPT became very popular. So these are the killer apps or the killer events that drives mass adoption of AI. But if we look at blockchain and crypto industry, the past mass adoptions were mainly due to Bitcoin price, go to the moon, right? Or went to the moon. When the Bitcoin price or the whole cryptocurrency prices goes up, that's where general public get interested and becoming massively adopted. But that's actually not very healthy. Or even we should ask us another question. What are the fundamental reasons driving up the price of Bitcoin? And work on those things, those factors, to have more killer apps or more real usage applications available for everyone to, really see the benefits of having crypto. I think that's what I really hope to see out of the audiences and all the projects. And we are very happy to, list down those tokens as well. These are the real builders. I think focusing on, killer apps and what people need is the main issue here.
Excellent. Totally agreed with that, Gracie. Justin?
Very quick. We'll get your next billion users if Gary Gensler resigns. Just my thoughts.
1,000%. I can't disagree with you on that one. 1,000%. Lucas?
Yeah, I mean, it's tough to pick the one thing that will bring in the billion people. But I think fundamentally, from real-world assets, decentralized identity, stablecoins, and many of the other things we touched on, they're great opportunities for all of us to bring this space forward. It will take time. I think, at the moment, it doesn't look as cool as it might have looked 1.5 years ago. It's a little bit more stable or downwards trending sometimes, but the reality is we're building the future here. We're building the future of decentralized infrastructure, and that impacts assets as much as it will impact decentralized data ownership, self-sovereign data ownership. And I think for all of these things, it's worth waking up. It's worth going to work to build towards that future. It's worth supporting ventures that are building towards that future. And it's worth being patient and waiting for that future to materialize. So I'm as excited today as I was excited 1.5 years ago. Those that were speculators, they have left the space, but all of us here today believe in a different future. And that's what makes me very excited. I'm sure that we will ultimately convince the mass, not just the people in this room.
Absolutely agreed. One of the things that I believe as an economist looking at historic is the fact that it's necessity that creates the actual adoption. So we're going to have to see things necessitate, and you guys have to remember something. We are so early. I know we've probably heard this before. We are so early. We really are in the whole entire adoption of this thing across the entire industries. If you look at S curves, right, of adoption, the internet, everything else, we are just starting. The S curve hasn't even gone up yet. It's still sitting there at the bottom. And so count yourself lucky. You're here early. Try to do your own research on all these different projects and try to I believe in looking at technology over tokens. So look at technology and see where that's going and play that bet instead of trying to figure out and try to say, oh, I love X coin and I love this, I love that. Look at technology, see where that's going and utilize that. And that's what's going to be in the future. So thank you guys. Thank this panel. You guys did a great job. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys so much. Mass adoption trends, a topic we could talk about for hours. If you do want to talk to any of the speakers, please head over to the Edinburgh Suite, which is opposite the registration stand. Next up, we have a presentation on Bitcoin and the macro environment. Speaking is James Van Straten, research analyst at CryptoSlate, and Liam Wright, senior journalist and producer at CryptoSlate. So welcome them both on stage. Thank you.
Hello, testing. Number 2. Hello. Hey, can everyone hear me? Yes? No? Yes? Yes. Cool.
Hello.
Hey, so.
Hello. Can they hear me?
Yeah, you're good. Okay, so I'm Akiba. I'm a journalist and producer at CryptoSlate. Today, with me and the star of the show, I'm just here for moral support. Clicker is James. James, you want to give us a bit of an intro to yourself?
Yeah, hi, my name's James. I've been in data for however many years. I've come from a Swiss hedge fund background, and I got into crypto through the macro environment. So I just wanted to depict the macro environment in 15 minutes and 15 charts and how Bitcoin plays a part in this.
And there's the third chart in this is one that's kind of baked into my mind because of how impactful it is in terms of the inequality we've got. Let's just get straight back into it. We've only got 15 minutes, so it's going to be a quick sort of journey through how the macro environment at the moment is only just proving the use case for Bitcoin even more, right?
Yeah. So just some open questions. Who here is finding it hard to keep up financially in society at the moment? Just a raise of hands. No one?
Oh, we got a pretty good crowd.
Oh, bloody hell. Can anyone answer why we have a 2% inflation target? Raise of hands.
Does anyone know why we have a 2% inflation target? Why the government's looking for 2% as the amount that our money devalues each year? Shout out, anyone?
Yeah, pretty much. So without the ability of issuing credit, central banks are essentially obsolete from their job. So being on a credit-based, debt-based system, the need for perpetual credit growth is vital. And that's why they can't allow for deflation, essentially. So I'm a huge advocate for free and open markets, a sound money, which I believe Bitcoin actually is. I believe the monetary issues that we have at the moment is like $100 trillion market. There's roughly like $1 quadrillion of assets out there. So I believe Bitcoin breaks money from government, just like church and state decoupled. So we have a centralized misallocation of capital, essentially. And then once a month, a group of people determine that cost of capital. And obviously that creates the booms and busts in society that we have to accept. So the first chart is essentially the Fed funds rate in the US, which is the equivalent of the Bank of England interest rates that we have here. And as you can see, that's the blue line that goes up all the way to up high to 1980, and then it continually drops from 1980 to 2023. We then have the green chart, which is the debt to GDP. Obviously, that gets higher and higher. That's essentially currency debasement for asset inflation. And the red line is the average federal funds rate since 1950, which is roughly 4.62%. So we're currently at 4.5%, 5% in the Western world. So that's kind of like the new normal of interest rates. And for the past 15, 20 years, we've been on 0% interest rates, which has kind of distorted all markets, from bond market to the stock market to housing. And we believe that asset inflation is necessary. But this is also coupled with the fastest rate hike in 40 years. So each time central banks intervene, which we saw with the SVB collapse, essentially, they'll introduce daily swap lines, new Fed programs, which are inflationary, and therefore they have to keep increasing interest rates.
So if we move on to the next charts, you can kind of see the impact of this is essentially a lot of up and to the right. I mean, you can also see here that mortgage-backed securities kind of almost double what they were in 2008 time, which is terrifying.
Yeah, so every crisis, central banks all they do is print essentially. They don't have, well, the tools they say they have is money printing, currency debasement, and then increasing or decreasing interest rates. But if you look at all these charts, so 2000 tech boom, 2008 recession, COVID, what do? They print. But the issue is the curve keeps getting steeper and steeper. So I think the US have $32 trillion worth of debt outstanding. And on this current trajectory into 2027, that goes to over 42 trillion. And the previous chart was 120% debt GDP, which will go higher to 150% debt GDP.
So what has this meant, and how is this playing out over cycles? And for me, this is the chart that is just baked into my mind, because I think it says a lot about where we are right now.
Yeah, so this is the wealth inequality gap that we've got at the moment. So the 1% have pretty much everything, and it leaves the rest, or the 90%, to fight over what they have. So we're at similar inequality levels to the 1929 Great Depression in America. And you can see over the past 40 years, it actually then starts to bottom out. So yeah, that's exactly what I'm expecting now with the fastest rate of interest rates.
So in this modern world where we're meant to be getting more equity for people, we're actually in a position where it's never been worse other than in the 20s.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, so moving on to the next one then.
So using ChatGPT, the greatest tool ever, you can design charts, and I've put together an inflation chart of the current decade of the 2020s, coupled with the decade of the 1970s, which was stagflation. And macroeconomists will say, oh, we're in a similar period to the 70s, the 40s, the 20s. No, there's too many externalities now. But just for this visual, I put the same inflation rates essentially of what happened. So the 70s was a period of stagflation, and we are in a period of stagflation now. That's high inflation, high interest rates, and high unemployment. We're yet to see the high unemployment, but that will definitely come with the inevitable increasing of interest rates.
So here's an example of hyperinflation in real life through history.
Yeah, so essentially, one of the FUDs against Bitcoin is it's too volatile over time, and the next chart will show you why it's not. But the 1920s of Weimar Republic and the, no, sorry, that one, but the, oh no, forward one, that one, no, you're going forward.
Oh, you're really jumping ahead here, this one.
No, go back, sorry, one more. So yeah, sorry. So the black line is just is gold against the Weimar Republic, which is the Weimar mark, which was the fiat currency back in the 20s, and we obviously know that was the hyperinflation. And as we know, gold is not a volatile asset, but it went up 100%, down 100%, up 80%, and it was actually the fiat currency that was actually extremely volatile. So we're looking at across all assets now. From fixed income to currencies, and they are all trading like shitcoins essentially.
So with that in mind, let's look into what all this means for Bitcoin. I think one of the interesting things to think about when we're looking at gold here is obviously cash and money used to be backed by gold. Fiat currencies are backed by the credit rating and the economy of the nation that issues the currency. With that in mind, have a think about everything we've just talked about, and then everything else going forward.
Yeah, so this is just the price drawdown from all-time highs in USD for Bitcoin. And we all know that Bitcoin has a 4-year halving. And over the 4 years, that it does get less volatile over time. So in 2011, there was a 95% drawdown. 2015, there was an 85% drawdown. 2019, I think 80%. And then 2022 was 75%. But with that leverage being wiped out, the derivatives being wiped out, the fraud being wiped out, Bitcoin continues to put in essentially like lower lows through this volatility. But why I think fiat actually exists when gold was money, but gold has actually failed as money, and gold has been co-opted through time. So the 3 years in the bottom left are essentially the worst drawdowns from the stock market and the bond market, going down 20% circa. And the years of 31 and 69, 2 years later, essentially, the US defaulted on their obligation. So we obviously know 1933 was the confiscation of gold, Executive Order 6102, and then 1971 was the fiat convertibility with Richard Nixon. So the question now says, what does 2024 have in store for us?
So you're showing quite a lot of volatility through these data over time. But as you say, people say that Bitcoin's volatile.
Yeah, so maybe I'm very different to most people in this room, but I treat Bitcoin as money. I don't see crypto as money per se. I'm not saying that there isn't other use cases for crypto, but Bitcoin is the only asset on this planet known to human existence to have a fixed supply. That's 19.3 million Bitcoin mined, with 1.7 million to be mined over the next 100 years. It is the only fixed asset, so where government can issue more debt into bonds, or we build more property, or companies issue more buybacks for stocks, yeah, this is the only asset known with a fixed supply.
So should we look at kind of inflation with Bitcoin? Because it's wrong to say that Bitcoin doesn't have inflation.
Yeah, so currently Bitcoin has an inflation rate of 1.78%, which is lower than the central bank's inflation target. But as you can see, the chart's not very volatile. Every 4 years it goes through a halving, so its inflation rate halves, its issuance halves. So by April 2024, Bitcoin's inflation rate will be less than 1%, which means it will be more scarce than gold.
So moving on to the next chart.
So we essentially understand the supply mechanisms of Bitcoin. We just want to understand the demand sides of Bitcoin. As an on-chain analyst, I look at the data every day, and these 4 charts best describe Bitcoin to me from a demand perspective. So the bottom left-hand chart is the long-term holder supply. That means anyone who's held Bitcoin for longer than 6 months is a long-term holder. That's at an all-time high, 50 million coins, 76% of the circulating supply. We also have supply last active, which means the amount of coins that haven't moved in over a year. That's again at an all-time high, experiencing a 75% drawdown. The other chart is the addresses with a balance of 1 or more Bitcoin. That surpassed 1 million. That's also an all-time high. And the last denominator essentially is the exchange balance. So there's 2.3 million Bitcoin sitting on exchanges. 1 million has left exchanges since COVID. And if that trend continues to play out, they'll be dry by 2030.
But make it really clear that that is Bitcoin moving into cold storage rather than Bitcoin evaporating.
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. So what are we seeing here now?
Bitcoin's great innovation, in my opinion, was the proof of work mechanism. So to be able to mine Bitcoin through the use of proof of work. And that's using hash rate or energy essentially, and that's at an all-time high. So not only is Bitcoin going to transform money and the monetary as we know it, but it will transform the energy market. So the only way to acquire Bitcoin essentially is to use energy, but through location, like agnostic miners essentially, they can capture wasted or stranded energy. And the current hash rate, I think, is over 50% using renewable energy, and the main source is hydro. So it's only looking even more beneficial for us.
Yeah, and the thing that I always hate when you see people reporting on the energy use of something like Bitcoin is it can get to a point where it's 100% renewable.
Yes.
We can have a currency format that actually even helps the energy sector rather than taking money for it. That's not possible with fiat. We have people in the equation.
Yeah, obsolete. Yeah, pretty much. The next market that Bitcoin's going to infiltrate is the remittance market. So the blockchain trilemma was essentially scalability, security, and decentralization. No one blockchain could achieve all 3. Bitcoin went for decentralization and security, and it's been here since 2009, straight after the global financial crash. And the missing piece was scalability, so a means of payment. And this is where the layer 2, layer 3s come in. And it's called the Lightning Network. So for anyone that hasn't used it, you can send value across the world free and instantaneously. And it's possibly one of the greatest things I've ever used.
And it's not limited to Bitcoin and its usage. I mean, you can settle in dollars on both ends. It's just if you just use Bitcoin as the middleware.
Yeah, and there's no third party involved. But with the security and decentralization of Bitcoin and the adoption we've seen from inscriptions and BRC20 tokens, essentially, NFTs, that's all going to probably migrate to Bitcoin, as if anyone is using JPEGs, they're going to want to store it on the most secure network.
Okay, last two slides.
Yeah, so this is just showing Bitcoin versus the internet and then the population. So Bitcoin is growing at a faster rate than the internet. 14 years from inception, there's roughly 300 million users. We will probably hit roughly 1 billion users by 2025. That's 12% of the world. It's going to achieve banking the unbanked, essentially.
So Bitcoin's never been through a recession, depression, or hyperinflation. You're seeing some of these on the cards based on the macro analysis you're looking at. So what do you see as being the pathway from here with Bitcoin and the macro environment?
Yeah, so every 4 years, Bitcoin will have its downturn. As you can see, it's the worst performing asset on select years, but over time, it has a CAGR of over like 108%, and it's the best performing asset on the planet for the last 10, 13 years. There have been many digital currencies before Bitcoin. Bitcoin was just the first digital currency that worked. It's an open, decentralized monetary network that has no counterparty risk, and you can take full sovereignty of it. So with this supposed recession coming probably within the next 12 months, counterparty risk will be one of the main words you'll hear from mainstream media.
I mean, we're seeing this playing out in the crypto market over the last 24 hours as well. Bitcoin dominance is almost at a sort of a yearly high. People are moving from tokens they're worried may be deemed securities into Ethereum, Tether, and mostly Bitcoin.
Yeah, the Bitcoin dominance from a market cap perspective is around 50%. That will continue going higher. Again, from a realized cap perspective, it will only go higher. So yeah, if you haven't done the work, I strongly suggest you do.
Well, brilliant. Well, thanks very much.
Just one question for you, Liam. As a big proponent for Web3 and blockchain, out of all the tokens and currencies out there, which one do you treat as money, essentially your pension, or the one you rely on for when you get older?
Okay, so my portfolio is extremely varied, but there is only one token that I DCA in, and that is Bitcoin. You are right.
Thank you.
Mic drop. Cheers. Thanks, everyone.
Hello, everybody. So this next topic is about DAOs. And yes, so DAOs have something very special to my heart because my dissertation, my PhD dissertation is going to be on DAOs, and I have 2 months left, so I'm still writing the last chapter and getting yelled at by my professors. It's great. But I believe that DAOs are one of the building blocks for the next generation of users in governance and for users in the blockchain space in general. And there are, to my perception, 3 generations of DAOs. DAO 1.0, DAO 2.0, and we are now in DAO 3.0 since we had a gigantic infrastructure explosion a couple of years ago in DAOs. And there are over 4,000 DAOs in existence today that are active. That doesn't mean that they're all very powerful or they're all changing the world, but they are in existence. Some DAOs have billions of dollars in their treasury that they're sitting on, and they're a very interesting concept. So I love to talk about this, and we have a great panel. We have the great doctor, who's actually a doctor. He's not like a PhD like me. He's an actual doctor. So come on up here and introduce yourself, please. Let's grab some microphones. Thank you very much. Yep. Introduce yourself with your name. Tristan. Daniel. I think you're just talking to the microphone.
Hello.
So can we just real briefly introduce everyone here? So briefly, a little bit about your background, yourself.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Hi everyone. I'm Loic Bertons. I'm the CEO of Galeon, and I'm a real medical doctor. So what you saw Mathieu before. So what we do healthcare in blockchain. We connect the hospitals to train medical AI, and we have a special incentive about the DAO that we're gonna talk a bit later.
Hi, I'm Tristan. I'm director of crypto for Nillion. You've heard a lot about Nillion today, I'm sure, but yeah, trying to do secure processing for crypto and beyond. And then in Nillion, I'm kind of the crypto guy. So, you know, very online, always on CT.
My name is Daniel, and I'm the head of research for the Coin Bureau. And Guy and I work together on most of the videos, almost all of them.
We have an excellent panel. So let me ask the question out first. I believe that DAOs are a very important part of how things are going to be governed in the future, whether we're talking about firms, organizations, soccer tournament leagues, maybe even governments might be eventually run on DAOs. What are some thoughts that you guys have on DAOs might be implemented in the future? Tristan, we'll start with you.
Yeah, I mean, I think the question's a tough one just because I think that the semantics of what is a DAO are very vague, and talking to people who work with them is only going to make it more confusing. But the dream of what DAOs can be, I think, is exactly what you said, which is that everything from big kind of lumbering decision-making entities all the way down to local, like niche microcosms of society will have more equitable frameworks and like more clear ways of doing decision making. And the soccer league example is an interesting one. I think that the places that this is going to like really thrive though is in these places as we move more and more online and we have more and more online spaces. You know, there's big questions about content moderation out there. There's big questions about you know, if you believe in the metaverse or if you just believe in like public forums and the identities that you have in there. There's a lot of ethics that need to be decided, and I think DAOs can provide a great way to do that.
Yeah, what I think, I mean, for the time being, I think we can all agree that DAOs are basically just a way for VCs to dump on people for the time being. But I think in the near-term future, I think what we could see DAOs being used for, especially once we have some regulations passed around that. I think that's really the biggest problem. Something that I think all of us had discussed on before coming on this panel, is that there's a little bit of a disconnect between DAOs and the real world, and the way to kind of bridge that gap is basically through regulation to make it legal, for example, to have a DAO that's able to buy. I don't know if you guys ever heard the story that there was a DAO that I think they successfully bought the golf course. I don't know. Did you hear about that? They were trying to, yeah. Did they succeed? I can't remember. Anyway, just so. But
succeed's a tough word to use here.
But I think that in the short term, I think DAOs are going to be used. I mean, what we've seen so far is, of course, like for these acquisitions of like, that they tried to buy the Constitution, also that they were outbid by that rich dude or whatever. But in the short term, sorry, I keep getting digressed here, is something analogous to like a company, right? Where you would basically have, instead of issuing shares, there would be a DAO that would issue, these tokens. And especially once the regulations are in place, you can have something approximating a company. And then I think what you're going to start to see happen is, instead of, for anyone here who started a company, you can know what a pain in the ass it is to like put together all the legal contracts and all that stuff. And it would be so great just to do that through a DAO, all through like smart contract code. And obviously it's easier said than done. But if the legal framework is in place where it says, this DAO contract is equivalent to a legal contract, which I think that's the way that things are headed here in the UK, but I haven't looked into it too much, then that, that would be a foundation where basically the next generation of businesses will actually be DAOs. And then in the long term, I think that's going to evolve into actually like full-blown like community, like governance of communities and eventually of entire countries through a DAO.
Doctor?
Yeah, I will be a bit less technical. I will talk about the basement of blockchain. And, it's about community. And I think DAO is the key for the community. We've been there like a whole community with innovators. And what I see this possibility, of course, there is some DAO that was not well managed, but there is new way of doing DAO. For example, in our case, We allow patients to share their data to train medical AI, and it brings some value. But instead to give the money to the patient, we put this money into the DAO, and we say to the patient and the token holders to decide which research will be financed by the DAO, non-profit research. So suddenly we can address some problem that the business doesn't care, because those research it's not a business, it doesn't bring you money. For example, we had COVID. There is medication known by the doctors that works against COVID that are not expensive, but nobody want to pay for the research because it's not a business, and that kind of things could be paid by a DAO, and the DAO governed by the patients and the token holders, so the community. So I think that kind of spirit of the DAO has to come with a real use case, and we see a lot of new DAOs about ecology, about education. So I think it's quite interesting.
Absolutely, and that's one of the interesting things about DAOs is you can apply them to so many different things. One of the downfalls, and we've mentioned it slightly in our conversation here, is sometimes DAOs are DAOs in name only. They're usually owned by one person who owns the ability to have a bot that owns 10% or 20% of the wallets. So is there a way that we can kind of work together, or is there a way that we can find a solution to this problem of DAOs and actually make them more decentralized and more fair governance?
I would push back on the fact that something is not a DAO because somebody owns 10% of the supply. At the end of the day, I think basically all DAOs fail to live up to the principles of, the D part. You can argue about the D part of DAO forever. I think it's less interesting. The A part is, with the tools that we have, for very few types of DAOs even possible. At the end of the day, the vast majority of DAOs operate as voting bodies with a extremely centralized, usually like incorporated execution, a lot of human hands all over that, not autonomous. I think that once we can build more ways to do that part and really get closer to the DAO dream, that's where we can, start to have better managed things. It's never going to work for everything. Like, some things are really going to actually have to interact with the real world. Oops. And some things are going to be too complex to have, all code managed. Well, unless maybe Sam Altman gets his way. But but I think the closer we get to that, the closer we get to DAOs being useful in really a broad swath of things.
Go ahead, Dan.
Yeah, I think the biggest issue, I guess, to kind of take a little bit of a spin on it, is that no matter, I really take issue with the one, and this is something you had brought up as well, Tristan, I think in our pre-discussion, that as DAOs are structured today, it's not, you can't say that it's that they're doing something wrong, because they're just playing by the rules that were created, right? So, if a guy has all the tokens and it's one token, one vote, that's the way the system is designed. And so, if you're complaining, then build a different DAO system. And I think that what really needs to be done is beyond, this one token equals one vote, which is a problem. Even having, eventually right now, you guys have probably heard that there's a lot of work being done on decentralized digital identity or whatever, on-chain identity, whatever you want to call it. Whether or not that is decentralized, also just a point of discussion. But even if you were to basically identify every single wallet and understand that there's basically do it more democratically, where it's one KYC wallet equals one vote, even then you run it, in my opinion, you run into the same centralization problems that we see today in the democratic processes we have in most countries. And this is something that I mentioned, I don't know how many of you guys were here last year, that I realized that in order to, literally on a panel last year, I realized that in order to actually create a decentralized autonomous organization, the governance process itself, forget the primitives of the digital ID and one token equals one vote, the actual process itself needs to be something that results in decentralization. Because right now, almost all the decisions, if not most of the decisions about what happens in the UK is made in London. Almost all the decisions that happen, obviously, in the States it's a little bit different because states have more power, but even in those states, all the decisions are made in one city. And even in the United States, this is the end result, is you end up of like, democratic processes is that you end up with like this very small group of people with an immense amount of power, and these people can be corrupted. And the question is, what can you build? Obviously, having a dictatorship is like you're just taking a fast lane to the worst possible outcome. But this other way is clearly not working, and I think that's evident in the struggles that we see around the world, especially in quote unquote democratic countries. And I think that that's something that needs to be addressed. Is there a potential solution for that? I think there is. I can't say for sure that I know what it is, but I think that's something that needs to be solved, or else you could throw in all the solutions into DAOs that you want. But if that underlying process is inherently centralizing, you will end up with the same outcome what we have today, and that's not good.
No, I think I speak a bit slower than you.
Sorry.
That's good. Yeah, for me, I think DAO is an evolution. We started with the first DAO, and we started with the low as code, and the design was a bit broken, and we see the failure of those DAO. And the problem those failures bring that people trust it less, we see the system. But now we have new kind of DAO that are built on the past. So we see the failure of the past. So for example, in our case, we identify that a big token holder can have a lot of vote and orient the DAO. So it should be one vote per person. So we have to KYC the people who vote, and they have we have a rule, they have to have one token minimum, and it has to be a real person. So at least you really go back to the community, and this brings trust to the DAO, and people will trust it and use it more because they know that it's fair. And I think those systems, we are in innovation. We start with something, we look at how it happens, and after you build from that and you improve and improve. So the new generation of DAO will be completely different than the first DAO that we saw. So I'm quite, I look forward in the future thinking that it's evolving in a good way, and we're going to see new use case of those DAO.
I totally agree with you. One of the things that my research has shown, I think we all can agree that a direct democracy has its problems because there are governance issues with people that own tokens, not to be actually part of the community, but they own tokens because they're speculating on their potential price of going up. So they own Aave. It's just sitting in a wallet. They don't vote. They don't participate. They just want to hold it. So that's one of the issues. But there is a concept called a liquid democracy. And so you have direct democracy, one vote. Right? One token, one vote, and a liquid democracy is something where you kind of embrace the struggle between centralization and decentralization. Because when you have a liquid democracy, you vote either a person or a council into power, and at any moment you can vote them out because you can propose and then vote them out of power. So what do you guys think of and I'm giving the general, I'm throwing this grenade into the conversation here of this liquid democracy idea. But as an example, in America, we have a 16% approval rate for Congress, and yet these people still get elected every single year. But imagine if your congressperson had to keep you happy every day, not just every 2 years or 4 years or 8 years or whatever the cycle happens to be. What happens if they could be recalled immediately? And they had to keep their constituents happy. What do you guys think of the liquid democracy idea as far as it applies to DAOs, and could that be a solution between the decentralization and centralization concept? Thrown, boom, go.
No, yeah. So I think liquid democracy is an interesting idea. I think it's kind of also pretty similar to optimistic governance. And all of these ideas, or even just kind of delegative governance, which is a lot of the airdroppy tokens have done, where you are forced to delegate once in order to get your tokens, and then most people just kind of never think about it again. The problem is that it still requires a engaged voting base to decide whether they agree with the person that they are delegating to. I don't think that that's necessarily a problem that means it doesn't work. I think that liquid democracy, quadratic voting, optimistic governance, all these things are fun and new experiments. And the coolest part about DAOs as a space within crypto, or in general to me, is that they are canvases for us to explore new forms of governance and political power games that usually were kind of reserved for political science, classrooms or governments. Even corporations did not have this variety of like people playing with incentive structures. And sometimes it's even illegal. I mean, I remember Airbnb for a while wanted to give equity to people who were like Airbnb hosts early on in their career, and that was kind of nixed. It's people willing to put time, money, blood, sweat, tears, and capital into playing these games is what's going to get us a outcome that will hopefully work. Just like how all of political theory today has led to the different types of semi-successful governments that exist today. But yeah, I think we are in a really big rut in DAOs. I think externally, people who don't work with DAOs look at them and be like, oh, that was a failed experiment. I think internally, people who do work with DAOs are extremely frustrated with the way that decision-making has worked for them. But I actually think that's okay, like the current corporate structure for businesses is all we came up with after millennia of humans just kind of chilling, and building like businesses. So
Dutch East India Company.
Yeah.
Dutch East India Company from the 1700s, and we've been stuck with that same type of model all the way till now. Technology now gives us the ability to do it, and we're going to screw up, right? We're going to have a bunch of experience.
Us not doing it immediately better in the first 6 years of a DAO existing, like that's okay,
To be completely honest, this is the first time that I've heard about liquid democracy. All it sounds like to me is just accountability. It's like, just to hold the politicians accountable when they do something wrong, take them out of office. Is it that hard? I mean, apparently it is.
Well, the French Revolution, they would just use the guillotine as a way of doing this liquid democracy. But we might vote them out now.
Yeah. And I apologize in advance if I speak fast. It's because I listen to everything on 2x speed, so I speak at like roughly the same speed. Anyway, So I mean, it just sounds like accountability. And what's interesting, I don't know if some of you guys have probably heard this expression that it's like, in a democracy, the people who don't have, most people who don't have that much will vote to take away, from the few that do have a lot. I think that in practice, what's funny is in practice, the way that it works is that politicians, like people who are in positions of authority, will basically put in laws that make them less accountable, if that makes any sense. And I think that this ties into, why you see the same governance structures in every single organization, that we've had since the 1700s, is because immediately when these people come into power, they, of course, yes, they do, occasionally do some things for the community or whatever, but by and large, they find ways to make sure that they are not personally held accountable. And I honestly think that the biggest example of this was actually the pandemic. And I'll give you guys like a thought experiment. When the pandemic first started, I actually wrote I had never written for Medium before, and I only wrote 2 articles on there. But the first one that I wrote was pretty good, got a little bit of traction. And it was kind of like a thought experiment on what do you think happened when the pandemic began? So there's probably a dude somewhere in Wuhan province, and he gets a call from someone and says, I don't know, man, people are getting really sick, they're starting to die, what should I do? And this guy thinking, if I go to my superior and tell him, or he's like, I don't want to be responsible. He's like, what should we do? Should we lock down? Should we whatever? And the guy who's, theoretically you could say that it could have been stopped then, but I suspect that the guy who was in charge of, in this Wuhan region, he was scared that if he made a decision and it was wrong, then he would either lose his job or lose his life, because it's, it's a little bit of a stricter country, to put it lightly. So this guy who is governing Wuhan, what should we do? There's people, it seems sick, it seems that they're dying. He turns around, to the next guy who's above him. He says, I don't know, what should we do? He turns, to the guy who's in the higher position of authority, and this guy turns to the next guy, who's maybe living in Beijing, and the guy in Beijing turns to the guy in the World Health Organization. The World Health Organization turns around, it's like a hot potato of responsibility that just people who are in power just do not want to take responsibility because they do not want to accept the outcome of that decision, or they don't want to take responsibility for the decision, like the consequences of that. And that hot potato gets passed all the way up. And even though, as a fun fact, the virus, let's say, was in every single country by the end of 2019. It wasn't until 3 months into 2020 that it was actually declared a pandemic. And I think it's literally because you saw this hot potato of responsibility passed up the chain. And by the time it got up to the highest level, it was already everywhere. And it's like, what are we going to do? And I think, sorry, it's a bit of a tangent, but long story short to say is, I guess the real question is, in this liquid democracy, is how do we create a system that basically forces people who are in positions of power to be accountable? Because the moment they get into that position, they're going to put things, make laws so that they are not accountable, so they can keep that position and not be voted out. And I think,
Well, yeah, the way that would work is by code, right? So the code is law, has to come into place, and that was one of the biggest factors. There's a lot that goes into the Bitcoin revolution prior to Bitcoin, right? There's a lot of the cypherpunk concept that we talked about before this that needs to continuously be brought off, and that's code is law is number one of the biggest things. You put into place that their funding, their ability, their voting rights are all completely restricted. They can be restricted and revoked.
But who would consent to that? That's the kind of scary thing, right?
Well, you would hopefully only the people that would consent to it are the only people you would want to give the power to, right? You want to give the politician who doesn't want to be the king the crown, right? You don't want to give the person who really wants the crown. Doctor, you made a really awesome comment before when you said that during, for your DAO that you guys have, people can vote on what research. This is very important because this is telling you that, the participants want to see this research instead of, perhaps, can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Yeah, we put some border on the DAO. It doesn't do everything. This is a DAO for this purpose, and I think it's like it's important that for the people that will have a DAO for something, a DAO for another. It's quite hard to have a DAO for everything. I would say, just having a working DAO for something, it's already a good achievement. About the community voting, because we're based in France next to Switzerland. In Switzerland, they have this habit of making people vote for a lot of laws and decisions, like all the peoples, and it works fine because the peoples, they know that their vote count. That's when the people vote, the decision is taken in consideration by the government, and it's quite a decentralized organization already, not in blockchain, but so it works already in some places in Earth. And we are close to the Switzerland guys, and they're more advanced even in a DAO. They in the DAO structure, the legal structure of DAOs. So it's already worked. I think it's now we have to make the right recipe with the right guys to avoid that it's completely fucked at the start. but yeah, I truly believe that it's gonna have a huge impact in humanity because it's a DAO doesn't have border. You can have some guys in China, in US, in South America voting for a purpose that they want. So they want to push something. What is important for the DAO is like the people see that their vote is important, that it's working for, like, because right now they're a bit broken because you have guys who have a lot of tokens that votes, and the guys who have small tokens, they don't even vote anymore because they say it doesn't, nobody care about what I'm thinking or what I. But now, if we are able to fix this, it will be very, very useful for the future of DAO.
Agreed, and that's one of the problems, governance. That's the biggest problem. In all the research that I've had and everybody talks about, one is that we're in an experimental phase with DAOs. Everyone says the same thing, and then governance. Right? So how can we help the governance thing? I think it's, perhaps it's not just incentivizing people through staking or something like that, or you're only being, you're going to get slashed if you don't vote. Perhaps if you delegate, you continuously get the thing, or maybe delegation becomes a slashing event too. Is there a way that we can help promote in a different way than just on chain? Is there maybe education or something that can move the governance on chain through DAOs farther?
I think the community is the first step. Like you buy some tokens, you support some projects, you have to choose which projects you support. Like if the community says, okay, now we want to support some clean projects that doesn't have a fucked up DAO that is broken, yeah, so it's gonna change, and that's what we see. People now, they want to see more sense about what they are doing, what they are investing. So I think it will come by the community.
I think education is a big part of it, but it's not just education about a specific topic. It's education about how to operate inside of those frameworks. Like if you were working for or within a DAO and you're like, I believe in this mission, or I think this is going to be really successful, or whatever it is, the reason that you decide to participate in it, what next, right? How do I know how do I present to these people or to this institution what my skills are, and how do I know what needs to be done, and how do I find a match there? That's partly an education problem. It's partially like a framework, a structuring problem. You know, people have tried a few different things. There's like the D-Work initiatives with bounty boards. There's like people trying to do these kinds of pods. There's a lot of different ways people are trying to address those. But the primitives that fix that and make it easier for people to actually work and build organizations that kind of can do high-level decision-making, but also can, you know, execute a Twitter banner cover photo change without having to do a direct democracy vote about it, is going to be, you know, very important. And then there's a lot of different primitives I think that we need to get there. And it seems right now that the only way we're going to get there is by people continuously experimenting.
Yeah, I think this is actually something Loic had mentioned in a previous discussion, is that of course you need incent for governance to kind of be fixed, for DAOs to kind of grow. And it's an issue that we have now in like most democracies around the world, is that most people actually don't participate. And these days they only participate when they're really angry at what the other side is doing, and I'm going to vote for this side so the other side doesn't get it, and they don't actually care about what the side they're voting for. Like, you know, you get what I'm saying. But Loic made a really good point that the DAO should be doing something that's meaningful. That if people know that, like, my participation in the DAO, for example, contributing to scientific research that is independent, like, people don't understand how valuable that is nowadays. You know, like, it's all funded by like big pharma or whatever. To have an independent like DAO organized and to make scientific discoveries that belong to the community, not to a corporation or a patent or whatever, but it belongs to everyone who participated in that. That is extremely meaningful, and it's one of many examples, like you said, that hopefully the DAOs can be used for. I personally think, I have I guess a bit of a more pessimistic view, is I think the average person really does need some sort of financial incentive where it's kind of like, you know, if you vote, you get a chance to, you know, to win, basically like win a lottery. And if you think of like, you know, how many people go and buy a lottery ticket every single day or every single week or every single month or whatever, you could try and do something similar, apply a similar lottery system to basically to voting, where it's like, if you vote, you actually have a chance of getting some money. And I think that would incentivize most people, especially if the rewards are frequent and meaningful. Anyway.
It's kind of like a block reward.
Yeah.
I like that idea, right? It's kind of like a block reward for voting. You kind of get like your hash guess for that particular voting round. That's interesting.
I was going to say, try it out, see if it works. Yeah, that's the magic.
Exactly. And, you know, we're going to get to DAO 4.0, which I guess in Tristan's mind would be a working DAO. But we do, but we will get there. And it's going to take experimentation. It's going to take a lot of different guessworks. And I invite everybody here to look into the topic of DAOs. I do believe it's going to be one of the future ways that organizations will look and say, we should frame ourselves on a DAO structure or lack of structure. And because it's going to be perhaps a more efficient use of how we allocate resources. So I know I'm getting the signal that we're out of time, but yep. So I'd like to thank our panel, and I'd like to thank you guys for listening to our talk on DAOs.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you guys so much for the talk on DAOs. Next up, we have a Metaverse panel, Meta Talk. Moderating will be Liam Wright, senior journalist and producer at CryptoSlate. Panelists will be Giulio Pizzulli, head of DApp development at Caduceus, Matt Saipian, CEO of Haim Prime, and Somi Arian, CEO and founder of Impeak. Welcome them on stage. Thank you.
Hello. Hello? This one? Hello?
Hello again. Sorry, it's me again. You put up with me for a little while longer. But we have an amazing panel. We've just been having a really great chat off stage. So I think let's get straight into it. Right. So as we were talking about back there, Somi,
Yes.
what do you think, what to you is the most important aspect of the metaverse industry right now?
Yeah, to me, it's all about the community. As we were talking backstage, up until now, we've had social media, which has all been about, you know, you speak, I follow. So it's been about building an audience. Now it's about building a community. And, you know, community is a term that we have been using for a long time, but really you don't get that sense of community until you come into Web3. So this is where Web3 meets the metaverse, and I think that's where we're going.
So you were saying backstage that cross-chain interoperability, some of the things that you think are most important. You want to tell us a little bit more?
Yeah, think about the metaverses, right? From the user point of view, right? When in the days when everyone is building their own metaverse, right? You observe you've got quite a lot of dots, right? Here, and then. But the real metaverse, in the people's eyes, right? And the way they want to see it, because they want to see it as this like multicultural, super exciting space, right? Speaking of the player ready one, right? Ready player one. In order to make it happen, there needs to be a very good cross-bridge and a cross-link between those metaverses, right? Because we know there is X amount of a blockchain and everyone wants to be more and more successful. And people develop for a different kind of blockchains. And maybe some of the companies, they will never even desire to meet in the one place, right? Speaking of the actual, the big players. But for the traditional user, and from the user point of view, you want to be able to share the space with everyone else in the Web3. Right? You want to be able to, hey, drag your friend, from a different collection to experience the same kind of stuff you experience on a daily basis, right? We can observe that in the video gaming situation right now. It's basically called the cross-platform gaming, right? So we're not talking about the rocket science, but I truly believe the one designated place that's going to connect all of the metaverses, as we call them, all of those virtual experiences and all of the communities, because this is the bread and butter of whatever we do in the Web3, is the community and this fundamental thing, right? That's going to bring it all together.
A beautiful vision, but I mean, you're an actual developer within Kubernetes as well, yourself. So what's the practicality of doing that? I mean, interoperability, the fact that everything should connect, I mean, it's great, but I mean, I was at Axelar's kind of interconnectivity summit, and there's a lot of problems from a technical point of view of actually delivering this.
Yeah, exactly. There's technical problems, which I'll discuss. There's also legal problems like IP, who has the right of what you build, what if someone builds on top of what you build and the royalties associated to that, which I'm not qualified to discuss. But in terms of the technical problems, it's very easy to say, oh, my sword works in your game, or my digital wearable works in your world. But unfortunately, that translates to code, which has to translate to standards. And standardization only really happens once an ecosystem has matured. You've seen failures, you've seen successes, you've seen huge growth, and then smart people get together and decide, you know what, let's build this like this.
So is standardization and proper standards your most important aspect from metaverse industries, or do you have something different?
I would say it's one of them. I think I would prioritize two things. One is sound tokenomics, especially in GameFi. I think that's a huge problem, which we could discuss later. But the other one is user-driven content. I really want to see, and it's the same thing as a community, right? Communities, you want to be involved in the world that you're in, and that doesn't mean I'm just looking and shopping in a virtual shopping mall. I want to be able to change it, modify it slightly, feel part of something that's grown and you've contributed to it.
Yeah, and we see that right now outside of Web3, with what's going on with Reddit right now. We've got major subreddits like r/videos turning off in protest of the work they've put in not being kind of respected properly. So I know some of you said community is the most important. So how do you feel community is relevant to these things that we're talking about here in terms of like being more interoperable, better standards, better tokenomics?
I think, how after we had social media, at first it was like companies were looking at, they were like, oh my God, now we have got this social media, so we actually have to answer people. Like people could talk back to you, right? So for the first time, people could talk back on social channels. In a similar way, similar kind of thing is going to happen to the next degree of it, because the community actually owns your token, so they can actually vote with their feet, and by they can sell their tokens and go away. So in a world where we are not overly hyper-financialized. Right now the problem is that the whole space, like 5,000 people, and there's just so much speculation going on. But once there are more people in the space and the hyper-financialization is solved to some degree, then I think having that token being the the reason why people generate content is because their token is upgraded, or they, like basically these tokens they can be really used very well for reward programs and loyalty programs and contributions.
Yeah, go on, Matt. Can I just top it up? Because this is actually a good point, right? As Julia already said, right, it's not even just about the experience that the people might be facing inside of one of the metaverses. It's about the co-creation. It's about the platform that allowed the users to express themselves and create this big world, and the way I see the metaverses is very similar to the way I see video gaming. Speaking of The Sims, for example, right? The game might be completely different, right? You create your families, and you develop the progress of those families. But speaking of the back end of that and the mechanics, it's not about the game itself. It's about the giving people ability to express themselves and show their uniqueness, to build. And this is what creates the content and creates the really unique metaverses, not being built by the group of developers, being built by the community, as it's been mentioned a few times already, because the community is a fundament of the Web3 space, as I'm gonna keep repeating myself in this.
So building onto that, one of the things that people do think of when they think of metaverse is it doesn't have to be virtual reality or augmented reality, but there is an element of what we kind of see. You talk about Ready Player One. It's what a lot of people do think of. And I think it's really interesting to look at, you talk about community, you talk about the users, where they're interacting with hardware. We've got things like the HTC Vive. They now have a Web3 wallet, the wallet. Apple is almost looking to change, I kind of view their version of the metaverse is this Vision OS. It's not really an experiential world. It's just a suite of Apple apps is the metaverse. Do you think that Web3 can compete against the likes of like Apple and Meta, who are pulling back on NFTs at the moment?
I think there is even more to add to that, right? At the moment, the general belief is that metaverse is a virtual world, right? It's something that happens in this virtual space, and we take a shape of one of the avatars, we hide your identity under the one of the characters, that we want to play. It's like playing the role. But in reality, the future metaverse is going to be a augmented mixed reality between the both worlds. Imagine yourself like situation, that you were just watching from the old Blade Runner movies, right? When you've got those holographic ads displayed, on the buildings, where the people basically can represent themselves in the way they want to be seen. Speaking of the digital fashion, right? The way where we're going, as those AR headsets going to be interactive with themselves. It's not even about us as it is right now, because the Web3 space is evolved. It's about people collaborating, right? We've got this very important, one of the fundamental and the iconic slogans, we are going to make it, as the Web3 stands for a collaboration. And the people want to be collaborating in this space. They want to express themselves, And it's not even about, like, you mentioned the AR from Apple. I love it. I truly believe, right? Maybe it's not as groundbreaking at this moment, but because of the quality and the vision of a future where this particular set is going to replace your phone, moving ahead is exciting. Think about the lives we live in these days, right?
Just one sec, let's do some collaborating right here. Guillermo, what's your vision for it? Sorry to cut you off.
For the hardware part of space. Yeah, hardware is very hard. And it's a really, no, that wasn't even meant to be. It's a long release cycle. You can't just iterate over it like software. You build for a year, you release it, you realize there's bugs, and you got to wait another year to release the second version. So it is always going to be dominated by big players. You're looking at NVIDIA for graphics card. You're looking at Apple and Meta with their, interactions and Oculus and all that stuff. Eventually, it will become cheap, it will become accessible, and one of them, hopefully, or someone will be able to open it up to be pluggable. So we can plug in all of our APIs into there, and it will be like a dApp store, right? Where users can upload their games, developers upload their games, people play it. Like Apple, will it happen on Apple? Probably not. They're really tight on Web3 in the App Store. They'll continue that, I reckon, but someone might look and see an opportunity.
Sumi, you're building a Web3 social media, you call it like a LinkedIn of Web3.
Yeah.
How much do you think about the different types of hardware when it comes to metaverse? Actually, so just one second. Out in the audience, when you think of metaverse, show of hands if you do think of either virtual reality or augmented reality.
Yeah, everybody. Pretty much,
I'd say
most
about
people.
half,
Yeah, most
maybe,
people.
yeah.
I think by the time Apple Vision Pro is out, everybody will do. I think it's really dangerous that we don't have a decentralized version of that. The fact that we don't have a phone, like there's no operating system, for phone. Yes, Solana tried to do something, right? But yeah, that didn't really take off. So I think it's really important that at some point we have an Ethereum, headset. You know what I mean? Like that's, and I think that can happen as the prices of building these technologies comes down over the next 10 years. I could see that being possible. Then we don't have to wait for Apple to allow us to get into their ecosystem. We really need to build decentralized hardware as well.
It's an interesting element, and I do find it like fascinating around kind of the cryptographic security you can put into hardware like that. I know Zilliqa is playing around with their own gaming console with exactly that, where it is essentially a hardware wallet and a console in one. But I've not heard anything in it since they announced it months and months ago.
Because hardware is not the most important thing in this particular case, right? Hardware can be built for whatever is being needed to, right? To fill the purpose. It's the software which is the king, right? Look at it from this angle. We live in crazily excited times right now, especially when you are speaking about the digital and the virtual world. We've got the blockchain, we've got the Web3, we've got AI, which is progressing very, very rapidly, right? It just creates so much new potentials and possibilities, right? Whenever the software is being written and the software is good, the hardware can be built for it. It's not the hardware that's going to make people go for it. It's the experience that will drive the people through. Content is still the king.
But we still need chips. Yeah, we still need chips.
Oh yeah, of course, man. It's all in black.
Yeah, I was going to add to that. It's true. I think at the moment, especially in the metaverse space, hardware is the last of your problems. You're just going to build a world, deploy it on any server, and really you got more problems like bots, tokenomics, and building a fun game to play. So I think that will be a problem for later.
I think definitely tokenomics is the first problem we need to solve. It's just because the space is so small and it's dominated by degens. We were having this conversation yesterday on Twitter Spaces with about Bitcoin ordinals. I don't know how many people have gotten into Bitcoin ordinals. Anybody? Yeah, just very few people. So basically, it's the Bitcoin NFTs, right? And they were saying that actually the financialization is good because if you're building the next LinkedIn, you need that financialization aspect. I disagree with that. Look at AI, 100 million users in such a short amount of time. There's no financialization. So I think hyper-financialization of NFTs and Web3 is actually holding us back.
Well, one of the things you mentioned there between the group of you is around the sort of the tokenomics. How do things like decentralized digital identities kind of help with that? Is there a way that we can create civil resistance within metaverses by integrating digital identities? And is the tech there yet?
Yeah, I mean, there's a few identity solutions coming out, like, for example, Atala Prism on Cardano, or other ones in Hedera or FID, the one you mentioned, yes. And it would definitely help. I think we need that. We need that because anyone can spring up thousands of players and farm a typical community.
And they do.
And they do. And as soon as you slap a token on something, it becomes perfect to be gamed. So we need to be careful. So I think ID systems and identity, and we need that for sure in the gaming space.
How do we manage the sort of the KYC element? Like, do people really want to be able to give like their photo ID to try a new game? I mean, I definitely don't feel like I want to. But
isn't this where the ZK technology comes in? I mean, that sounds like, as long as you have done it once using that technology, then the rest of the people who are building applications don't need to see that, do they?
No,
So
and it actually saves on the cost for the developers as well, because they're then not having to store sensitive information that requires certain certifications of servers. Like if the actual DApp never has to see the information, perfect. Yeah, ZK.
Yeah, that's where we need to really, as an industry, really put our most focus on and really crack that ZK technology.
Yeah, and just to add to that, you don't need to give away your, public address or where you live to play a game. You have identity systems that now know this, and that's what sovereign identity is, and you can just go ahead and give only the information that you are required to give. Like, for example, prove that I am a human, I am not a bot. That's just a yes or no. You can do that mathematically and get into your game. If you want to get into a nightclub, you only have to prove you're over 18. You don't need to know your whole driver's license. So these are like zero-knowledge proof style identity systems.
Matt, you mentioned AI before, and I wanted to bring that back because I definitely look through everything like through an AI lens at the moment, because what is the next 12 months going to look like? What's GPT-5 going to do to the world, let alone what we're currently having now? But how do you see, let's talk about some positives for a moment. Like, how do you see it adding to metaverse experiences by having sort of generative AI tools that can interact in a better way, maybe NPCs and such?
Right. It's a good question. It's a good question. To be honest with you, I've never contemplated about adding AI to the metaverses, right, in this particular case. But, as I basically believe in the co-creation and the users having ability to build the stuff, AI will only make this kind of functions easier. Because people without any particular skill set, without software, hardware knowledge whatsoever, within a few prompts, can then potentially generate, hey, I wanted this piece of furniture in my place, I wanted this painting on my wall, and I want to bring this, It's as easy as, hey, go through all of those gas transactions, right, mint it as a whatever token or whatever mechanics behind the metaverse, and to create the future the way you see it, right? So me, myself, I've got a digital artist background, and I come strongly from the digital art. Back in the days, even start with the Photoshop conversation, you were going to the plugins and everything. In these days, you don't even have to know it. You just go on a Mid Journey or any one of those image generators, and within the knowledge of how to actually drive the prompts, you can generate the stunning artworks. Something that would take me at least weeks, to generate, can be done within minutes.
I mean, I can imagine a world where you've got a metaverse project where you can literally just talk to the thing and have things be created.
Precisely. So speaking of the hardware, right? Just to very, very briefly touch on the previous conversation. Where is the beauty of the Apple new kit? It's very intuitive. You don't need another device. You do the stuff as you do in a normal life, and you will be doing it without even remembering you've got your glasses on the headset on your head, right? It will be just so natural. Maybe not for us, but for the future generations, they will actually breathe it in and out.
Somi, you mentioned around the hyper-financialization, you called it, of metaverse and gaming. Do you feel that AI could help reduce that in any way by optimizing certain parts of the development and the such to maybe make it so the token isn't as important? Because there's two things with metaverse in Web3. You've got the sovereign ownership, and then you've got the potential to earn. So we had play to earn. Pretty much everyone's dropped that and is now play and earn or some other equivalent.
Yeah, and it's not necessarily about tokens not being important. Tokens will always be important. It's a question of whether all tokens need to be financialized. There are so many different types of tokens. There are tokens that will give you access that will, for example, I was speaking to the DeFi digital guys, the other day, and I said, we want to build this system where, you know how on LinkedIn they give you these in-mail, like if you have a premium account. With that, you can, for example, contact somebody like Tim Ferriss, but he's never going to look at it, right? So LinkedIn can give you that that access, but he's never going to read it. So with what you can do with tokens is that you can design these tokens, because it's all about bringing together, aligning the incentives between all the different parties. So the tokenomics can be designed in a way to find out what each of these people tickles their fancy in some ways, like, and what is it that's going to get them juiced up to want to engage with someone. And then you use those tokens to connect these people in that sense. So somebody like Tim Ferriss, he may not necessarily care about money, right? Or some very hyper successful VC may not necessarily care about how much people spend on that token to access. So it could be that you have had to do certain things, you have had to create certain kind of content or some kind of contribution that gives you access to be able to message that person. So these are ways that we can use tokenomics, which is beyond just the price of a token.
What about yourself? Do you feel that there's any benefits from the AI in terms of the tokenization model or just tokenomics in general? Do you feel like, I know you mentioned earlier you think it is one of the most important things, but how can we improve it, and is AI a part of that?
Yeah, that's interesting. I think it's important to note that blockchain needs AI and AI doesn't need blockchain. So yeah, AI will be weaved in many ways into helping either reward the correct community members or understand which players are bots and whatnot. But with regards to tokenomics itself, I think it's something that you need to really consider heavily, especially if you're building a game now, where you have to get the balance right. And if you're looking for a place that's fun, then you've got to ask yourself, do I really need a token for that?
I mean, part of what I'm thinking is that AI is arguably extremely deflationary because it makes everything so much more efficient. Than one of the arguments by Omad from Stability AI is over a long enough period of time, AI is just going to make everything way more efficient, and we're not going to get to the same sort of issues we've got now with things. And therefore, tokenomics, you'll be arguing on price and fighting on price with things, whereas we've gone way away from that in sort of SaaS models.
And you know what's really cool? We already can see, some of the AI usage on in NFTs, right? Within the new ERC, I think it's a 6551 standard, right? When NFT can store their own crypto and other NFTs and stuff like that. Just imagine the situation when you basically take one of the NFTs from your collection, name him Joe the trader, whatever, just inject some ChatGPT thinking to it, right? To write the personality, send him 5 Ethereum and just go and trade for me. You either do images whatsoever. You can actually do it in these days. It's super cool and exciting.
It is a fascinating time. One of the kind of elephants in the room, I think, though, around all of this is over the last 24 hours, the gaming sector in Web3 has dropped 17%. It's down 26% over the last 7 days. And I think a huge part of that is the fact that Sandbox's Sand token and Decentralized Mana token and Chili's, which is a kind of gaming fan ecosystem, were all listed in either the SEC's lawsuits against either Coinbase or Binance. There was a massive sell-off. What does the road look like here to get back to a more bullish trend?
Once when this BS from SEC is gone, they will be back on track and no one is going to remember about it. It's just.
But, I think that it could be 10 years. Look how long the XRP
I don't actually think it's going to 10 years, but I think us as a panelist, and I reckon lots of people in this room can agree that we need a serious regulations. We need the governance, we need the regulations, to know what we are being able to, rather than playing a cat and mouse with the governments, right? This is literally as simple as that. And, we can talk a lot of stuff about this, right? Especially speaking of UK, right? Where Britain wants to have their own digital coins and stuff like that, while not even understanding the crypto and the market. So, yeah, it's going to take a few years for proper regulations, but we're really looking forward for it because every one of us wants to have a clear view what we can or cannot do.
So, the question we want to look at is what's the road back look like? Sami, do you have any thoughts?
I honestly
how do we
think,
get there?
I think that the sooner we solve the hyper-financialization problem, the better. For example, right now we are applying for a grant application where to use AI and blockchain technology for creating verifiable credentials, where you use AI to generate quizzes, for learning material, where it's not just like a multiple choice, but people actually answer, and AI can actually look at their answers, and then you use blockchain technology to to provide that verifiable credential. So this is a great example of the use case. We need to just get beyond this use case just being about buying tokens and speculating on them. We need to actually show. We haven't, as an industry, we haven't yet fully found our product market fit. And I think social is one of the places where we could find that. Education is another one of the places that we can find that. Yeah, so I really think we need to just sort of think of some of those other use cases.
Do you think that the hyper financialization, I just would say that huge phrase, is kind of partly responsible for the way that it feels like things are going slow at the moment? Because you talk about like ChatGPT, like 100 million users, no incentivization. I mean, I was using OpenAI's chat interface like over a year ago with the Da Vinci model. It was nowhere near as exciting, but the tool was there, but people hadn't found it. All of a sudden, there's an app that comes out, resonates with the market. Say, we haven't had that in Web3.
We haven't. Like we saw a hint of it with NFTs and with DeFi for people who were more in that space. But for NFTs, for people who were interested in, for example, artists, they were like, oh, great, I can go in, I can have like a drop, that gives me a bunch of money. I can then go and focus, build another, collection. But then we messed that up. With the royalties, where people were like, oh, I don't want to pay royalty. So that was the thing that got a lot of artists into the space, right? So we are shooting ourselves in the foot by being too greedy, man.
What's your thoughts?
In terms of the road back, I would say I think the road back is slow now. I actually think what the SEC is doing is good, because if you look at some of these tokens, they are just people that release a token that has a commitment to a lot of people that this ecosystem will live on. There has to be a commitment, and it needs to be taken seriously. So I think the next wave of projects, having seen how hard regulatory places crack down on people, will actually be serious people, serious companies that commit capital and commit good ideas and are not in it for quick bucks.
I mean, and I hear what you're saying, but I mean, there's lots of different arguments on this. That in fact, of Coinbase, for instance, is going to have a novel defense in fighting this case because there isn't any precedent set. But I mean, they listed the word securities over 1,000 times in their S1 document for their IPO or direct listing. Like, it's not like these tokens. I mean, the tokens that have been listed as potential security or as securities include like Sandbox, Mana, Near's on one of them. Algorand, Solana, these are blockchains with purpose.
How comes they even qualified Mana and the Sand as securities? Like, literally, how comes?
Because it's based on a test from almost 100 years ago that is massively outdated.
But is it? Because that's my challenge. My challenge is, if you're buying a token that is literally exists only because there are 8 to 20 people keeping the servers running, building the code, and those 8 to 20 can just leave anytime, is it a decentralized community? My vote is no.
Well, but you don't even have to look into the metaverse to see the same kind of examples, right? Within all the marketplace wars and the Blur and the staking program, like whatever staking, it's just promoting the rewarding, right? Yeah, we talk about the building, and there is a new coming out, which has been completely destructive force in the ecosystem. Maybe for the traders it works, but the system is being built on the builders, of the founders, of the people who want to create stuff for it, and it's been completely diverted against them. This is how it works. So,
my personal take, and I won't spend too much kind of sandboxing on this, but I think we need a proper digital assets commission in all countries that is led by crypto people that know what they're doing. Gary Gensler can be on the commission, but he's not going to lead it. We need people that actually use crypto to actually do things and create legislation that is tailored to things like metaverse, that actually understands the nuances, because these tokens, you say that there's an argument that they're securities, but a lot of tokens do 5 or 6 different things in a way that traditional securities just don't. And with us looking at now of these tokens being listed as securities, that means that any other token with similar tokenomics, I feel they selected, this is my personal opinion, I feel they selected the tokens in that list because it basically encounters every other project in blockchain. It's like a template for each type of one. So if they win that case, you could find that every crypto token, apart from Ethereum and Bitcoin, maybe even Ethereum, becomes a security overnight. How does that affect the metaverse industry? Because that's a world we could see at the end of this case, which could take a few years.
Maybe it affects it in the way that metaverse industries start to think of tokenless to begin with, and then value can be added on later when it makes sense.
Okay.
I really like what Starbucks is doing with the Starbucks Odyssey program. You know, they don't even call it a token. It's just called stamps, right? I think we need a new language around this. And
I agree. I think the language in Web3 in general is like,
it's just
throw it away.
Yeah, like the language is a problem. You know, if Starbucks, you know, if anybody hasn't looked at it, definitely look at what they're doing. I actually had them on my podcast as well. And it's one of those things that I think is one of the best use cases, the way that they're using it. So they're essentially using it as air miles, right? And they call it a stamp, and then they create these journeys. So if we can go more in that direction, there is more chance of us being able to get away with it. The fact that you mentioned, you know, that AI doesn't need blockchain, but blockchain needs AI, that is so true, and it's so scary. It's not good for us, right? So we need to be able to actually be in a position where the world needs us, and the world is now going towards AI. Yeah, so.
You've got an NFT project. How do you see the role of NFTs within virtual environments and metaverses changing over the next few years? And do you think, because I mean, NFT projects could start getting listed as securities as well. Like, this isn't where it ends.
I mean, security is the word that I don't want to go around anywhere close. Being honest, we know we do utility tokens. Everyone, hello, we do utility tokens. We're not about the securities. You know, like the Web3 space and NFT especially, right? It evolves very, very quickly. Maybe now because it's the winter time, right? It's actually the ice age time. You know, the development slowed down a little bit, but the whole of the Web3 space, right? You know, I remember just looking at my own example, right? By the time we announced our projects and actually released it, the space already changed. So, you know, just upon arrival, we had to completely rethink the way we want to strategize, right? From just being a simple art-based profile picture project, it became a utility base, which obviously it's very much like the live service within a video game world, right? It's basically day-to-day and developing. Now, in these days, I truly believe, like, if there is a project without a clear connection to the metaverse moving ahead, it's kind of in the risk area, right? Because we know that ultimate goal for those projects and for those communities is to become the metaverse, right? You know, so we talk about the virtual AR metaverses whatsoever. Twitter is already metaverse. If you look into the crypto Twitter, where everyone can upload a picture of whatever they want, identify themselves with whoever they like, and create those personas they really want to play the role with, right? Here you go. You join the communities, you start hashtagging, you do whatever, you connect yourself with the other Web3 NFT enthusiasts, and they only know you as Mr. Crypto, Mr. Diamond, whatever, right? You know, they associate you with certain kind of the profile pictures. They don't really know who you are, and this is how you build your virtual Web3 identity.
And all of that goes into kind of building the overall community for the metaverse. And how important do you feel it is to ensure the community has ownership? I mean, a big part of Web3 is decentralization. So what are the ways that you're seeing really work for getting proper user either voting or governance? I mean, one of the biggest problems is people don't like to vote.
We start talking DAO, right? We start talking DAO. Yeah, it's a good conversation. So obviously, like, you know, the community, metaverse, Web3, it's all community, powered by community, right? But there is a certain kind of difference between being a part of a community and, you know, having this shift with people calling themselves holders, investors, you know, and stuff like that, and being an actual consumer, because there's not that much difference when you look at the people, but there is a massive shift in the mindset between the Web 2 and the Web 3 the actual debates. As we work with the big brands, right, we see it. And within a DAO, right, you have to create the project dedicated for DAO. You have to be ready to give it away in the hands of a community, people you don't know about, and you don't know what ideas they're gonna have, but they've got the power. Depends on whatever they own. But just to finalize on that, even if in the real world you potentially own 50 pairs of 100 pairs of the Nike shoes, it doesn't mean you've got any kind of the shares in a Nike company, right? Within the Web3 space, the situation changes because people have a direct access to the founders, to the same top, right? And then also, like, by being holders, they start feeling themselves much more valuable. They see themselves as a board, right? That DAO is being formed naturally in their head as a mindset.
Yeah, Swami?
I think that Web3 is having a identity crisis because there is there's that part of it where we are building companies. I actually really agree with Matt in terms of if you're building a DAO, you need to be ready to give it away. But if you're not, I'm not building a DAO at the moment. I'm building first a company, and then over time you can decentralize it. So the question is, how do we go about leadership in this space? If we are going to go down the route of decentralization, this is why I think that we are having a bit of an identity crisis. There are some really big Web3 NFT communities. Like, I'm part of Moonbirds. It's been a very, very interesting journey to see what's happening. The community can take you up, and the community can bring you down. Right? And
in a second, in a blink.
Yeah, they can turn against you. So how do we manage that? And at the moment, because we went back into the bear market, some of the communities that really successfully got off during the bull market, they're kind of in this kind of purgatory, and they don't know what to do.
And a lot of projects kind of being held up by blur volume as well, with a lot of just traders. I think there's really interesting when we kind of move slightly away from metaverse into the NFT market now, is you really do have the professional trader and the collector as two separate people.
That's the thing, right?
Are they relevant to metaverse? Do we want both of them?
Well, I think if we have that in the metaverse, that can be a big problem. That we need to actually solve those problems before we get to a place where we are, really unleashing this into the metaverse space. What do you think?
I think if you give a market to anything, you're always going to invite traders. And you can't just say, oh, I've made it really easy to trade 24/7, no controls, but don't do it. So be prepared for that.
The problem is not the trading, it's the incessant, when it's too much to a point that there's just not enough, there are not enough people, but there is just too much volume. And it's hard to build a community because people are not buying your token to be part of it.
Thank you very much. That was an amazing talk. I hope everyone found some really great insights into that. I think that's our time now. I can see people queuing up there, so I think we're going to have to leave it there. But round of applause to the panel, everyone. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much. Thanks for having us. Thanks, guys.
All right. Thank you guys so much for the great panel discussion. So we are rounding everything up. Just a final few words from the Coin Bureau team, Guy, and also the rest of the team behind the scenes that you may not know, but there's a lot going on behind scenes and the staff are all here. So I want to welcome the Coin Bureau team on stage. We're going to give our final words and also just an outlook on the future of cryptocurrency. So welcome, Guy, and the rest of the team on stage. Thank you.
Well done, Mason. Well done. Hello, everyone. Sorry, my voice really is about to die. It's been an incredible day, and it's such a great privilege to welcome some of my colleagues to the stage. Now, this isn't all of us at Coin Bureau. There are a few people still out there, still a few people who couldn't make it today. But I really wanted to just give another shout out to the hardworking team. Like I say, I get all the credit. It's not me, it's these guys. They do an incredible job every single day. And I'd love it if you could give them one more big round of applause. Now this is an exciting time for crypto. It's an exciting time for Coin Bureau as well. Now I can't say too much because we're still working on a few things. But in the very near future, you're going to see a few changes at Coin Bureau, and I think you're going to love them. In fact, I know you are. So please do keep watching. Please do keep supporting us, and keep a lookout for all the things that we have planned for you coming in the second half of 2023 and beyond. Now, I'd like to hand over the mic just briefly to Dan. I think you met him earlier in one of the panel discussions. Dan is our head of research. He is a pillar of the Coin Bureau. We couldn't do a fraction of what we do without him. And he's going to say a few words now. Dan?
Yeah. I'll start by saying that nothing is financial advice, and these are my personal opinions and not the opinions of my employer or affiliates or whatever, whatever the disclaimer there is. No, I mean, first of all, I guess I'll just thank everyone here also for helping. Not that I'm second in command or anything. I'm just, we're all on equal playing field. We're all just as important in our own, structure of the Coin Bureau. I guess we're getting a delivery of wine here. Okay, maybe not. Yeah, I mean, I'll keep it short just because for the sake of everyone standing up here. But I guess I'll say is that I think the next, and again, my personal opinion, I think that the next few months are going to be really tough. And in a sense, the fact that so many of you showed up today tells me that we still haven't seen most of the pain. If it's your fault, it's all your fault. I'm kidding. But yeah, I think the next few months are going to be really tough. I think for the crypto industry, there's lots of things changing around the world. And we're even just geopolitically, we're entering, I mean, a little bit of a tangent, but we're entering a period of time, just as a random fun fact, I think some of you may know that reserve currencies last for between 80 to 100 years. The United States dollar became the world reserve currency in the 1940s. So we're entering this 20-year period where things are going to get really intense. And it's going to get intense at home. It's going to get intense abroad. There's going to be conflicts. There's going to be everything. It's going to be really, really tough. But in chaos, there is enormous opportunity. And I do think that crypto is one of these industries where you're going to see the biggest opportunity, particularly over the next 1 to 2 years, as all the pieces kind of start to fall into place in terms of regulations and all these things. So I would, I guess, urge you all to do your best to, whatever comes down the pipe in the next few years or even the next couple decades, always be on the lookout, whether it's in crypto or elsewhere, that there will be massive opportunities in there that will change your life and will change the lives of other people for that matter. If you take advantage of the opportunity and build something great and powerful, which I think that we're hoping to do also at the Coin Bureau, to educate people about crypto. I mean, that's the only thing we can do is pass on the message and, do our best to communicate these really, I guess, world-changing ideas. But sorry, if you can seize that opportunity and find a way to change your life or change someone else's life, it's going to have a huge, just look for the opportunities in that chaos, and it will literally change your life forever and everyone around you. And I guess to counter myself, the fact that you guys are all here today may not be a sign that it's the worst has yet to come, but could be a sign that that there's just that many more people who understand the value of this technology and kind of I guess more accurately or more specifically the vision of the Coin Bureau, that we really want to have kind of an enjoyable, lighthearted, but also yet, in some senses serious and informative discussion about what's going on, and not just be talking about hype and moons and all this stuff. So I guess I'll leave it at that. If anyone, any words though? All right. Thank you all for coming, and that's it.
Thank you, Dan. I don't know whether to be exhilarated or terrified, probably a little of both. Now, and thank you again to the wonderful Coin Bureau team. I want to finish on a bit of a sad note. Today is the work of one person. She has worked so hard to make today a reality. And I think you can all agree, we can all agree, she has done an absolutely amazing job. Unfortunately, Macy is moving on. I know. She's moving on to pastures new, and I don't know what we're going to do without her. We've got to figure that out, because she really is one of a kind. She is irreplaceable. And Macy, I just want to say what a pleasure it's been working with you. You really are a force of nature. You've made me laugh. You've made me not cry, but mostly you've made me laugh. And it's just been an absolute pleasure. And the work, I've seen the work that you've put into organizing this conference and organizing last year's as well. It's phenomenal. And I'm so grateful to you. And I'd love it if you could just come up here and just acknowledge the applause of your adoring fans one last time. It's just a very small token of our appreciation, a bit of champagne, something I know is very close to your heart. Do you want to say anything, Macy?
I'm very emotional, but yeah, I've had an amazing time at Coin Bureau, obviously working with you and the team, and I'll still be working in Web3. So yeah, I'll be around at conferences, and sorry, I'm an emotional Pisces, so tears right now, but no, I've had an amazing time working for Coin Bureau. Couldn't have asked for a better team to work with. Learned so much, and I'm going to take that on to my next position. So yeah, thank you guys. Thank you.
Macy, one last question, and then I'll let you go and drink that. Will you come back and organize next year's conference for us?
I said yes, I will happily organize the conference every year. So yeah, we'll be here next year.
See you next year, Coin Bureau Live 2024. It's only up from here. Thank you very, very much.